Facebook record sale when you're on and watching. Thank you and welcome. We're going to go straight into tonight's festivities. I think I've held this long enough for the thumbnail. I told Seth we're going to go straight into selling records, but I got to at least get everything shared first. So let's get everything shared first. We've already went live, and Tanner says my Spectrum, not the mesh. Okay, I think that's what we're connected to. I hope we are, but let me close out everything. Let's go ahead and get the feed shared. There it is. It has popped up on my feed already. I'm going to hit the share button. I need everybody to hit the like button as well. Let me write a message here. Cyber Monday deals and autographs. Actually, it's Rolling Stones and autographs. A lot of different stuff to do tonight, featured on the auction block. So let me share that there, and we're done. Let me copy the link and go over here to the group and get it shared everywhere I made a post tonight. So first of all, let me click on my name and get it done there. So please go ahead and like the post, whether it's on Facebook or YouTube. We're going to have a very busy night tonight. It's going to be some amazing deals and just new records and auctions. We only had 4 sales last week, and we had some stuff backed up, plus we didn't get to all of our on sale stuff. So yeah, we're here. I've got it shared in the group, and I've got the link shared to all the group posts. Now let me go over to our main page. Also, my phone battery is dangerously low, so let me go ahead and plug that in. I've been, do what? I don't know. Give me a second. I'll try it, but I don't know off the... Okay, so I've got it shared there. Let me go ahead and get to YouTube. We're also streaming on YouTube, so make sure you go ahead and hit the thumbs up button. Looks like we got about 20 people on YouTube, and I think we've got over 100 already on Facebook. It is Cybertruck Day. I wish. Let's see here. Oh, I'm logged out on. Before I do that, let me go ahead and copy it over to Instagram. Did you get the puzzle figured out, Seth? You may have to ask Tanner. He's active in the chat, not the Coletco chat. Story. Let's get the hot picture shared on the story. Man, all these great Stones records, Stones autographs, Stones bootlegs, Stones imports. Just a great night ahead. Let me get to chat. I've been signed out, which makes sense because I hadn't used it in several days. Hopefully my password is auto-saved in all of my Apple Cloud. Please work. Why aren't you copying over? Let me kill the app right quick. Everybody go ahead and let me know where you're watching from. Probably because my phone battery is really low. It's not working right. Go ahead and let me know where you're watching from. That'll at least get the comment section bumping. Well, collect live at iCloud.com. All right, and let me try this for a password and see what happens. Select all the squares that have a motorcycle. Oh no, I hate this stuff. Well, that didn't work. All right, let me try all these squares. Okay, now we got the chat going. Holy moly, that was a lot of stuff. Oh, let me do one more thing. Let me tell Tanner something before I get started. My phone is wild. Okay, we're good now. Let me reset it officially. All right, so everybody's let me know where you're watching from. Great. All right, I'm going to go straight into showing records. So please go ahead and like the feed, hit the thumbs up button. Let me do one more thing. Let me tag at everybody. Let me go ahead and do that. I need to go ahead, and I haven't done that in a while. Let me find where I've shared the live feed. There we go. Let me do that. Hope everybody's okay with that. If not, then too bad. All right, here we go. Now we're ready to officially start the show, right, Seth? Wait a minute, Seth's here. Seth is here, just me and Seth tonight. So I can't fire him, or we are what they call SOL. So Seth has some leverage. So man. All right, but I'm going to start showing records, and then I'll give some wedding updates and other stuff in just a second. But first of all, I'll say that I'm in charge of messaging and invoicing with the assistance of Ed and Doug this week. So used to I'd say send our page a message. I'm still going to say that, but you'll be getting a lot of messages with, instead of -Tanner at the end, they're going to say -Chad. Man, I worked on messages for 2 hours today already. So, okay. Let's go ahead and get started. We have the Dead Kennedys. This is Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. I actually have had this before, but I had one, and then I told somebody where we're getting it, and then we only got two, but I've got 2 extras now. So this is $28.99. That's the Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. So actually, that's the first time showing that record ever live. So $28.99, Dead Kennedys, $28.99. Steve Earle, The Hard Way. Steve Earle is $28.99. Steve Earle, $28.99. That is The Hard Way. Steve Earle and the Dukes. First time I've ever had that, $26.99. And I haven't had this Screaming Trees in a while. This is Screaming Trees, music on vinyl, $39.99. This is new arrivals. These are albums that we have never shown before. They're brand new vinyl arrivals. Brand new vinyl arrivals. So, yeah, that's what this bin is. Brand new vinyl arrival. Sticker price. We have so much blowout new vinyl to do. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 crates of new vinyl blowouts. There are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 crates of new vintage arrivals, 3 crates of auctions, and 2 crates of new vinyl. Wow, that is a lot. That is enough for 3 shows, and I'm going to try to get it done tonight. Let me go ahead and introduce our first auction. This is autographed by Niels Lofgren. This is Niles. I think I've been saying Niles, but it was Niels. It says To Dale, Believe. It's actually a really nice copy of Neil Young's Decade, which is the triple compilation Neil Young Greatest Hits, and it's autographed by Niels Lofgren, who played on the album. It is JSA authenticated, and Niels is going to be a $45 starting bid. I have lots of autographs. This is all stuff that we've never had before. That many new artists that I'm going to be showing tonight that we haven't had. So Niels Lofgren, that's a $45 start. And that is now our first auction tonight. Okay, so first we had Scott Smith on ST. That was Screaming Trees. That's called Dust. That is our first sale of the night. That is sold to Scott Smith. And we had Todd Tipton ST. That was also for Screaming Trees. So we may have our first waiting list of the night. Our first waiting list of the night is Todd Tipton, Screaming Trees Dust. Screaming Trees Dust. Darren Wortman also wants on that waiting list. So Scott Smith was first, Todd Tipton on the waiting list, and along with Darren Wortman. Blind Melon. There was actually somebody on a Blind Melon waiting list. I've got 1 copy. This is $39.99 for Blind Melon. Jesse Priest was on a waiting list, so I've got 1 extra to sell. That's their self-titled album pressed by Music on Vinyl with the hit No Rain, $39.99. The other night, we had a random Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood pop up, and not only did we sell it, but there were several people who wanted one, and we put them on a waiting list. So we got more Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood, morning Dr. Feelgood? Yeah, Dr. Feelgood. We had more, meaning everybody who wanted one on the waiting list got one. Jason Conklin, Rebecca Barber, and Kara Bauer. So we had 3 people on a waiting list, and I have 1 extra, and that is $33.99. So Darren Wortman was on the Screaming Trees waiting list. So is Lily McCurry. Lily McCurry on that waiting list, and Blind Melon is $39.99. That is Blind Melon self-titled, music on vinyl. Also, I was checking the Black Sabbath bin, and we cannot ever run out of these. Paranoid, and this is the very good 2012 remaster, 180-gram black vinyl, gatefold, remaster, $33.99 for Paranoid. I've got 2 copies of that. Alrighty, now this is probably going to sell out, and we're probably going to have a waiting list. I missed the pre-order, and I think even if I did, I wasn't going to be able to get many of them. A very allocated and very limited edition repress of The Damn Yankees. That's a gatefold gold vinyl. And thank you to Stacy Metternich for reminding me constantly to order this. And I ordered it, but I didn't want to post a pre-order because I was afraid it was going to be limited edition. And they are I got 5, and I have 3 more on the way, but it was weird. They've already restocked it once. So I'm going to sell these first 5. First, we need to make a ticket for Stacy Metternich because I haven't tagged her for one. So she's number 1. She's going to be number 1 on the Damn Yankees LP. That is gold vinyl, $44.99. We will take a waiting list. I should be able to get more. These Friday music things, usually the first go-around, they're allocated and limited. And then they, just like Kicks, if y'all remember, the same thing happened with Kicks. We had that Kicks album, Blow My Fuse. It was limited, and then we got plenty. I even got more in today. So if you know for sure you want one, then I would get on the list. So that one's Stacy Metternich. Before that, Tom Byrne got Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. So I'm also going to pull that out, Seth. Tom Byrne got Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. That was the only copy. Now for the Damn Yankees LPs, Stacy got one, and then Jerry Stone, Scott Smith, Brandon Jackson, and Rebecca Barber. That was the next first 4. Jerry Stone, Scott Smith, Brandon Jackson, and Rebecca Barber. So after that, it's going to be anybody who wants on a waiting list. Don't know when they're coming. I know I got 3 more already on the way, so the next 3 people for sure should get one. For sure should. Does that make sense? I guess not, but yeah, that's probably the next order. So Jerry, Scott, Brandon, and Rebecca, and then Lillian, Thomas, Greg, and Darren Wortman, they're $44.99. $44.99. That's on Go Vinyl. So there's the waiting list for that. Our first auction of that is autographed Nils Lofgren, Neil Young Decade. We've auctioned this record off, just the record before, between $40 and $50 in really nice condition. This is autographed by Nils Lofgren, $45 start, JSA authenticated. Final call, and let me get our second autograph rolling of the night. Another really cool album to have autographed. It's Faces. A nod is good as a wink, and this is autographed by Ronnie Lane, who was the bass player who played on this album. It's also a green label OG pressing. That's Faces. A nod is good as a wink, and the Ronnie Lane is going to be a $55 start. $55 start on that. Paranoid is a 2012 remaster, $33.99. So right now, the Damn Yankees waiting list, gold vinyl, that's Lily McCurry, Thomas O'Brien, Greg Scott, Darren Wortman, Bill Samus, Greg Scott. Greg says he'll pass on the waiting list. So those are $44.99. We also had this pop up the other night, AC/DC, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, $31.99, and guess what? There was a lot of people who wanted it. It was actually pretty remarkable how many comments of the AC/DC Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. So let me read that waiting list for AC/DC. Brian Arrigo, James Lugwood, and Bob Riger. And I think it was a used copy, but there was several people like Brian Arrigo, James Lugwood, and Bob Ludwig. They were like, I'll take a new one if you can get it. And we do have new ones, $31.99. So there's 3 people who got one, and I have more if anybody else wants one. I've got one more if anybody else wants one. So our first 2 auctions of the night, Ronnie Lane autograph. There's the initials JC right here. It's signed by Ronnie Lane. It's a Rod Stewart and Faces album. That's a $55 start. The Nils Lofgren is a final call. That's our first 2 auctions. I'm going to end those here in a minute, and we'll go on to something else. We also got Black Sabbath Volume 4 as a restock. $33.99. There was 2 people on a waiting list for that. Same thing happened. I think I showed a used copy, and then multiple people wanted one. So there's James Lugwood and Kevin Crowell. You was on a waiting list, and I've got 2 other, and that is $33.99 for Volume 4. Brian Arrigo wants a Paranoid. You absolutely can get a copy of Paranoid. I've got one left if anybody else wants one. And here's that restock of Kicks I was talking about. Kicks Blow My Fuse. That's on blue vinyl. And that is $39.99. Kicks Blow My Fuse. That's on blue vinyl, $39.99. We were sold out of that, and we actually had a waiting list. Fred Carnell and Matt Crum. So there was 2 people on a waiting list for that. Those have been filled, $39.99. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make these auctions about now. First one is the Nils Lofgren. To Dale, believe, Nils Lofgren, Neil Young, autographed, or it's not autographed by Neil Young, it's autographed by Nils Lofgren. That is $44.90, or that's $45 buy it now, and then the Ronnie Lane is a $55 buy it now. That's a pretty desirable album just the way it sits. $55 buy it now on that, autographed by Ronnie Lane. Lily McCurry gets a copy of Kicks. I have 2 copies left. There are no new orders. The new orders, we didn't get any of them, and it's not even where I can back order them anymore. So if you're looking for a copy of New Order Substance, We may be slightly out of luck because I don't know if I'm really going to get any more, and it is looking like that thing may be gone. So let's go with the Rolling Stones. Edwin's waiting. Here we go. This is the Rolling Stones live at Madison Square Garden, July 1972. I got a lot of Rolling Stones boots to run through tonight. The first one here is the Rolling Stones Tour 72. Let me get this camera a little bit more balanced. Looks like we're looking at it sideways to me. Rolling Stones 72, VG Plus condition. This is a live concert from July 1972, and that is a $45 start. $45 start for the Rolling Stones 72. That's a vintage bootleg. The Rolling Stones live at Madison Square Garden. $45 start for that. Ozzy Barking the Moon. I do have those. Give me 1 second. I'll show them. Stones boots. How much is Black Sabbath Paranoid? There's one left for $33.99. Also, Outcast, AT-Aliens, or Atlanteans, or Atelians. I think Doug said he always called it Atelians. $33.99, that's Outcast, that's a 2LP. Deftones, that is the 20th anniversary limited edition red vinyl, $31.99. Homeland Conspiracy wants a copy of Black Sabbath Paranoid, and that was the last copy. I'll have to order more of those. Tonight we got autographs, Rolling Stones boots, and here in a minute we're going to start doing Cyber Monday, new vinyl on sale, and that's when it's going to get really busy. I had a waiting list for The Clash. This is called the Capitol Shakedown, New Jersey, 1980. It's a 2LP vintage unofficial. It's on colored vinyl. Cynthia Herdman was on a waiting list. I've got one extra. The Rolling Stones is a $45 start. Here's a really cool autograph. We've sold a lot of different John Mayall autographs. This one actually has another signature on it. It's signed by John Mayall and the original drummer on the album, who is a very prolific and played on a lot of stuff. You pull up his Wikipedia page. He actually lost out to playing in the Jimi Hendrix Experience to Mitch Mitchell by a coin toss. Could you imagine? A coin toss. So he must have been pretty good. There's John Mayall, The Hard Road. It's autographed by John Mayall, and it's autographed by Ainsley Dunbar. Ainsley Dunbar. So two of the original members that played on this album with John Mayall. It's JSA authenticated, and that is a $75 start. Really cool. Both signatures on the front. Nice and bold, not personalized, and it's an OG pressing of the record. That's a $75 start on that. Craig Thomas wants a copy of The Clash. Brent Robley's at $45 on the Rolling Stones. And I'm going to go through that bin, but I have one surprise restock to show. We did get more copies of the Beatles Now and Then on marbled vinyl. That's a 7-inch single. Let me read the waiting list we had for that because there was several. I've got 4 copies left. They're $18.99. That's the blue marbled. And the waiting list for that was Bill Sammis, Tom Moran, Steve Wright, Vicki Allison, Edward Star Wars, G. Michael Toynton, Kyle Gregory, and Leslie Silvley. And that's the newest Beatles Now and Then, the last Beatles songs, they say. The last Beatles song. Until they figure out ways to mix out more demos, demix them and remix them, and then there'll be more releases, I'm sure. So Larry Smith wants a copy of Now and Then. This is the 7-inch. This is the 7-inch on blue marbled vinyl. I wish I had more copies of all of them. It looks like all of them are desirable. Blue, clear, marbled, the 10-inch. But right now I just got more blue marble. So that's sold to Larry Smith. Final call. Final call on the Rolling Stones, Tour 72. Brent has this for a $45 bid. That's a final call. And final call to get in on the John Mayall, Ainsley Dunbar, dual signed John Mayall, a Hard Road with the Blues Breakers. That's a final call. Looking for a $75 starting bid before I make that a buy it now. Brian C. also wants a copy of Now and Then. And let me go through this crate of new vinyl one more time. Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death, $28.99. Steve Earle, The Hard Way, $26.99. Both of those albums, the first time I've ever shown those. Blind Melon. I got Eric Clapton on my mind. Blind Melon, Music on Vinyl, $39.99. AC/DC, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, $31.99. Volume 4, an incredible rock album. Black Sabbath, Ozzy, the original lineup. Butler, Iommi, Ward. Kicks, Blow My Fuse, that's $39.99. Blue vinyl. Outcast is $33.99. And the Deftones, 20th anniversary on red vinyl, $31.99. We have Brent Robley. He's in on both auctions. He's at $75 on that. Final call, and Homeland Conspiracy wants the Dead Kennedy. So if you're just hopping on, we have got 10 crates of vintage, at least 10 or 12 crates of new vinyl, discount new vinyl, 2 crates of new vinyl, and I've got 4 crates full of items that are auctionable. So we have a lot. Aaron wants a copy of the Dead Kennedys. That was my last copy. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and go through the other crate of new stuff. That way we can start going through new vinyl on sale, and we can go through the newest vintage stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and knock out the new vinyl right here. Did I miss something, Seth?
No, I just...
Eliam? Yeah, I think that's a first-time buyer. Aaron, Eliam, are you a first-time buyer? Seth just noticed that. I thought he bought from us before, but I haven't said that name. I think that's Aaron Eliam. So let me know if that's am I saying your name right? And also if you're a first-time buyer. Let's go ahead and sell these. Brent gets these 2 auctions, $45 for the Rolling Stones, Tour 72, and the very cool Mayall Dunbar dual signed album. That was really cool. $75. That is sold. Yes, go ahead and just keep all the auctions separate. Okay, let's go ahead and bring up some new stuff. And I have one more thing. So I got 2 Beatles singles left, and I had a restock of the outer 7-inch single sleeves come in. They're $16.99 for a pack of 3 mil. Those are for 45s or 7-inch singles. $16.99. Troy Robinson was on a waiting list. And I got 2 Beatles singles. I'm going to leave those over here. If not, they'll get lost in the bin. And I'm going to show you one random CD. No, you'll probably have to keep a pack of sleeves handy because I've got a lot of autographs that I'm taking out of the old sleeves. $69.99. Original master recording. $69.99. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, the 1993 gold disc MoFi CD. And it is very, very nice. $69.99. Why won't it pop onto the holder? That's my question. Is there some kind of like slot here? Oh, I see what's going on. Oh, that's really cool. That's $69.99. Dark Side of the Moon. I got a whole stack of MoFi CDs over here. That's $69.99. That's the 1993 MoFi gold disc CD. So there's that. I'm gonna mix some of those in here throughout tonight. Elam. Okay. Elam. Aaron Elam. Invoices go out from last week. So Tanner is in Jamaica right now. Tanner's in Jamaica sending invoices. He messaged us earlier. He's on the ground. He's connected to internet. And Tanner's on his honeymoon. He's in Jamaica, somewhere down there in very warm tropical weather, sending invoices. And it's brutally cold here. So he's sending invoices. I'm going to be handling messages tonight along with the help. I'm going to be sending invoices tonight, or I'm going to be doing messages this week let me restart. I'm going to have to slap myself. I'm going to be doing messages this week and invoice corrections with the help of Ed and Doug. Tanner, I told him, I was like, if you can get invoices sent out, you can enjoy your honeymoon. But he volunteered. He said, I'll do invoices. So I'm not actually making him work on his honeymoon. He volunteered to at least take care of invoicing. He thought he could get it done yesterday, but the wedding was a whirlwind, and he's I don't know what to say. He's on his honeymoon, so he don't want to be working. Okay, we have an autographed copy of John Lennon Mind Games. What did I just say? Games? John Lennon Mind Games. Very nice copy. Capital reissue. It is autographed by Jim Keltner, the drummer who played on the album, and he played on a lot of John Lennon albums. JSA authenticated, $45 start. John Lennon Mind Games, autographed by Jim Keltner. $45 start on that. Let's do another Rolling Stones. This is very popular. The last time we had it, it's called the Rolling Stones. It's only rock and roll outtakes, but we like it. This is near men. It's a $45 start. It's the Rolling Stones. It's only rock and roll outtakes, but we like it. $45 start. I know I've lost my chops. I'm a little rusty tonight because I haven't done a sale since last Wednesday. This is what happens. If you don't do this every night, you can get rusty for sure. So, okay, let me go back up top, make sure I didn't miss anything else. The last thing I had was the MoFi CD. We have Christopher Morris 1 pack of 7-inch outer sleeves and 2 packs of 12-inch outer sleeves. So we go ahead and tag one of those live. He wants the pack of outer sleeves. That is sold to Christopher Morris, and then we just need to put him down on a waiting list. I have them in stock, but they're in the back. Christopher, 2 packs of 12-inch outer sleeves. We can do that. Paul Brothers wants on the Damn Yankees waiting list. We have more MoFi CDs coming up. We have condition on faces again. The jacket itself is probably in VG Plus condition. It has a JC written here and a Jamie written on the... I have not cleaned the vinyl. It looks like it's going to be around... Well, there's something right here. I don't know if that's going to clean off or not. So let's call it a to be determined. If that is something on the record that will come off, then it's probably going to be a VG Plus. But if that's actually on there, then it's got something wrong with it. And that's Faces, autographed by Ronnie Lane. That was a $55 buy it now. Okay, we have, let's see here, and Rolling Stones 45, and Micah Santo also wants 2 packs of outer sleeves. The Damn Yankees album is $44.99. So we got 4 packs of outer sleeves sold to 2 different people. Last crate of new vinyl tonight. And then I'm going to start doing the on-sale stuff and new vintage arrivals. This is called Fleetwood Mac, the alternate collection. This is the box set of all the alternate Fleetwood Mac albums, $199.99. $199.99, you get the Fleetwood Mac self-titled, the Rumors album, Tusk, Live, Mirage, and Tango in the Night. Pretty incredible. That is $199.99. Fleetwood Mac, the alternate collection. That was originally a record store day. That's a new box set, $199.99. That's the alternate collection. 2 copies. If you got one, if you pre-ordered one, it was on your invoice that's going out yesterday and today. This is the new Tina Turner Greatest Hits Collection. New release that came out last Friday. Clear vinyl. That is $29.99. Tina Turner, Queen of Rock and Roll. I've got 2 extra copies. Now, if you pre-ordered it, it should be on the invoice that's going out today. Tina Turner and Radio City Big Star. That's a craft record, $34.99. Radio City Big Star, $34.99. Back up to the top. Can I see Faces again? This is Faces, a Not As Good As a Wink, autographed by Ronnie Lane. There is some random initials and somebody's random name of non-importance on there. It's autographed by Ronnie Lane. Pretty solid autograph right in the center. It does have JSA certification. That's a $55 buy now. Clip corner and the vinyl's in unknown condition, if that makes sense. Outer sleeves are $29.99. The Rolling Stones is at $47. This is the Rolling Stones. It's only rock and roll. Edwin Blom has that for $47. And Tina Turner. First one is sold to Bill Sammis. The next one is sold to Denise Harrison. We may have to take a waiting list on that, it looks like. That's sold to Bill Sammis. Denise Harrison gets the other one. Debbie Winstead first on the waiting list. And we have Colin Butler on the Big Star. That's sold to Colin Butler, Big Star. Troy, I did order you the Tina box, but it hasn't arrived yet. No, those aren't sold. Those aren't sold. These are still available. Let me lay them over here. Okay. So there's Fleetwood Mac. John Young wants the Faces, Seth. That's a $55 buy it now. Final call to get a bid in on the Jim Keltner autographed John Lennon album for $45. And final call, Edwin Blom has the Rolling Stones for $47. He's the high bidder. Everyone else is out. That's a final call. Faces was a $55 buy it now. Okay, we got a restock of Kiss, Dress to Kill. We actually didn't have this one in stock. Dress to Kill, the 2014 remaster, $33.99. That's new and sealed Kiss, Dress to Kill. And this was also a new release from last week, so it was on your current invoice. This is Gary Wright, The Dream Weaver, and this is on Aqua. I think it's either Aqua or Yellow Vinyl. It's from Friday Music. It's one of those limited edition Friday Music colored vinyl. And that's the newest repress of that, $44.99. There was 3 or 4 people on the pre-order. That is on your current invoice if you pre-ordered it. Toto 4, a Record Store Day Essential on Bloodshot Vinyl, 40th anniversary. That is $29.99. That's on Splatter Vinyl. That does have Africa on it. And Lou Reed Transformer, another Record Store Day Essential. That's on White Vinyl, $33.99. Record Store Day Essential on White Vinyl, Lou Reed Transformer, $33.99. And we did get more copies of the unofficial. This is an unofficial record. Ozzy, Montreal, 1981. That's a live concert with Randy Rhoads, $36.99. Red vinyl, Ozzy with Randy Rhoads, Montreal, 1981. 81. I don't think there was a waiting list for that, was it? There usually is. I think that's just finally a restock that we have in stock. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones to Edwin Blom for $47. And let's go ahead and make this a buy it now. If anybody wants the Jim Keltner autograph, John Lennon Mind Games, that's a $45 buy it now. So that's sold to Edwin Blom for $47. Scott Smith wants a copy of Ozzy, and Cynthia wants the Fleetwood Mac box. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. So those are both sold and sold. Let me grab 2 new auctions. So like I said, lots of really good autographs. I've also got a couple random records like the Presidents of the United States of America, and we've got lots of different Rolling Stones records that okay, now you should hear me now. Boy, y'all are amazing at letting me know when my mic's out. Okay, so this is the Presidents of the United States of America. This is on Gold Nugget vinyl. It's a $45 start. $45 start. If you missed that information, that is the Presidents of the United States of America. $45 start. All right, make sure I didn't miss anything. Ozzy, Fleetwood Mac box, no audio. Mic out. Mic's out, audio, no sound, sound. Unmute your mic, sound, no audio, no sound, no sound, 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 sound out, sound's gone, audio, no sound, sound, no volume, no sound, no sound, no sound, no sound. Presidents at 45. We got 2 bidders in. Also, the Rolling Stones, live at Oakland Coliseum. Take a look at this splatter vinyl. Vintage bootleg. Paul has a note, rare, $95 start. What a cool bootleg with Mick Jagger on the front. And take a look at this. Take a look at this splatter vinyl, this vintage splatter vinyl. That's incredible looking. This old, the old splatter vinyl and the old colored vinyl, it just, as usual, looks a lot neater than whatever they're doing today. That's a vintage bootleg on the Corny Phone label, and that's live at Oakland Coliseum, 1969. That's splatter vinyl. That's up for bid. There's Keith on the back, Jagger on the front. That's now up for bid. All right, so Presidents, 45-45, 50-60, and we have a $60 bid, and we have multiple bids already on the Rolling Stones. So there's our next 2 auctions. Looks like we're going to have a lot of activity on that. 2 copies of 80s Hits, the collection, $44.99. 80s Hits, the collection, 2 LP, 80s compilation, $44.99. Queen and David Bowie, The Police, Eurythmics, Shaka Khan, Culture Club, The Jam, Altered Images, Roxy Music, Blondie, Aha, Duran Duran, ABC, Soft Cell, Elton John, The Cars, UB40, Men at Work, The Bangles. It is pretty incredible. 1 sold to Mike Massey. I've got 1 extra. 1 sold to Fred Cardinal. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. That's the 80s Hits collection. $44.99 2 LP. I think that's either a restock or a new release that I only ordered a couple of. So I've only got 2. They're $44.99. We're going to take down your name if you're next for a waiting list. If you don't want on a waiting list, then let me know. That's $44.99, the 80s Hits collection. 80 Hits collection. All right, so the Presidents was at $60 and now $62. Mike Massey got 1 of these, and so did Fred Carnell. The waiting list is Christopher Moore, Stacey Metternich, James Lugwood, Stacey Brown. We have a $100 bid on the Rolling Stones, $55 bid on the PUSA, but I think we was already at 60. Rydell Martin also on that waiting list. Michelle also on that waiting list. And the Rolling Stones, we got 2 bidders at 100, now 115. This is a 2000, I don't know if Paul put a year on this or not. This is Presidents of the United States. That's the album that originally came out, yes, in the 90s. I don't know when this was actually pressed, but it's on Gold Nugget vinyl. I think it's pretty recent. It's a pretty recent pressing of it. It's a newer reissue on Gold Nugget vinyl. So it's a repress of it. It's a reissue on Gold Nugget. It's not an OG. Okay, Sinead O'Connor, Universal Mother. There was 1 person on a waiting list, Joe Barrios. So I've got you down for Sinead O'Connor, Universal Mother, $29.99. I've got 1 extra. Sinead O'Connor, $29.99. Yes, Hellstorm. We have 2 extra copies. It's on clear vinyl, $29.99, Hailstorm. There was a waiting list. This is Scott Smith, Todd Tipton, Greg Rogers, Michael Sprodlin, and Darren Wortman. And that's The Strange Case of Hailstorm. Atlantic 75th Anniversary Edition on clear vinyl. That is $29.99. All right, so the Rolling Stones is at $115. And just to clarify, the high bid on the Presidents of the United States of America is at 60. I think it was at 62 with Chris Kirkley. Chris Kirkley has it for 62, and no one is higher right now. Cynthia was at 115 on the Stones. And we have Rydell Martin, Retro Class Entertainment. He gets a Hailstorm. And Todd Tipton said he wants off the Hailstorm waiting list. We must have not got that. And Eric Fisher wants one live. So actually, let me just change. Let me see a pen right quick, please. I'll scratch out Todd Tipton and I'll put Eric Fisher on the ones that's already been pulled out. Eric Fisher. There we go. So Eric, I'm not going to pull you one out of the crate, but you got the one that I've already pulled out for Todd Tipton. Let's see here. We got one pulled, well, we got him taken care of. Brent's out on the Rolling Stones. James Lugwood on Ozzy, and that must have been for the Montreal 1981 red vinyl. That's sold to James Lugwood. The Rolling Stones is at $120. So now, Chris Kirkley, no one's outbid him. He's the high bidder. Presidents of the United States of America, gold nugget vinyl, $62 with Chris Kirkley. Final call. The Rolling Stones is at 115 with Cynthia Herdren. Now 120 with Bill Sammis. 120 with Bill Sammis. Cynthia, you're outbid. 2 copies of Hailstorm left. Here's another 80s compilation. Rock. Same label, same kind of compilation. 80s rock collection. $44.99. I've only got 2. Queen, Def Leppard, Survivor, Europe, Chris Ray, Toto, Foreigner, Meatloaf, Bonnie Tyler, Heart, Kiss, Huey Lewis, Status Quo, Joan Armatrading, Philip Bailey, Phil Collins, Run DMC with Aerosmith, Robert Palmer, ZZ Top, Gary Moore and Phil Lynott, Alice Cooper, Mr. Journey, REO Speedwagon, The Pretenders, Rick Springfield, Christopher Cross, John Waite, and Marillion, $44.99. So that's a 2 LP. I've only got 2, and then we'll take a waiting list because it looks like these are much more popular than I anticipated. Cynthia's back in on the Rolling Stones at $135. When I get to the bottom of this rock collection, if no one's bid on that, it's sold to Chris Kirkley for $62. These first 2 are going to go to Stacy Brown and Mike Massey, and then we're going to have a waiting list. Rydell Martin, Rebecca Barber, Michelle Miller, Bill Sammis is at 140 on the Rolling Stones. Paul Brothers also on that waiting list, and Fred Carnell. Next is Sinead O'Connor. Here's another one we had. I Do Not Want What I Haven't Got. Sinead O'Connor, and that is $29.99. Sinead O'Connor, and there was one person on that waiting list, Thomas Hujar. Thomas Hujar, Sinead O'Connor, I Do Not Want, and I have 1 extra to sell. $29.99. First time they have reissued that. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Dirt on My Diamonds, Volume 1, Natural Transparent Vinyl. $31.99 for the Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, and James Lugwood, you was on a waiting list for that. So James, I've already got you one pulled. This is $31.99. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Dirt on My Diamonds, Volume 1. All right, this is sold to Chris Kirkley for $62. That's the Presidents of the United States of America. I don't see any other bids. And let me show this Rolling Stones one more time. This is the Rolling Stones on blue splatter vinyl. Very unique, very rare splatter vinyl. That is Oakland Coliseum, 1969. Oakland Coliseum, 1969. We got a war going on between Cynthia and Bill Sammis has it for $160. Sinead O'Connor is $29.99. $29.99. James says, take me off the others 80s and put me on the rock one. We will do that. Cynthia's at $175 on the Stones. We did get a restock of Destruction, Mad Butcher. Brandon Jackson, you was on a waiting list for that. That Sinead O'Connor went to Rydell Martin, I believe. Yes, Retro Class Entertainment. Rydell Martin got that Sinead O'Connor. Destruction, Mad Butcher is $44.99. Mixed Splatter Vinyl, their stuff got reissued a few weeks ago. First time ever, first time in a long, not ever, but first time in a long time. Usually those were out of print. And now that's what I call pop gold. $56.99. Now that's what I call pop gold. 3 LP colored vinyl, $56.99. All right, let's bring out another autograph. We got a Rolling Stones bootleg. I'll do the Rolling Stones autographs in, when we're putting up other, what am I trying to say? I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm going to put up a Rolling Stones autograph when we don't have a Rolling Stones bootleg up so there's no confusion. This is Carl Perkins, Country Boy's Dream. It says, thanks, Carl Perkins, 1990. And I have Carl Perkins tagged to start at a $55 start. This is autographed by Carl Perkins. It's a very nice jacket, and it's a very nice signature autographed by Carl Perkins, JSA authenticated, and that's going to be a $55 start. If you're just hopping on, we're in new vinyl. We're about to do new vinyl on sale, kind of a Cyber Monday sale. I've got 6 crates of $19.99. Excuse me, I've got 9 crates of $19.99, $24.99, $29.99, and $34.99. If we somehow manage to go through all that tonight, I've got like new stuff, fairly recent stuff that we'll do buy it now best offer. Rolling Stones, 185, 205. Stacy Brown wants a now that's what I call pop, and so does Troy Robinson. So let's put a waiting list for this. New release. I did not post a pre-order for this. Now that's what I call pop gold. 3 LP colored vinyl. 1 goes to Stacy. 1 goes to Troy Robinson. And now the waiting list. Paul Brothers, number 1. Bill Samus is at 225 on the Stones. Fred Carnell is at 55 on the Carl Perkins. And we have Brandon Jackson. Yes, you was on the waiting list, Brandon Jackson. Brandon Jackson, top of the waiting list. Destruction, Mad Butcher. I've got you down for 1. Cynthia's at 240 on the Stones. Next is The Cure. Never had this before. Amsterdam 1979. And I don't have a price. Let me go look that up right quick. That's The Cure. Amsterdam 1975. New vintage, or excuse me, new unofficial, not vintage. New unofficial. And that's The Cure. And that is $38.99. Amsterdam 1979. The Cure, $38.99. Amsterdam. That is Amsterdam. That is a new unofficial Amsterdam 1979. That is $38.99. And Mike Massey wants 1. Cynthia next, and then Sean, and then Lillian. I've only got 1 copy, and I don't have it stickered either. So let me give this one to Mike Massey. And Seth, if you don't mind writing on the sticky note, that's $38.99. And then we'll put 4 people so far on the waiting list. Cynthia, Sean, and Lillian. That's 3 people. Update on the Rolling Stones. Cynthia Herdren, you are outbid. Bill Samus has it for $250. Let me know if you're out. Going once, going twice. And we got a new bid on Carl Perkins. It's Carl Perkins, Country Boy's Dream. Very solid autograph. That is at $60 of Larry Smith. Fred Carnell, you're outbid. The Cure is not called Red Light District. This one is not, nope, it just says Amsterdam 1979. It may be that same concert. It may be that same concert, but it doesn't say that on here. It just says Amsterdam 79. I don't see anything about Red Light District, no. Cynthia's out on the Stones. Fred's back in on Carl Perkins. Next record, Megadeth Endgame, $46.99. I've only got 1 copy. And I don't know, I don't think this is back in print. I think it's just a random lucky restock. I've only got 1 copy, $46.99. $46.99, Megadeth Endgame. I've only got 1, $46.99. And this is a new release. There are several people who pre-ordered it. New release, another unofficial, Stevie Ray Vaughan, The First Broadcast, Norfolk, Virginia, 1980. That is a single LP, new gatefold, $39.99. The pre-order for that was Krista Moss, Monica Malley, Mike Dunkelman, Brent Robley got 2 of them, Stephanie Wildwoman, Michael Naff, Sherry Darnell, Scott Beebe, Debbie Blair, John Ambrosic, James Bragg, Matt Algram, Kelly Bagwell, and Scott Smith. Scott Smith. All right, let me update everybody on the auctions. Final call on the Rolling Stones. That's at $250 with Bill Samus. Final call. Carl Perkins got a new bid for $61 with Fred Carnell. And that's a final call because Cynthia said out. Let me pick up the JSA card for Carl Perkins. That was at 61. Larry Smith, let me know if you want back in. I hadn't got to the bottom yet, though. JK, Jaronkro Kavavuka. That's my only time I'm going to say it tonight. JK got the Megadeth. That also needs to be marked for $46.99. I don't have it stickered for some reason. Todd Tipton, you were second. I don't know if I'm going to get any more of those or not. We can take down your name for a waiting list, but I don't know if I'm going to get any more or not. Larry Smith back in on Carl Perkins at 65. Michael McCullen wants a Stevie Ray Vaughan. And J.K. wants a Stevie Ray Vaughan. Sean Fairweather says he does not need on the Cure waiting list. Yes, I think Seth got that. Seth's working over here quietly like Tanner does. He's doing stuff even though I'm not saying it. Leland McCurry also wants a Stevie Ray Vaughan. All righty. Any Adele? Not to my knowledge. If so, I don't know where they're at. Let's go ahead and sell the Rolling Stone, Seth. I'll even go ahead and put it back in the jacket for you. Bill Samus, $250. Very cool Stevie Ray bootleg there. What's that? Stone's bootleg, yes. Stone's bootleg. That is at $250. Sold to Bill Samus. We have Fred Carnell. You're out on Carl Perkins. Larry Smith has that for $65. And now Fred's back in at $66. Let's put Mark. Mark, if you're a new buyer, let me know if you want on the Stevie Ray Vaughan waiting list because I don't have any more copies left. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, take a drink of water before I put up the next auctions. I desperately need it. All right, next up, let's go ahead and do one of the Incredible Stones autographs. Let's go ahead. I know I got people on standby waiting for them. These are pretty incredible. Let's do this one first. This is an autographed copy of Let It Bleed by the guitarist. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, autographed by the original guitarist for this album, Mick Taylor. This is a $125 start. It's signed by Mick Taylor. Now, the actual pressing of the album is a 1980s remaster. It's one of those Abco digitally remastered. So it's not an OG pressing, but the jacket is very nice, as you can see. I wouldn't be complaining that it's not an OG because it is a very nice jacket. Autographed by Mick Taylor, $125 start, and that is very, very nice. Of course, JSA authenticated. The Rolling Stones Let It Bleed, $125 start on that. Let's see here. Chris B. Jackson, more Stones boot coming up. They're still bidding on Carl Perkins. Carl Perkins is at 68, and the Rolling Stones is at 125. Fred Carnell, you're out. Here's what's left in this bin. Kiss, Dress to Kill. That is $33.99. Kiss, Dress to Kill, $33.99. I've got 3 copies left. Also, we have Gary Wright, The Dreamweaver. Can't believe no one got that. A classic album. When I made the pre-order, I said this is in definitely my top 100 favorite albums, probably top 50. What an amazing album. $44.99. Toto 4, $29.99. Bloodshot splatter vinyl. That sounds great. I opened one up one night and listened to it. Lou Reed Transformer, white vinyl. That has his hit song, Walk on the Wild Side. $33.99. 2 copies of Hailstorm, The Strange Case of Hailstorm. That's on clear vinyl, $29.99. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Dirt on My Diamonds, new release. That's on colored vinyl, $31.99. 1 copy of Sinead O'Connor left, I Do Not Want What I Haven't Got, $29.99. And 1 copy of Destruction, Mad Butcher, that is $44.99. Destruction, Mad Butcher, $44.99. All right, so that was tonight's new vinyl stuff. Now, the good news is we've got about 9 more crates of new vinyl to go through. That's going to be on sale Cyber Monday blowouts. But just to keep it balanced, let's go through a crate of vintage and pre-owned records. And I say pre-owned because we just bought a collection today from a longtime customer. Actually, the first time I ever got to meet him. He dropped off some records and Paul bought them, and it was a solid collection. He was just thinning out some stuff. We're going to have some of the metal he had probably after Paul gets back. Paul actually, when he walked out the door earlier, he is leaving for Ohio on a 2-day buying trip to go buy a metal collection in Ohio. You heard me right. Paul is going in the morning with Tyler to buy a metal collection in Ohio. So, picture's coming as soon as he gets up there and secures the deal tomorrow. So, something to look forward to. As soon as he gets back, we'll start promoting that and selling those. And it's a lot. It's a lot of, I think, 70s hard rock and 80s hard rock and metal. So I'm sure that's going to be very exciting. I'll update our auctions in just a second. Greg Rogers on Hailstorm. Let's pull one of those for Greg Rogers. Let me make sure you wasn't on a waiting list. Greg, you was already on the waiting list. Greg. So scratch that. I've already got you one pulled. You was already on a waiting list. Sean Hilber wants the Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. Sean, let me make sure you're not on a waiting list. No, that was James Lugwood. Okay, so that's sold to Sean Hilber. Sean, I've got you down for that. The Rolling Stones is at 128. And we had a question about Carl Perkins. So we're stopped right now because we had a question from Fred Carnell. He was curious about the vinyl. The vinyl is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. It's a very nice condition record. On Dolly, it's in mono on Dolly Records. So Fred Carnell, you're out. Larry Smith has it for $68. $68. And we have Chris B. Jack at $130 on the Rolling Stones. New vintage and pre-owned arrivals. Let's see what's in here. First is Queens of the Stone Age, $24.99. It has an etched D-side. So 2 LP, 3 sides of music, and an etching. Queens of the Stone Age, $24.99. Spoon, Lucifer on the Sofa. Spoon is orange and black vinyl, $24.99 for Spoon. Wow, that's some wild looking. That's split vinyl or split colors, $24.99. Carl Perkins, new bid from Fred is $70. Brent's back in on the Stones at $132. Alex is in on Carl Perkins at $70. And Thomas Hujar gets the first 2 records out of here. He gets Queens of the Stone Age and Spoon. That's so to Thomas and Thomas. Fred Carnell, you were second on Spoon. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again, $27.99. This is a 180-gram remaster by Chris Bellman at Bernie Grunman. Wow, that has Southern Cross on it. I bet that sounds amazing. And Wasted on the Way. That's a great song as well. $27.99. In shrink wrap, very much near mint. Carl Perkins, new bid, $72, now $75. And Chris B. Jack, you're out on the Rolling Stones. Brent has it for $132. That's the Mick Taylor autograph. $132 on the Mick Taylor autograph. Lord Sutch, this is a great album. It has Jimmy Page, John Bonham, Jeff Beck, Noel Redding, and Nicky Hopkins on it. $19.99. If you listen to it, it sounds like Led Zeppelin. It's a very unique vocalist. It's not Robert Plant. That's $19.99. Lord Sutch and Heavy Friends. Beth Orton, Kid Sticks. Beth Orton is $19.99. Beth Orton, Kid Sticks, $19.99. And Interpol, Turn on the Bright Lights. That is a reissue, $22.99 for Interpol, Turn on the Bright Lights. Fred Carnell's out on the Carl Perkins, but we still got 2 bidders, Larry Smith and Alex Rifle. Thomas Hujar first on the Lord Sutch. Greg Rogers, you were second on that. The Queens of Stone Age has already sold. Herbie Hancock, Headhunters. It's a music on vinyl remaster, near mint. Looks very nice, $34.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing of Headhunters. The Presidents of the United States of America, Froggy Style, on yellow vinyl, $27.99. I guarantee this is going to sell quickly after the bidding activity we had on the other one. $27.99 on the Presidents of the United States of America, Froggy Style, on yellow vinyl. Travis Wade wants Interpol. That is sold to Travis Wade. So Lord Sutch is sold to Thomas Hujar there, and Interpol is sold to Travis Wade, and Craig Ruth gets the PUSA. That's the Presidents of the United States of America. That's sold to Craig Ruth. Carl Perkins, new bid for $77. I was waiting for Chris B. Jack to say if he was in or out on Mick Taylor. Chris, if you could let me know, this is now moving to a final call. The autograph to Let It Bleed, it's autographed by the original guitarist, Mick Taylor, and that's at $132. Beautiful autograph on a nice jacket, and it's JSA authenticated. Final call, $132. The Rolling Stones, this is $29.99. We got some straight priced Rolling Stones records from Dale's Pittsburgh collections that we mixed in here. This is called Slow Rollers. It's a Decca compilation. It's near mint, $29.99. Slow Rollers, the Rolling Stones. Drug Abuse, sealed, $19.99. Drug Abuse. I think it's one of these vintage records talking about drug abuse in the 60s. It's sealed, $19.99. $19.99 on that. And No Doubt, 25th anniversary, No Doubt says, No Doubt on vinyl for the first time. That is sealed, $27.99 for No Doubt. Carl Perkins, 77. We have Carl Perkins at 80 with Alex Rifle. Cynthia first on the Rolling Stones. Christopher Moore second. Brent Robley third. Larry's out on the Carl Perkins. And Colin Butler wants the Drug Abuse. And Michelle Baker Miller first on No Doubt. Michelle Baker Miller first on the No Doubt record there. Craig Roof second. All right, I've got to do a 5-second countdown. I must have lost Chris B. Jack somewhere, but I have given it a reasonable amount of time. 132, Brent Robley, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. sold to Brent Ribley for $132. Carl Perkins is at 80 with Alex Rifle. Larry Smith's out. Fred Carnell already said out. Chris just said out. I'm glad you were out, Chris. I had to sell that to Brent. I must have lost you there for a second. Final call on the Carl Perkins now for $80. Let's bring up another Rolling Stones bootleg. As y'all know, I have another Mick Taylor autographed. I have a Billy Preston and Mick Taylor autograph. I have another Billy Preston and Mick Taylor autograph. I've got some cool ones. I've got some really cool. Those are going to get the Billy Prestons, as y'all know. Those are going to probably be near air horns. If not, I'll be surprised. If not, definitely an air horn. So we'll do some of those in just a second. This is the Rolling Stones live from England, 1974, Albert Hall, vintage bootleg. Wow, it's got a lot of different concerts. We have, wow, they played at the Rupp Arena in 1978. 2 tracks from the Rupp Arena in Kentucky. And then we got 3 tracks from the Masonic Temple in Detroit. Mid-South Coliseum in Memphis, 1978. And Houston in 1978. So Houston, Texas, Memphis, Detroit, and Lexington, Kentucky. VG Plus condition, $55 start. $55 start on the Rolling Stones live from England, 1974. Let's go ahead and sell the Carl Perkins. The Carl Perkins is sold to Alex Rifle for $80. That's Carl Perkins' Country Boy's Dream. That's sold to Alex Rifle, $80. Don't worry if you got outbid on Carl Perkins. There's going to be some others tonight. I have them right here next to me. So I've got at least one more tonight, and I may can find the other one. So don't worry. But that was a nice one. It was a nice record, a vintage record. Very, very cool. So I don't know a lot about this guy, but I've read about him, and I found out he died young. He died over or right at 30 years ago. And it's an autographed Robert Gordon record, Too Fast to Live, Too Young to Die. It's autographed by session guitarist Danny Gatton. Danny Gatton. And, of course, where he died, I guess, in his early, mid-40s, 30 years ago. Looks like it's a pretty desirable signature. Actually, Rolling Stone magazine had him in the top 100 greatest guitarists of all time. And I'm going to be honest, I had just never heard of him. So this is, I guess I need to get up to date on my guitarist. This is the Danny Gatton signed Robert Gordon LP, and I have this tagged. I have the Danny Gatton tag to start at $85. JSA authenticated. It's autographed on the back. Right here, Danny Gatton, 93. And that is a, what did I just say? $85 start. Yes, $85 start. A little bit of damage down here on the bottom. The front of the jacket looks really nice. A little bit of damage right here. Looks like this back, the front left corner and the back right corner got a little wet at some point. Nothing wrong with the autograph. Sign right here. He signed back here on the back where the lineup was. Right over his name, Danny Gatton, $85 start on that. So you can put Danny Gatton or Robert Gordon, whichever, but it's signed by Danny Gatton, just to clarify that. And the Rolling Stones is a $55 start. By the way, that is a 2LP. That is a 2LP, $55 start, VG Plus condition. Okay, back to the bin. We have Journey's Greatest Hits. This is $29.99, 2LP, Journey's Greatest Hits, $29.99, Journey's Greatest Hits. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Brain Salad Surgery picture disc. Wow, $69.99. Must be pretty limited edition from 2013. That is $69.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Brain Salad Surgery picture disc. Michael Henderson, Going Places, $16.99. If you hadn't already noticed, we're definitely in a Paul crate. Michael Henderson, Going Places, $16.99. Christmas in America, Magnavox Records, in shrink wrap, $11.99. Christmas in America. What a nice little Christmas scene there. $11.99. Christmas time is here. I'm sure you already know that. The Jazz Crusaders, Old Socks, New Shoes, New Socks, Old Shoes. The Jazz Crusaders is $14.99. And Los Mayores Trios, Jose Jimenez. And this is $9.99. Some sort of Spanish or Mexican record there, $9.99. Okay, update. Preston Rose did bid on the Danny Gatton. Robert Gordon, signed by Danny Gatton. Preston Rose has that for $85, going once, going twice. Yes, Telecast. I was reading a lot. He played the Fender Telecaster. Rolling Stones, we had Cynthia at 55, Edwin at 55. Cynthia was in first, so Edwin, you're out. Steve Wright, first on The Journey. This is sold to Steve Wright, The Journey LP. Jason Short, you were second. Michelle Miller, first on the Christmas album. That's sold to Michelle Miller. Davy Blair, you were second. Stacy, third. And then Heather Feather, first to the Jazz Crusaders. We will keep going in this crate. New bid on the Rolling Stones at 57. Final call on the Danny Gatton. Live at Bill Graham's Fillmore West, 1999. Live at Bill Graham's Fillmore West on the original Columbia 2i. Michael Bloomfield, Taj Mahal, and others on that. 1999. The Carpenters' Christmas Portrait, $29.99. Always a desirable Christmas album. This one is near mint. The Carpenters' Christmas Portrait, $29.99. Cynthia's back in on the Stones at $65. WOLF, or is that WGLF? Maybe WOLF. Wolf? Or is that's a radio? I'm going to say, it looked like radio station, right? Yeah, WOLF. It's not, I guess you could call it Wolf, but it looks like a radio station compilation. $14.99. The Animals, Deep Purple, Soul Survivors, Billy Stewart, the Bubble Puppies on here. Chuck Berry, 1910 Fruit Gum Company, Tommy James, Frankie Avalon, Etta James, the Beau Brummels, the Shangri-Las, the Righteous Brothers, $14.99. Michelle Miller on the Carpenters. That is sold to Michelle Miller, the Carpenters' Christmas album. Thomas Hujar on the Fillmore concert record. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. Fred Carnell second. Edwin's at 66 on the Rolling Stones. William, you were third on the Fillmore. Bill Samus, you were fourth. Stacy Metternich is going to get the WOLF radio station compilation. Jane Fink, you were second. Let's sell Preston Rose, the Danny Gatton autograph, for $85. Preston, that is sold to you, $85. I have one more of those to auction later. I've got one more Danny Gatton autograph, and that's all from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. And he signed at 93. He passed away in 94. So that is sold to Preston Rose for $85. The Rolling Stones is now at 85. Speaking of 85, that's what the Stones is now at with Cynthia. Let me try to find another autograph. I've got John Mayall's, Joe Cocker's, Steve Miller's, Eric Burden's. I have Alvin Lee, Steve Cropper, Julian Lennon. I have an autographed Buckingham Nicks. Let me go ahead and do this one. No, it's not signed by Stevie Nicks or Lindsey Buckingham. That would be incredible. That would be incredible. However, I do have a Stevie Nicks autograph in the very high-end stuff in the back from Pittsburgh that we're waiting letters of authenticity to arrive in the mail. So this is autographed by Jim Keltner. Now, good and bad things about this record. One, it's got the autograph of the drummer. Y'all saw the Jim Keltner autograph. He signed a lot of albums for Dale. Session drummer. He played drums on this album. Bad part, somebody wrote their name right on Lindsey's forehead. A good part is this is a gatefold Polydor pressing in very nice condition. I hadn't cleaned it, but I looked at it just a second ago, and it is an EX Plus record. And as y'all know, this album is always desirable, and it's got an autograph. It's got an autograph on it by Jim Keltner. So I'm only going to start it at $45. Unfortunately, Hey M or somebody, Flo, what's that name say? I don't know. But somebody wrote their name, but it's got an autograph on it. The record's never been reissued. It's never been reissued. $45 start. Buckingham Nicks, $45 start on that. All right, Cynthia's at 85 on the Stones. Edwin's out, so that's going twice, going three times. Stacy's going to pass the WOLF compilation to Jane Fink. So, Jane, you did get the radio station comp, and let's go through some more records here. Sticky Fingers. This is a 1971 Presswell VG Plus condition, $49.99. VG Plus condition, $49.99. KC and the Sunshine Band, VG condition, OG pressing, VG condition, $11.99, and Steppenwolf Monster. Steppenwolf is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. One more, and then we're going to sell the Rolling Stones. ZZ Top Fandango, VG Plus condition, $26.99. Fandango, VG Plus condition, $26.99. Buckingham Nicks, we were at 50 with Pete Weisgarber. Denise, your 45 is out. Debbie Winstead first on KC and the Sunshine Band. Anthony Gray first to the Ace album. That is sold to Anthony Gray. Chris Bijak, you were second. Jeff Topping third. So Anthony Gray first to that. I'll show one more. Kenny Burrell, that's EX $22.99 all day long and all night long. Kenny Burrell 2LP. William Warback, you were second on KC. Let's go ahead and sell this Rolling Stones record for $85 to Cynthia Herdren. Final call on the autographed Buckingham Nicks for $50. $50 to Pete Weisgarber. That's a great deal on just the album alone, much less with the Jim Keltner JSA authenticated signature on there. So there you have it. Final call on that. Let me go ahead and be grabbing the next Stones record. I'm about to do another autograph, but first, let me do another vintage bootleg because I can tell there's a lot of buyers on those tonight. We have Thomas Hujar getting the Kenny Burrell. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. Daniel, you were a close second, but it's already sold to Thomas. Denise is at 55 on Buckingham Nicks. I typed BE by mistake of BW. You did, but you were still second. Chris, you were still second to Anthony Gray. He was still first on that. And Pete's at 65. All right. New Stones bootleg. I was about to sell Buckingham Nicks, but they have started bidding on that. The next Stones bootleg is a live compilation. A lot from the Ed Sullivan, and then the rest are from other miscellaneous TV shows and broadcasts in the 60s and early 70s. So this is a compilation of, it looks like, live broadcast TV and radio station performances by the Rolling Stones. It's called the Rolling Stones Summer Reruns. Summer Reruns, the Rolling Stones, and that is a $45 start. No condition notes on the vinyl. No condition notes on the vinyl. Summer Reruns. Looks like it's EX Plus. Very nice. That next Rolling Stones bootleg, $45 start. $45 start. The autograph on deck is an autographed Birds album by Chris Hillman and Roger McGuinn. That's on deck. Going to do that one next. Okay. Richard Pryor, live on Sunset Strip. VG condition, $9.99. Ellington Fantasies, Duke Ellington and his orchestra, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Denise, you're out on the Buckingham Nicks. Pete's at 65. Whenever you're done bidding, just let me know, or you can bid again. Brent's at 45 on the Rolling Stones. Most Precious Blood, Indecision. It has a light dish warp. It is a 1998 U.S. pressing, VG condition, $14.99. Most Precious Blood, it does have a dish warp. VG condition, $14.99. And the Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request, VG Plus, $49.99. Paul says almost EX, an original 1967 stereo copy, $49.99. Wow, $49.99. Blue London original 67 stereo pressing of that. Greg Rogers, first on the RP. RP is for Richard Pryor. That's so to Greg Rogers. Sean Fairweather, or actually Michael McCullen, you were second on the Richard Pryor. Sean Fairweather, first on the Duke Ellington. Denise is out on the Buckingham Nicks. So when I get to the bottom, if no one else has bid, this is sold to Pete Weisgarber for $65. And while I'm at it, if no one else has bid on the Rolling Stones, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Brent for $45 if there's no new claims when I get to the bottom. Because Christopher Morris has claimed this Rolling Stones record, so that's sold to Christopher Morris. Debbie Winstead on PB. That must have been for something I've already sold, maybe. What was PB? Precious Blood? That could be PB for Precious Blood. Is that right, Debbie Winstead, this picture disc? If not, let me know, but I'm going to go ahead and tag you for it. And we're at the bottom. So, Buckingham Nicks sold to Pete Weisgarber for $65. By the way, Pete, the sign, our new sign, thanks to Pete and his company, our new Coletco sign is going to be delivered on Monday. So, I'll have a new image, the front of the Coletco building with our new Coletco sign. Finally, getting that done. It's going to be installed on Monday. And no one else bid on the Stones. That's sold to Brent Robley for $45. So Debbie did want the picture disc. The Stones is sold to Brent for $45. And Pete got the Buckingham Nicks for $65. Let me introduce our next auctions. I've already got the Roger McGuinn over there. Let's go ahead and put up another Stones. Let's go ahead and do one of the other autographs. Now, we just sold a Mick Taylor signed LP. Let's do another. This is signed by Mick Taylor. It's a 1973 Shelley press, so an original pressing with the original inner sleeve and insert. The vinyl's in VG condition, though. Let's take a look at it. Same as last, $125 start. The Rolling Stones, Goat Head Soup. So a pretty nice jacket, just a couple marks here and here. It is a VG. It was a VG copy, but it is a 73 pressing with the original inner sleeve and insert. Mick Taylor, Goat Head Soup, $125 start. JSA authenticated, original guitars for that album by the Rolling Stones. Okay. Also an autograph. This is autographed by Chris Hillman and Roger McGuinn, the notorious Byrds brothers. This is JSA authenticated. It has Hillman and McGuinn's autographs on it. On the front, $95 start. $95 start. JSA authenticated. Continuing with this crate, Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. A 68 Pittman press, VG condition, $19.99. That's the original label. VG condition, $19.99. And this is Nature's Divine in the Beginning. Nature's Divine in the Beginning, VG condition, $9.99. If you just joined us, you're in a great time to be hopping on. New vintage and pre-owned records. We're about to start the first crate of Cyber Monday, kind of 19 and $24.99 blowout vinyl. Y'all know how that goes. It's fast and furious, and they're going to get wiped out. It's new vinyl that has no sense to be discounted, but we're clearing stuff out for the end of the year, and this is the time to do it, this week for sure, and today. So we'll get started on that in just a second. Michael McCullen on cash. Now, Michael, you have bought from us before. I've said your name a couple times tonight. It don't sound too familiar, but I'm pretty sure you've bought from us. But if you are a first-time buyer, let me know. Tower of Power, Bump City, VG Plus condition, $12.99. Tower of Power, Bump City. I don't think I've ever had that one before. VG Plus condition, $12.99. Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity, with the Betty Davis Eyes Hop Sticker, EX condition, $9.99. And Fleetwood Mac Rumors, VG condition, $14.99. The classic Rumors album, VG condition, $14.99. Colin Butler wants Bump City, and he wants the Divine, Nature's Divine album as well. Those are both sold to Colin. So first-time buyer, Michael, first thing I need you to do, I was about to say, I don't think I'd said your name before. Please make sure you send our Facebook page a message. Here's how things work. You've probably already heard some people talking about invoicing tonight. Invoices go out on Sundays and Mondays. Usually it's Mondays. Tanner, who does our invoicing for us, he actually got married last week, so he had a busy week. He didn't get invoices sent out till Tuesday, and then he got married this past Saturday down in Chattanooga. So he's in Jamaica right now, but he's sending invoices. We do $7 unlimited shipping. That starts today. That starts today on Monday. We're going to be doing this tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Definitely doing 6 shows this week, hopefully 4 5-hour live streams of nothing but great records, auctions, new vinyl on sale, $7 unlimited shipping. So if anybody's new watching for the first time, that's how things work. So that was sold to Michael, the Johnny Cash. Colin got the next 2 records, and then Travis Wade got the Fleetwood Mac. That's sold to Travis Wade. We were looking for a $125 start on the Stones and $95 on the Byrds. If that don't get a bid pretty soon, I'm going to make them a buy it now. Travis Wade got Fleetwood Mac. Susan, you were second. Anthony Gray put top, and that was for Tower of Power. So, Anthony, you were second on that. Tracy Yother, third on Rumors. William Warback, third on Tower of Power. And we have Denise Harrison, fourth on Fleetwood Mac. Michael Hickson, though, getting the Kim Carnes. I don't really have a turnaround time for shipping right now, but the best thing I usually say is if you get a tracking number, then it's shipped. They're pretty caught up, but it's usually 72 hours to 5 business days after you pay for your order. It's 72 hours to 5 business days after you pay for your invoice. Now, if it's taken longer than that, then we've either got behind or there's something up with the order or it's been overlooked. So usually everybody's in queue and they're just always playing catch up. We had over 400 orders this past week. That's a lot of boxes, a lot of sorting. If you paid on November 6th, then something's definitely wrong. By the way, the international customers, I've already seen one ask tonight. If you're international, you've got to communicate very well, because we hold your stuff even though you've paid, because we usually ask for you to release your order because it's international and we have to send you that invoice. So there's a lot of stuff in there. But if you have anything, corrections or anything like that, just send us a message. If we hadn't responded, then you might want to bump it. Just send a period or say bump or hello ? And that means it's been overlooked. But Tanner, who does all of our invoicing and stuff, he just got married. So we're trying to play catch up and get caught back on track for everything that he was doing. So Michael Henderson, in the nighttime. Back to selling records. VG Plus, $9.99. And with that for the night, I have reached my limit on how many questions I can answer tonight. So I'm going to just focus on selling records. If you have a question, make sure you message the page. Give us a few days to reply. This is VG Plus, $26.99. High Tide and Green Grass, the Rolling Stones. And that's on mono. That's a mono pressing, a 66 US mono. VG Plus, $26.99. VG Plus, $26.99. Furlan Husky, VG Plus, $9.99. Furlan Husky, that is a mono pressing from 1957. Wow, that's pretty cool. VG Plus, $9.99. All right, we have Rolling Stones. This is a $125 buy it now. Incredible. Mick Taylor signed Rolling Stones album. And The Byrds is a $95 buy it now. Buy it now. Brent Robley is going to steal the Mick Taylor autograph for $125. That is sold to Brent Robley. The Mick Taylor Rolling Stones for $125. And The Byrds is a $95 buy it now on that. I will check on the store email. Paul Brothers. But I see lots of people sending question marks and hello. That's a good thing because tonight I'm going to be, Chad, I'm going to be working on questions. So if there's something that hadn't been answered in a long time, somebody said November 6th, then there's definitely something up. That means something's been overlooked. That's something that's been overlooked, or there's something that we can't figure out and we just hadn't replied to yet. Sometimes things get complicated, like we don't know where a record is because we sell thousands every week, and it's very easy for one of these things to get slipped in somewhere and a sticky note fall off, and then we're looking for it for 2 weeks. You have no idea. There's a lot of records that grow legs and disappear back there. It's pretty incredible, actually. I don't know how, but it happens when you're moving this many pieces around individually. So, okay, this is a really cool autograph. I'm going to show that in 1 second. Let me go ahead and cover him up because that's got some nudity on it. And let me go ahead and put up this Stones. Is this actually Keith Richards or is it the Stones? Paul says Keith Richards in tune with City Jam. Mostly Keith Richards solo material. A little bit with the Stones. It's outtakes and demos. EX condition, $35 start. So vintage Keith Richards bootleg. Some solo, some with the Stones. EX condition, $35 start. It's a 2 LP for Keith. Looks like it kind of makes you think it's something made in Japan, but I'm sure it's not. This is a $35 start, and that is Keith Richards. That is a $35 start. Okay, now Woodstock 2. This is signed by Jack Cassidy, Jorma Kaukonen. I don't think I'm still saying his name. I don't know if I'm saying his name correctly, but I'm close. And Wavy Gravy. Wavy Gravy, who he's on the Woodstock film. Let's see if there's a picture of him in here. I don't think there's actually pictures of the band, no. But this is signed by 2 members of Jefferson Airplane. Jefferson Airplane right here that played on this album. Jack Cassidy and Jorma Kaukonen and Wavy Gravy as well. Wavy Gravy. This is a JSA authenticated, and I have this to start at $95. $95 for the Woodstock 2 soundtrack. Jack Cassidy, Jorma, and Wavy. And we have, Dale kept this as well. It's a Sunday Magazine, Pittsburgh Gazette, Woodstock 40th anniversary article. So, Kaukonen. What a name. I usually say whatever I can get out. All right, now, we also had a buy it now for the Byrds. Chris Bijak is going to get the Byrds for $95. John Young, you were second. Are you doing best offer? No, these are new arrivals. These are new arrivals. I did not catch the garter. Who signed the RDS? The Rolling Stones was signed by Mick Taylor. That is already sold. Brent Robley's at $35 on the Keith Richards. John Young's at $50. And we have Woodstock at $95, and we have a $40 on Keith, but we already have it at $50. Let's go ahead and finish this crate. Wow, this has been a busy crate. We're just halfway through it, and we hadn't even started the new vinyl on sale. Hope everybody's buckled in for tonight. Ringo Starr, Sentimental Journey, VG condition, $9.99. That's a 1970 original Jacksonville press. VG condition, $9.99. Tony Bennett, Long Ago, VG Plus, $11.99. That's a 58 mono. Tony Bennett, Long Ago, VG Plus, $11.99. Mondo Cane by Kai Winding. That's Mondo Cane number 2. EX condition, $9.99. That's a 64 stereo. 64 stereo. And Bryan Adams, his classic album from the 80s, Reckless, A little bit of cover damage right here. That's VG, $9.99. Seth, that was sold to Chris B. Jack for $95. Yep. Brian Adams is VG for $9.99. Okay, so back up to the top. Woodstock at 95. Keith Richards, 55.55. Scotty Hops on RS. RS was for Ringo Starr. That's sold to Scotty Hops. How much was Sentimental Journey in condition? Scotty Hops already bought it. Keith Richards is at 70. Keith Richards is at 60. And Woodstock's at 100. We'll keep going. We have Mama Cass. This is Dream a Little Dream. Mama Cass, that is. That's VG Plus, $11.99. Story of the Stones, 30 original greats by the Rolling Stones. EX condition, $22.99. That's a 30-track Stones compilation. EX condition, $22.99. Travis Wade on Mama Cass. So Scotty Hops got Ringo Starr. Mama went to Travis Wade. Heather Feather was second. Brent Robley first on the Rolling Stones. That's sold to Brent Robley. Keith is a vintage bootleg. I'll show that again in 1 second. And the Rolling Stones is autographed by Jorma Kaukonen, Wavy Gravy, and Jack Cassidy. I'll show that again in just a second. We do have a claim on the Brian Adams. That's sold to Michael Hickson. And Stacy Metternich, you were second on the Rolling Stones. Tom Johnson's out on Keith Richards. Let me go ahead and finish this crate, actually. A Taste of Honey by Martin Denny. VG Plus, $9.99. Grand Funk. I call it the Classic Red album. It's just Grand Funk self-titled. It's a 69 Winchester pressing. VG Plus, $19.99 for Grand Funk self-titled. And Moth the Hoople Wildlife. Moth the Hoople Wildlife. VG Plus condition, $19.99. Moth the Hoople Wildlife. I actually put that on one night. I greatly enjoyed it. Moth the Hoople Wildlife. One more, and then I probably do need to pause. Do you want to get funky with me, Peter Brown? Do you want to get funky with me? EX $12.99. Brent is going to pass on the Rolling Stones, so give that to Stacy Metternich instead of Brent Robley, if Stacy's okay with that. Woodstock's at 120. Heather Feather wants the Martin Denny. That's sold to Heather Feather. Michelle Miller, you were second. Woodstock at 130, and Jeff McMaster wants the Peter Brown. Now, let's get an update on our auctions. Looks like the high bidder on the Keith Richards is John Young at $60. This is called Keith Richards in Tune with City Jam. Keith Richards in Tune with City Jam. It's a vintage bootleg. It has Keith Richards solo material with a little bit of the Stones. It's outtakes and demos. John Young has that for $50. Jeff Williams has it for $70. Jeff Williams, he was actually up there higher, and it was a higher bid. Jeff Williams has this for $70. Going once, going twice. And now the Woodstock, signed by Jack Cassidy, Jorma Kaukonen, and Wavy Gravy. JSA authenticated. Of course, Jorma and Jack, members of Jefferson Airplane, and then Wavy Gravy. He was kind of like a comedian, entertainer kind of person. He was there on Woodstock. He's actually on the movie, if y'all recall that. That was at 120 with Stephen A. Young, and then 130 with Cynthia. 130 on Cynthia, and Stephen Young's out. So final call on that. Ohio Players, Skin Tight. The Ohio Players is VG for $9.99. Crazy Elephant, that's EX condition, $27.99. Crazy Elephant, that's on Bell Records, self-titled, EX $27.99. And the Rolling Stones, Honky Tonk Women, this is a French import, VG $14.99. And what this is, it was a French set. It's Big Hits, Volume 2, Through the Past Darkly. That's what it is. It was a set, Volume 13, and this is Through the Past Darkly, Big Hits, Volume 2. It's a French pressing, VG $14.99. Brian Arrigo gets this Rolling Stones. That's sold to Brian Arrigo. Final call now on these next two. Keith Richards is at $70. That's a final call to Jeff Williams, and Woodstock is a final call. That is Cynthia Herdren at 130. Final call. John Young's in on Keith Richards at 75. Pam Dickens wants the Ohio Players. I'm not going to do a recap of this bin because that was only the first crate of vintage, and we've got 9 more like this. Wow, there's 9 more like this to go through, and I've already got 9 crates of new vinyl to do on sale. So let me just set that off to the side. Late tonight, we'll do a recap of that. Buy it now, best offer, probably even. But right now, if you want anything else out of there, it's sticker price. Let me know right now. I'm going to go over here and grab our first crate of $19.99 new vinyl. Now, Seth, this is when your pen really starts working. I hope you're ready, Seth. Are you ready, Seth? He hadn't said anything yet. Okay, we can't do anything until Seth says he's ready. Let me ask him again. Seth, are you ready?
Ready as I'm gonna be.
He says he's as ready as he's going to be. All right, so this is 1999 new vinyl. Keith Richards is at 75 of John Young. Jeff Williams, let me know if you want back in. Mike Cochran wants the Grand Funk Red album. We'll go ahead and pull that. It was not, speaking of 1999, that was the price on that. Sold to Mike Cochran. Keith Richards at 80. I'm going to go ahead and sell the Woodstock album so I can get another autograph going. Cynthia Hertrin got that for $130. And the JSA card just flew off. I don't want to lose that. They told me at JSA to not lose these cards because they can't issue more of them. If you lose these cards, then you have to completely have it recertified. So don't lose your card. It's got a sticker on there too, but if you actually want that card, you got to completely have it recertified. Keith Richards at 80. We do not do record store day, so we do not sell or participate in record store day releases. Sorry about that. All right, I have another Ronnie Lane autograph. This is actually another Small Faces, the very desirable Ogden's Nut Gone Flake Tobacco record. And this is going to be another Ronnie Lane signature for a $55 start. $55 start, a complete collection. It's a reissue. As y'all know, the originals were actually die cut in a circle. Don't get those too often at all. This is a probably a mid-80s, yep, 1985 reissue. It's autographed by Ronnie Lane. $55 start. It's been JSA authenticated. That's very cool. $55. Seth is safe. Yeah, I can't fire him tonight. He's very he's got some, like he said earlier, he's got some leverage tonight. I cannot fire him. Otherwise, I'd have to stop the show or go back through and completely rewatch 5 hours and retag all these records. I used to do that. I used to do these sales a long time ago. I would try to do them by myself. Of course, that's when we had 40 or 60 people watching. And I would go live, and then I would go through and rewatch for 3 hours or 4 hours and tag everything. That's not good because you got to take the same amount of time to rewatch the whole show again. So you got to do it live or you waste a lot of time. Everything in here is $19.99, and I'm pretty sure whatever I have is all that I have. So if you see one copy, that's all I have. If I have 5 copies, then it's going to be for the first 5 people. These are $19.99. Grand Funk, let's do some final calls. John Young, let me know if you want back in on Keith Richards. Jeff has that for 80. And also, I'm going to go ahead and do a final call on Ronnie Lane. Brent Rodley has that for 55. First $19.99 record, Casey Musgraves, Golden Hour, $19.99. These are all on sale and discounted to $19.99. The Monkees' Greatest Hits, and this is the Rocktober yellow-orange vinyl. The Monkees' Greatest Hits, $19.99. The Monkees' Greatest Hits, $19.99 orange-yellow vinyl. I have one copy and only one copy of Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida. That's on the Atlantic 75th anniversary, crystal clear. That's on the clear vinyl, Iron Butterfly and Agata Davida, and I'm going to show one more. I've only got one copy left. I think I've shown this before, but I found a stray copy. Oingo Boingo, Dark at the End of the Tunnel. That is on orange vinyl, limited edition of 500, $19.99. $19.99 on that. So this officially starts $19.99. Seth is already, he was reading my mind. He's already writing $19.99 on the stickies. That's sold to Larry Smith. He gets the Casey Musgraves. There's 3 Monkees records. Those are sold to Debbie Winstead, Chris B. Jack, and Christopher Morris. Debbie, Chris, and Christopher. Debbie, Chris, and Christopher gets those. Jeff McIntosh, you were next. So was Stacy Metternich. Fred Carnell on Butter. That's in Agata Davida. In Agata Davida, not Vita. Butter. I got Butter and Vita on my mind. That is sold to Fred Carnell. John Young is out on the Keith Richards. Josie, you were second on Iron Butterfly. Henry's Choice third. And that just leaves Oingo Boingo. But it is time to end some auctions. The Keith Richards is sold to Jeff Williams for $80. I'm going to lay that right there. That's sold to Jeff Williams for $80. And only one bid on Ronnie Lane. And that is sold to Brent for $55. These JSA cards are flying around everywhere. That's sold to Brent for $55. I'm going to put that one right over here, Seth. That's sold to Brent for $55. That'll give me some time to put up a couple new auctions. Let's do one of the crazy don't know if I'm ready for this or not. Hear me just take a big deep breath. And let me pull out another autograph in here. Let me do that other Danny Gatton. Let me do that other Danny Gatton. Maybe Preston wants this one as well, or maybe somebody else. This is autographed by Billy Preston and Mick Taylor. They both obviously played on the album. That's the Rolling Stones' Sticky Fingers. And this is signed by Billy Preston and Mick Taylor. It is a 71 original Presswell pressing, VG condition, $375 start. $375 start. Sticky Fingers is signed by Billy Preston and Mick Taylor. Now, if you remember, we've already sold a dual signed Billy Preston Mick Taylor autograph, and we had a battle for it. I forgot what album it was. It may have been Goathead Soup. This is signed by Mick Taylor and Billy Preston, JSA authenticated, $375. Now, a close look at the jacket. As usual, a little bit of wear around the zipper and the belt buckle. There's a crease right here, and there's a little bit of piece missing up here on top of the belt buckle. Very common for these well-loved copies of Sticky Fingers. But other than that, the autographs are very nice. There's Mick Taylor's. There's Billy Preston's. $375 start. Here's the next and last Danny Gatton autograph. It's another Robert Gordon. $85 start. $85 start. This is Robert Gordon, Are You Gonna Be the One? This is signed by Danny Gatton on the back. JSA authenticated. That's an $85 start. $85 start. There's our next two auctions. Let's continue. I can't believe. Now, y'all know the rules. If we don't sell out of the crate, we do not continue. So, who needs an Oingo Boingo? I've got 4 copies of U2 War, gatefold, new and sealed. U2 War, 1999. U2 War, that is $19.99. I've got 4 copies of it. They're new and sealed, just $19.99. Now, I've already shown these for $29.99, $24.99, and I still hadn't sold one. I've got them all together. I've got these half off at $19.99. I still don't think I have sold one yet, so let's try 50% off. Do we have anybody remotely interested in a Fish Fuego? This is $19.99. This is on 2LP Spontaneous Combustion Flame-Colored Vinyl. Lacquers cut by Chris Bellman. Half off, Fish, $19.99. That got it $20 off now. Back up to the top, the U2 album. Heather Feather, Zachary P., John Wilson, and Michael Potts. I think that was the first 4, right? Heather Feather, Zachary P., John Wilson, Michael Potts all got U2 War. Those are all sold $19.99 each. Michael Potts was the last one to get one. That's sold to Michael Potts, last name. Next was Scott Vanek. Scott, you were next on that. That's the only 4 copies I had. And now some Fish. We've sold some Fish. We got one for John Wilson, one for Sarah Long, one for Dennis Jackson, one for Sherry Darnell. I need one more, one for Fred Carnell. All right, so there we go. Fish, $19.99. So the U2s, Heather, Zach, John, and Michael. And now the Fish to John Wilson, Sarah Long, Dennis Jackson. Paul, you were next on U2. Sherry Darnell gets a Fish. And the last is Fred Carnell. Fish, those are all gone. Okay, now we did get a bid on the Stones. Benton Bragg is at $375, the opening bid on that. That's on the Billy Preston Mick Taylor autograph. That is Benton Bragg's at $375, going once, going twice. One more time. I hadn't got to the bottom yet, but no bid on the Danny Gatton, looking for an $85 start on that. Michael Potts, you were next on Fish. Now, Lance, you put Stones 200. The starting bid was $375, and we already have somebody in, so that's at $19.99. I'm going to show the next 2 records. It's Steppenwolf. This is on orange vinyl. Was $33.99. Now they're $19.99. Steppenwolf, self-titled, orange vinyl, $19.99 on Steppenwolf. Their self-titled first album. I have 2 copies. I've only got 1 copy of Michael Jackson Bad. That's $19.99. Michael Jackson Bad. And this is the Super Blues Band. Super Blues Band. Howlin' Wolf, Muddy Waters, and Bo Diddley. That is $19.99. There's the next couple. All right, I don't think anybody bid on the Danny Gatton, so Let me go ahead and make that a buy it now. If anybody wants this other Danny Gatton autograph, $85 buy it now. Sign there on the back. It's another signed Robert Gordon LP. $85 buy it now if anybody wants that. That is now up for bid, or that's now up for a buy it now. And let's go ahead and do a final call on the Billy Preston, Mick Taylor, Sticky Fingers. That's at $475. $475 or $375? Hold on a second. $375. Yeah, I was about to say $375. That's a final call. $375. $375. There's the Gatton. That's an $85 buy it now. Let me see what else we had over here. So there's the Fish LPs. We've already tagged those. And now Steppenwolf. We have Steppenwolf with Michael Potts and Allum Die. That's SW. Michael Potts and Allum Die. Got the Steppenwolfs. Fred Carnell, you were third, only had two. Christopher Morris first on the Michael Jackson Bad. That's so to Christopher Morris. Roland, you were second. Debbie third. Don fourth. Henry, you were fourth on Steppenwolf. There was only two. And then the Blues album is sold to Sean Fairweather. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. He put Blue for Blues. Bill McAllister second. Allum Die third. Greg fourth. William fifth. New bid on the Rolling Stones, $380. And Jeff Williams is at $380. Benton Bragg, you're outbid on the Billy Preston Rolling Stones autograph. $380 is where we're at on that. Now, if you missed out earlier on a Carl Perkins album, here's another one. This is Carl Perkins and NRBQ. Carl Perkins and NRBQ. Another $55 start. Carl Perkins, autographed LP. Thanks, Carl Perkins, 1990. It's on Columbia Records. Carl Perkins and NRBQ, Boppin' the Blues, autographed. This is a $55 start. JSA authenticated, and they'll put some kind of clipping in here. Rockabilly, is it obituaries? It's Carl Perkins' obituary from 1998. The son of a Tennessee tenant farmer. Started playing guitar at age 7. That his father made from a cigar box, broomstick, and baling wire. Wow. That's Carl Perkins. Started playing when he was 7. JSL authenticated, $55 start. $55 start on that. Okay, Jeff's at $380, and now Benton's at $395. Continuing with $19.99. $19.99 on sale new vinyl. We still got to sell the Oingo Boingo. Somebody's got to claim it. But first, we have Avenged Sevenfold, sounding the 7th trumpet. Purple vinyl, 2 copies, AX7, Avenged Sevenfold, $19.99. 2 copies. I've got one copy of Sly Stone, Family Soul Sessions, the rare 45 RPMs from Sly Stone, 1963 to 1966. That's now $19.99. Silver and purple splatter vinyl. That's $19.99. And here's another Oingo Boingo. Only one copy. This is called Boingo, red and silver marbled vinyl, $19.99. $3.95 on the Stones. Jeff Williams, you're outbid. Henry's Choice put C for something. I'm not for sure. And then we have Rolando on the Avenged Sevenfold. Rolando, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Please go ahead and send our Facebook page right now a message. We need your email address and your mailing address. $7 in limited shipping. We invoice every Monday, but we need a message from you. I'm pretty sure you're a first-time buyer. That's sold to Rolando. Craig Ruth was second on the second and last Avenged Sevenfold. That's sold to Craig Ruth. These are all $19.99. Chris Jack got the Sly Stone. That's sold to Chris. Allum Die was second. Micah, you were third on the Avenged, only had 2. We have Thomas Hujar on Oingo Boingo, I'm assuming for this one. And Jeff Williams is a new bidder on the Rolling Stones at $400. Fred Carnell, you were second on the Oingo Boingo, and now there's just that one left. So that one sold to Thomas Hujar. Let me do a update and final call. If you want to bid on Carl Perkins, there was 3 or 4 bidders on the last one. Here's the next one. Final call for a $55 start, or I'm going to make it a buy it now. And then Jeff Williams. Jeff Williams, you're at $400 on the Stones. Benton Bragg, you've been outbid. So he's at $400. Final call on Carl Perkins to get a bid in at $55. Continuing with $19.99, Elton John. This was $31, then $24, Now it's 19. Elton John self-titled. That's a sealed new copy, of course, $19.99. I think I've reduced Big Country from $44.99 to $29.99, and now more than half off, $19.99. Big Country, Steel Town, $19.99. Jeff is in on the Carl Perkins at 55, Larry Smith's at 57. So we got two new bidders on Carl Perkins. Pamela Yeager is going to get the Elton John album. That's sold to Pamela Yeager. And Fred Carnell is going to grab a copy of Big Country Steel Town. There is one copy left for $19.99. Flamin' Groovies, now limited edition, numbered colored vinyl, $19.99. Flamin' Groovies, last copy was $38, now $19.99. Music on vinyl pressing. Fred Carnell, you got the Big Country. Jeff McMaster back in on Carl Perkins, and Jeff Williams, you're outbid on the Rolling Stones, autographed Billy Preston, Mick Taylor, dual signed LP. Going once, going twice to Benton Bragg, $415. Big Country sold to Chris Sheridan. He gets the other Big Country, and Ron Duffield wants Flamin' Groovies. We are almost at the end of the crate, and no one has got the Oingo Boingo. There's about 4 records left in here. First is Raven, Stay Hard, limited edition 750, yellow vinyl. This was an odor markdown from 38 to 29. Last copy, limited numbered, metal. Raven, $19.99. That's our last copy. And I've got 2 copies of X under the Big Black Sun. X is another limited, numbered, music on vinyl pressing, $19.99 under the Big Black Sun. That was 38, then 29. Now it's $19.99. Now it's $19.99. We have Chris Sheridan, Big Country. We've pulled that. Ron Duffield got the Flamin' Groovies. And now the Raven record is sold to Robert Scheffler. Rob Scheffler gets the Raven record. That's $19.99. Jeff Williams is the new bidder on the Rolling Stones at $420. Larry Smith, the Carl Perkins, it's back to you. Jeff has it for $58. Jeff has it for $58. The 2 X albums are sold to Thomas Hujar and Jeff Malwitz. We only had 2 of them. They're sold to Thomas Hujar and Jeff Malwitz. Carl Perkins is at $60 of Larry Smith, so Jeff McMaster, you're out. Charlie DeFrank, you were 3rd on X. There was only 2. Kevin Crowell, you were 2nd on Raven. There was only 1. Dan McKenzie next on X. Charlie DeFrank next on X again. That is where we're at. And Jeff McMaster's at 61 on Carl Perkins. Larry Smith, you're back out. Last record in the bin, Eric Church, Desperate Man, $19.99 for Eric Church. And like I said, we cannot continue unless somebody buys the Oingo Boingo. That is the last crate. We have sold everything in there. Somebody's got to buy it. Right, Seth? He's nodding his head. Seth's pen over here is on fire. It's on fire. It's on fire. Do you need the tags for these, or are you just waiting?
Yeah, we probably need to. Have them ship the 55 to Brenda 80.
Okay. This is the 55. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that was the Keith Richards. Yep. Okay. 61 on Carl Perkins. Daniel Booziden got the Eric Church. That's sold to Daniel Booziden. Dennis Jackson 2nd. Kenny Cates 3rd. Denise 4th. And no one's got a Oingo Boingo. Are y'all really going to stop the show? It's over. 10 seconds left. Somebody to claim it. Then I'm hitting end stream and turning off my mic. Oingo Boingo. Rolling Stones is at $435. This is autographed by Billy Preston and Mick Taylor. Billy Preston and Mick Taylor. JSA authenticated. It's an original Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers. It's autographed by Billy Preston, also known as the 5th Beatle, and the original guitarist, Mick Taylor. JSA authenticated. Benton Bragg has that for $435. And now Carl Perkins is at 62 and now 64. Carl Perkins with NRBQ. Beautiful signature, and the record itself is near mint minus. All right. I'm going to change out crates. I'm going to leave the Oingo Boingo right there. Limited edition, 500. Everybody's saying good night. All right. Nobody's going to buy it. 238 viewers, and not anybody needs a copy of Oingo Boingo. That's actually pretty sad. It's actually really sad. Let me go grab the next crate of $19.99. Cyber Monday, $19.99 new vinyl. Just pretend you're on our website, because that's essentially what you're on. If you're watching right now, you're essentially on CollectCo's website, and it's like we're running sales live, and it's whoever gets them first, and you get to see the exact quantity and exactly how many we have and what it is. So This started last week on we started Black Wednesday because we wasn't here for Friday, and Saturday because of Tanner's wedding. So, okay, so Stones 435, Carl Perkins 62, Carl Perkins 64, the Rolling Stones 440. Brian Arrigo is going to take one for the team. I knew somebody's going to buy it. They don't want to risk the show being over. That's sold to Brian Arrigo for $19.99. Josie was second. And we have a test comment. Okay, so we got new bids on both auctions. To keep it simple, we're going to go ahead and roll with the next crate of $19.99. I've got 2 crates like this of $24.99. I've got 2 crates like this of $29.99. I've got 2 crates like this of $34.99. Now, the $34.99 stuff is really, really good titles. Some of it even recent stuff, or it's a lot of stuff that was $60, $70, and now it's just $34.99. But first, we're going to knock out the rest of the $19.99 stuff. They're still bidding on Carl Perkins and the Billy Preston Mick Taylor. First, Carl Perkins is now at $65 of Larry Smith, and the Billy Preston Mick Taylor is at $440 with Jeff Williams. Benton Bragg, you're outbid. That's at $440. Continuing, $19.99, it's Danzig. This is Danzig on Starburst colored vinyl. That's Glenn Danzig, black area, $19.99, 4 copies. Limited edition, $19.99. Nirvana Bleach, $19.99, Nirvana Bleach, and 2 copies of MC5, Kick Out the Jams, Blankety Blankers. MC5, $19.99. I've got 2 copies of that. I better pause there. Danzig's $19.99, Nirvana's $19.99, and MC5's $19.99. Benton Bragg is backing on the Stones at $455. Jeff Williams, you are outbid. Heather Feather wants a copy of Nirvana Bleach. That's sold to Heather Feather. So there's Brian Arrigo's Oingo Boingo. There's Heather Feather's Nirvana Bleach. Travis Wade, you were second. Now we have a copy of Danzig going to Stephen Roberts. That's sold to Stephen Roberts, Danzig. Clay Moore, you were next on Bleach. Thomas Hujar was next on Bleach. So 3 copies of Danzig. Still got MC5. Great album. OGs, true first pressings, in great condition. We always have them. They're beat up. Looks like people threw them on the floor after they got done playing them. We've had nice ones before. They're not cheap. $19.99. That's a new Rocktober exclusive on clear and red splatter vinyl. MC5, Kick Out the Jams. Next is Linkin Park Meteora, just $19.99. That's a fairly recent restock. I'm just marking down stuff. It's Cyber Monday, Linkin Park. Steve Cropper, we're going to have his autograph later. Here is one of his solo albums, the famous session guitarist Steve Cropper, with a little help from my friends. That's $19.99, and I'm going to show one more, and we've got 3 copies of it, and there's probably going to be a bunch of claims. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. From $28.99 to $19.99, I've got 3 copies of Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. Okay, Jeff McMaster, could you let me know if you're in or out on Carl Perkins? Larry Smith has this for $65, and that's a final call. Carl Perkins and NRBQ, autographed by Carl Perkins, and then an update on the Stones. I hadn't got to the bottom yet, but Benton Bragg had this for $455, autographed by Billy Preston and Mick Taylor, $455. Next was Bleach Bleach. Paul Brothers gets a copy of Danzig. That's sold to Paul Brothers, $19.99. Everything in this bin's $19.99. John Wilson first to grab that Linkin Park. That's sold to John Wilson, Linkin Park. Tooney, you were second. Todd Tipton third. Colin Butler is going to get the Steve Cropper. That's sold to Colin Butler, $19.99. And we only had 3 copies of SRV. Those are sold to Michael McCullen, Joshua, and Anthony Gray. That was the first 3 people. Michael McCullen, Joshua Cross, and Anthony Gray. SRV, SRV, SRV. Fred Carnell was 4th, Josie 5th, James 6th, Thomas 7th, Daniel Fowler 8th. Jeff's back in on Carl Perkins at 67, Carl Perkins at 70 for Larry Smith. And there's the MC5 claims. They came in late, but we got them. Jeff McIntosh and Colin Butler. By the way, that is uncensored. So yes, he does actually say blankety blank. Blankety blankers. Yes. So fill in the blanks. Jeff Williams, are you still with me? Final call to Benton Bragg, the Rolling Stones, signed by Billy Preston and Mick Taylor. This is around the territory. No, the last one brought more than this, I think. Benton bought the last one. He's a Stones fan. He's a Stones collector. He bought the last Billy Preston, Mick Taylor. He's at $455 on that. I'm pretty sure he paid more for the last one. We're going to have another one later tonight as well. Another Preston Taylor dual signed Stones album. They're still bidding on Carl Perkins. 2 copies of Danzig left. Continuing for $19.99. A Day at Disneyland with Walt Disney and Jiminy Cricket, $19.99. This is a spoken word record, of course. I think it has some music on it too, but it's Jiminy Cricket and Walt Disney, $19.99. Miami Sound Machine, right at 50% off. Limited edition of 2000 on numbered orange vinyl, or orange vinyl, numbered color, numbered jackets. The vinyl isn't numbered, the jackets are. Music on vinyl, limited edition, numbered and colored vinyl, $19.99, Miami Sound Machine. I've got 2 copies of that. Also, Halloween Garage Blues, orange vinyl, now $19.99. That's on orange vinyl. Halloween Garage Blues, $19.99. And I have 1 copy left of Marshall Crenshaw, self-titled, number 16. Wow, low number. Number 16, Marshall Crenshaw, $19.99. Okay, Carl Perkins, 67. Carl Perkins, 70. We had the 2 MC5 claims. Then Carl Perkins, 72. Carl Perkins, 75. Michelle Miller gets the Disney record. That's sold to Michelle Miller for $19.99. Larry Smith is going to get a Miami Sound Machine, MSM. That's sold to Larry Smith. Colin Butler on the Halloween Garage Blues. Cynthia Herdren was 2nd. Fred Carnell, 3rd. William Warback is going to get the 4th copy of Miami Sound Machine, or the 2nd and last copy of Miami Sound Machine. That's sold to William Warback. And the Marshall Crenshaw is sold to John Young. That's sold to John Young. $19.99 for everything in here. Chris B. Jack was 2nd. And wow, there it is. I was about to sell it. Jeff Williams is back in on the Rolling Stones at $460. Benton Bragg, you're outbid. Jeff is at $460. They're also still bidding on the Carl Perkins. This one's up to $75 of Larry Smith. Jeff McMaster, you're out. That is now at $75. Continuing with this crate of $19.99. I think before I do that, let me show another MoFi CD. This is Queen, Not at the Opera. 1992 Gold Disc MoFi, $69.99. 1992 Gold Disc MoFi CD, $69.99. Beautiful condition. There's another MoFi. If you missed it earlier, we also had Dark Side of the Moon, another MoFi CD. This is the first 2 I've shown, $69.99. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, and Queen, Not at the Opera. Boy, those are some classic albums. MoFi Gold Disc CDs, $69.99. I've got 2 of them. I've got another stack over here we'll get to in a second. They're still bidding on Carl Perkins, and they're still bidding on the Stones. We will wait. We have 2 copies of Soul Diggin'. This is Soul Music Gems from Vinyl Diggers. And this is deep cut, rare soul tracks, $19.99. It's a fairly new release. I ordered 2 and no one bought them, so here they are on sale, $19.99. That came out about a month ago. Soul Diggin', $19.99. I've got 2 copies available, and there's T-Bone Walker, T-Bone's Blues, $19.99 for T-Bone Walker, and Syd Barrett, Pink Floyd, The Madcap Laugh, Syd Barrett's solo album. I've got 2 copies. Originally $37, now they're $19.99. $19.99. The Rolling Stones is at $475 with Benton Bragg. Jeff Williams, you're outbid. Jeff was at $460. Benton's at $475. Carl Perkins is at $78 with Jeff McMaster. Brent Robley wants the DSOM. He wants this Dark Side of the Moon CD. So that's a random stray claim. I'm going to set this right here, Seth, on top of these. That's sold to Brent, the Dark Side of the Moon CD, at sticker on the back. And now we have the Soul Diggin'. Soul Diggin' is sold to Colin Butler and Tommy Flowers. That's sold to Colin Butler and Tommy Flowers. And now we have Dennis Jackson on T-Bone Walker. That's sold to Dennis Jackson. Calvin Ward was 2nd. Alan Dye 3rd on the Soul Diggin'. And now the Syd Barrett's are sold to Chris B. Jack and Greg Seacrest. Greg, if you're a first-time buyer, which I'm pretty sure you are, I don't think I've said your last name before. Thank you and welcome. Let me know you're a first-time buyer, and make sure you send our Facebook page a message. We need a Facebook instant message DM to our Facebook inbox with your email address and mailing address. If you're watching on YouTube for the first time, I've got separate instructions for you, but we need Greg to send us a message. Unless you've bought and I just don't recognize your name. But the Sid Barretts are sold to Chris and Greg. Josie was third, Thomas fourth, Sarah fifth, and we have Carl Perkins at $80. Let's do an update. This has been up for it's going on a half hour probably, but I expected it. Bit and Bragg is at $475. Billy Preston, Mick Taylor, Sticky Fingers. Jeff Williams, if you're still with me, let me know if you want back in. It's back to you. Benton has it for $475. The Carl Perkins is at $82 with Jeff McMaster. Larry Smith, you're back out. Still bidding on that. Continuing with $19.99, we have Black Flag. This one's called Annihilate This Week. Black Flag is $19.99. Annihilate This Week, $19.99. And Rick Springfield, Working Class Dog. Working Class Dog. This is a 40th anniversary special live edition. Rick Springfield, $19.99. I've got only one copy of the very best of Sam Cooke with the Soul Stirrers. Some of Sam Cooke's first music, gospel recordings with the Soul Stirrers. What an amazing voice. $19.99 on that. And I've got one copy of Etta James, At Last. Etta James is $19.99. Etta James, $19.99. All right, so we have an out on Carl Perkins. So, Jeff, you have Carl Perkins at $82. That's going twice, going 3 times. We're about to sell that very, very quickly. And I'm also going to have to sell Billy and Mick Taylor. I was waiting for Jeff to say out, but I also have to give it a reasonable amount of time, and then I've got to go ahead and call it. Jeff, if you can hear me, you're out on the Stones. Ben has that at $475. If you want to bid, you've got to bid more than $475, or I've got to go ahead and sell it. Next on these, first was Black Flag to Sean Fairweather. You want it here? All right, that's sold to Sean Fairweather, Black Flag. Debbie Winstead on RS, which was Rick Springfield. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Christopher Morris on Sam Cooke. That's sold to Christopher Morris. A lot of singles in here, only one copies of things. Darren Davis, you were second. George Lyle third. And Travis Wade first on Etta James. Travis Wade first on Etta James. Derek Hartman wants the MoFi Queen CD for $69.99. It's yours. Now this one's really cool. I'm going to quickly show another MoFi CD, and then I'm selling both auctions. $99.99. This is Pink Floyd The Wall, a 1991 gold disc, 2 CD, The Wall MoFi CD. I've never seen that before, and it's in very nice condition. MoFi CD, gold disc from 1991. Paul got all these ready he got these ready more than a month ago, and I'm just now showing them. They've been behind the counter. There's Pink Floyd, The Wall, 2 CD, $99.99. That's available. I've got more MoFi CDs coming up. Okay, last thing I pulled was Etta James to Travis Wade. And then for $19.99, Derek got the Queen MoFi CD. Bert Jordan, you were second on Etta James. Mark Cunningham third. We already got 2 bids on the Rolling Stones since I've been gone. Jeff Williams at $480. Benton Bragg at $500. Benton Bragg at $500. And now let's go ahead and sell Carl Perkins, and I'll get a new auction started. Carl Perkins is sold to Jeff McMaster for $82. Jeff McMaster gets the Carl Perkins signed LP. Carl Perkins and NRBQ. Beautiful album as far as condition and signature. And it comes with a Pittsburgh Gazette obituary from Carl Perkins. And that is sold to Jeff McMaster for $82. Jeff McMaster for $82. Jeff Williams. I think Jeff just has a really delayed connection. So I'm going to go ahead and get a third. I'm going to put up 2 new auctions because I don't think he's taking that long. I think it's his connection. It's very delayed. So I'm going to go ahead and get 2 other auctions going. I don't want to do another Stones record, though, because it's going to get confusing with the other one. But I'm going to put up 2 other autographs. I'm going to go ahead and run this Steve Cropper and this one of the last Ronnie Lane autographs we have. And Seth, if you Ever need anything, Seth, don't hesitate to ask, okay? Do not hesitate to ask Seth. Seth don't ask a lot for instruction. He'd be very quiet over here. If you ever need instruction, Seth, don't hesitate to ask, okay? Okay. Okay. Stones is at 500. Jeff, you're out. Okay, next two autographs. Rod Stewart and the Faces. Autographed by Ronnie Lane. Very cool. $55 start. That's our third Ronnie Lane signature of the night. JSA authenticated. $55 start. $55 start. And I'm pretty sure, except for the one that didn't sell the other night that I now have listed on eBay, this is the one, it has to be, one of the last Steve Cropper autographs I have. $45 start. One of Steve Cropper's solo albums, autographed by the man himself, Night After Night. This is signed by Steve Cropper. On the front, Steve Cropper 1990. The album itself is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. Nice jacket. $45 start. $45 start. Jeff is out on the Rolling Stones. All right. Final call. Now we know that Jeff's out. We're about to sell the Rolling Stones, Billy Preston, Mick Taylor, and we're at 500 on the button. Air horn qualified. It's about to come. Billy Preston, Mick Taylor, final call for $500. Do you have Derek and Domino MoFi? I don't know. And plus, I can't tell you because it will be a secret for first come, first serve if I do. Final call on Ronnie Lane, $55. Looking for $45 on Steve Cropper. Hey, there's two more Black Flags. If you missed out on the other, Annihilate This Week, $19.99. Black Flag, Annihilate This Week, $19.99. I've got two copies. Sean got the last one. I don't think there was anybody backup on the others, were they? Nope, only Sean claimed one, so there's two more. Two more Black Flags. Primus, Frizzle Fry. Primus is $19.99 for Frizzle Fry, $19.99. And the Foo Fighters, but here we are, the indie exclusive, white vinyl, Foo Fighters, $19.99. Their newest album. I've got two copies left. This is sold to Derek Wortman for sticker on the back. Let me make sure. Derek Hartman. Derek Hartman got the Queen MoFi CD, yes. All righty, let's see here. All right, so Debbie is at 55 on the Ronnie Lane. That's also final call. Let me go ahead and tag these. Derek Hartman on the Black Flag. These are still $19.99. That's sold to Derek Hartman. Thomas Hujar on P for Promise. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. Rob Scheffler second. Colin Butler third. Brian Arrigo fourth. And then the two Foo Fighters albums, Mark Shelton and Rolando. And Rolando, if you've noticed, I'm not trying to say your last name because I would probably butcher it. But you did get a Foo Fighters along with Mark Shelton. Also, John Wilson was third. And Derek Hartman, you were fourth on the Foo Fighters. Okay, so let's do a congratulations to Benton Bragg getting the other Billy Preston, Mick Taylor, dual-signed Rolling Stones. If you're new to CollectCo, if we sell a single record for more than $500, we do a congratulatory thank you with a big boat horn, air horn thank you. So, very cool. Another piece of rock and roll memorabilia going to a new customer and a Rolling Stones lover. I said fan. He said Rolling Stones lover. Billy Preston, Mick Taylor, dual signed, $500. Thank you, Benton Bragg. Seth plugged his ears. Psh, what a lightweight. I take the air horn straight to the face every time. And now my head hurts. This is sold for $500. Let's go ahead and there's the sleeve for it. Seth, I'll even put it in the sleeve for you to save you a little bit of time. Seth, he asked for a Christmas bonus if he worked tonight. He said, I'm only going to tag records if you give me a Christmas bonus. I said, we'll take a look at it. Davey Winstead, you get the Ronnie Lane for $55. This is at $55. That's sold to Debbie. I don't have a sleeve for that one. $55 on the Ronnie Lane. And if anybody wants Steve Cropper, $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now on Steve Cropper. Michael Grind is going to get Black Flag, $19.99. The only thing left so far in the bin is two copies of Glenn Danzig Area for $19.99. let's go ahead and put up 2 new auctions. It's time for a Rolling Stones boot. And don't worry, if you had your eyes on that Mick Taylor, Billy Preston, guess what? There's one more. And I have another Mick Taylor signed. And I have lots of Stones bootlegs. So let's do the Rolling Stones, the live album. The Rolling Stones live album. Live compilation, EX condition, $35 start. Live compilation, EX condition, $35 start. The Rolling Stones live album. This is a vintage bootleg. Paul just puts live compilation, so it's probably a lot of live tracks from a lot of different places. Very nice vinyl. $35 start on the Rolling Stones, the live album, vintage bootleg. And our next autograph is signed by lead guitarist, vocalist, and frontman Alvin Lee. Played at Woodstock. Alvin Lee from 10 Years After. $75 start, JSA authenticated. Signed on the front. Thanks, Alvin Lee. The album is Rock and Roll Music to the World. Nice jacket. About EX Plus vinyl. JSA certificate with it. $75 start on that. All right. Michael got that last black flag. Seth gets a 1-year subscription to the Jelly of the Month Club. That's the gift that keeps on giving the whole year. Rolling Stones at 35. Rolling Stones 35. Heather Feather wants a copy of Danzig. 1 Danzig left. This is a Alice in Chains tribute record. This is called Dirt Redo. This is not Alice in Chains, but it's their music. Dirt Redo. 1999. This is Alice in Chains Classic Reimagined, 1999. I've only got 1 copy. 1 copy of Danzig left. This will be a sellout. Hootie and the Blowfish, Cracked Rear View, Hold My Hand, Only Wanna Be With You, Let Her Cry, limited edition crystal clear vinyl, 21-time platinum album, 1999 for Hootie and the Blowfish. Another classic from the 90s. I've only got 1 copy. 1999. There's a bunch of hoots that just popped up on my screen. Here's Matchbox 20, 1999. Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. Clear vinyl, 1999. And let me go ahead and show Primus, Miscellaneous Debris. Primus is 1999. 1999, Primus, Miscellaneous Debris. Now back up to the top, the last thing I did was the Stones albums. 35 and 35. Lance Dowdy, if you're bidding on 10 Years After, I need to see a numerical. Make sure you put TYA for 10 Years After, or you can spell it out. No one's bid yet, though. $75 start on that. Next was John Wilson. He's going to get the Dirt Redo. That's sold to John Wilson. Alice in Chains Dirt Redo. John Wilson was first to that. JK was second. Brian Arrigo third. And now the Hooties. Christopher Morris first to Hootie. And John Wilson second to Hootie. Christopher and John. Don Alker, you were third. Michael McCullen fourth. Josie fifth. James sixth. Michelle seventh. Rolando eighth. Chris Bijak ninth. Brandon Lack 10th. Tommy Onowski 11th. Andy Mitchell 11th. Nicholas 12th. And Matchbox is sold to Thomas Hujar. Thomas Hujar gets the Matchbox 20. So a bunch of people, as you see on Hootie. Thomas is first to the Matchbox 20. Sarah Long second. Christopher third. Grant, I think you were like 14th on Hootie and the Blowfish. Michelle next on 20. Nicholas also next on Hootie. Matchbox 20. And we have Rob Scheffler first on the Primus. Rob Scheffler first on the Primus. That's sold to Rob Scheffler. Brian second. Josie third. Alan fourth. Tom is at 40 on the Stones. Lance Dowdy is at 75 on 10 Years After. And Sarah said, never mind on that. I'm not for sure what that was for. And we have Boontar. You were next on Primus. I thought that was Rod Stewart. I bought for 55. I put RS. That was an autographed album. It was a Rod Stewart album, a Rod Stewart and Faces album autographed by Ronnie Lane. You bought, Debbie. It's a Rod Stewart album. It's autographed by Ronnie Lane. Not autographed by Rod Stewart. Ronnie Lane, the bass player with the Faces who played on that album. That's what you bid on. And then we have, I think we're caught up here. I think we're caught up in the crate and the Rolling Stones. It's just labeled as a vintage compilation. It's a vintage Stones bootleg. the Rolling Stones, the live album. And it's just various live performances. The high bid on that is Tom Ulanowski at $40. Tom Ulanowski at $40. Lance Dowdy has 10 Years After for $75. Lance Dowdy has 10 Years After for $75, going twice, going 3 times. Back to the 1999 crate. Phil Lynot's Grand Slam, Slam Anthems, Renovations. Phil Lynott, red vinyl, 1999. Red vinyl, Phil Lynott from Thin Lizzy. I've got 2 copies of Ghost, and this one is called Infestisium. Somewhat like that. Something like that. 10th anniversary, orange vinyl. Ghost is 1999. Greg Seacrest is at 80 on 10 Years After. Lance Dowdy's out. And Final Call on the Rolling Stones for $40. Final Call on that. And let me go ahead and show this. 2 copies of Lynch Mob Revolution on purple vinyl. Lynch Mob, purple vinyl. 2 copies, 1999 on Lynch Mob. So 10 Years After was 80. We were doing a final call on the Rolling Stones, the Tom Ulanowski at $40. I'm going to sell it when I get to the bottom. No one on Phil Lynott. It doesn't look like it yet. Garrett Cypher is going to get a copy of Ghost for $19.99, and Ken Crooker is going to get a copy of Ghost for $19.99. So that was the first 2 Ghosts, Garrett and Ken. Sean, you were 3rd. Craig 4th. JK 5th. Fred Carnell 6th. And the 2 Lynch Mobs are sold to Rob Scheffler and Javi Soto. That is sold to Rob Scheffler and Javi. Looks like Patty's 3rd, Scotty 4th, Kevin 5th, and Toby Graham said that was a mistype. Calvin next on Lynch Mob, and new bid on Rolling Stones for $45. Jeff Williams is in on the Rolling Stones at $45. Lance Dowdy, Tom Ulanowski, you're out. And then Lance Dowdy, final call on 10 Years After. Rob Scheffler says he needs to pass on Lynch Mob. So it was Rob and then Javi. Javi's still going to get one, and that means Patty Anderson Williams, you're going to get the Lynch Mob instead of Rob Scheffler. Okay, next is Oingo. Now, these were left over from the other night. I'm going to show them one more time. Once again, we're down to 1 copy of these Oingo Boingos. Nothing to Fear and Good for Your Soul. Those were left over from the last 1999 crate. Just wanted to show them one more time. Last copy of Black Flag. This was left over from a flip video in our private group. If you're not a member of our private group, Whole Lot of Records, over the weekend, I posted 3 crates of on-sale new vinyl in there. We sold pretty much every one of them. $19.99. So make sure you're in our group and you're paying attention to those videos when they're being posted or have notifications. So there's the last copy of Black Flag, I Can See You, and the last copy I have of Eminem Revival. Eminem Revival. Only copy, $19.99. So Jeff's on the Rolling Stones at $45. Tom's out. I'm about to sell both auctions. Derek Hartman, you were first to Oingo Boingo. Derek, let me know if you want Good for Your Soul or Nothing to Fear. Let me know. Good for Your Soul or Nothing to Fear. Lance is out on 10 Years After. Oingo, Thomas, you were second. We'll find out if you get the one you want, which is Good for Your Soul. But you are first to Black Flag. We'll go ahead and sell that to Thomas Hujar. And John Wilson, first on Eminem. So that's so to John Wilson. And then Derek Hartman is going to let us know on which Oingo Boingo. Or he can have both of them. Let's go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones, though. This auction is done. It's sold to Jeff Williams for $45. That's the Rolling Stones live album. Jeff Williams, $45. And the Alvin Lee is sold to, I think, a new customer tonight, Mr. Seacrest, which is the winning bid of Greg Seacrest. And I think I'm saying your name right. It looks like Seacrest to me. 10 Years After, that sold for $80. Signed by Alvin Lee. That will need a new sleeve. We have, Keith, you're very late on the Ghost comment. You might want to check your connection. And he says he wants the one with the cat. Great. So this Oingo Boingo is sold to Derek Hartman. And that means Thomas Hujar is going to get the other one. That is sold to Thomas Hujar. And I'm going to show the last 2 records so I can put up 2 new auctions. Low, that's the name of the group. Trust is the name of the album, $19.99. And Brett McKenzie, Songs Without Jokes, limited edition, first pressing on colored vinyl from Sub Pop, $19.99. $19.99. I like Alvin Lee too. When I first, at a young age, when I first watched the Woodstock movie, I loved the Alvin Lee 10 years after Woodstock performance. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Okay, I've got some more MoFi. Uh-oh. Boy, I wonder if our friend in Canada's watching tonight because he loves these MoFi Pink Floyd CDs. Adam Hartmother, $69.99. MoFi 1994 gold disc. Mint condition. MoFi CD. Pink Floyd, Adam Hartmother, $69.99. We've already sold Dark Side of the Moon. We've sold Night at the Opera. We still have The Wall, and there's Adam Hartmother. So, final call. I'll let y'all slide on this crate because there's some. I've been trying to sell these for a while now and no luck. The Brett McKenzie and Lowe. So there is Danzig, $19.99. Final call. One copy left. It's embossed, Star Blast colored vinyl. One copy of Phil Lynott's Grand Slam. One copy of Lowe Trust, and one copy of Brett McKenzie. That's all that's left. $19.99 on those. Ooh, okay, Cyber Monday continues with on sale new vinyl, but first let me introduce our next auctions. Let's go ahead and do the Rolling Stones. Let's go ahead and do this one. And let's pull out another autograph from a person we've never had. Let me go grab the next crate. On deck is another Mick Taylor signature and a Julian Lennon signature. Those are on deck. Those are on deck. The Pink Floyd, The Wall, is $99.99. Let me step over here. We're going to bump $5 and do the $24.99 crates next. And man, these are loaded. I mean, there's some great titles in here for $24.99. This is going to be fun. And I've got this one packed. Seth is stretching. I plan on selling like 14, 16 crates full of vinyl tonight, Seth. So you got to work in the morning? Just close your pharmacy. You tell me all the time, just close the store. Why don't you just close your pharmacy tomorrow? Nobody needs their medication. That's not important. Records are more important than pills. Absolutely. All right, so here's our next two signatures. This is, Garrett says he'll take it. Did I miss something? Low, I did miss that. Garrett says he'll take Low. Thank you. So that just leaves one copy of Danzig, Brett McKenzie, and then the Phil Lynott's Grand Slam. So let me tag Low, and that was Trust. And all analog recording. Analog, 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 AAA. That's going to sound really good on a good system. That's sold to Garrett for $19.99. Next, Wall, and I think we're caught up. Okay, so this is one of the last just solo Mick Taylor signatures I have. We're going to start this one a little bit less because it is on the back, but it's signed by Mick Taylor. It's signed on the back, paused and noted, $95 start, about $30 cheaper than the last one. It says, Best Wishes, Mick Taylor. Best Wishes, Mick Taylor. Ronnie Wood, one of Ronnie Wood's solo albums. The album itself is in really nice condition. $95 start. $95 start. JSA authenticated. Signed by Mick Taylor. Played on the album. Also a member of the Rolling Stones. And first time and the only signature I have by this man, and this is Julian Lennon, Volat. And it says Best Wishes, Julian Lennon, John Lennon's son. It's got a very noticeable crease that runs right through it right here. Very noticeable crease. Signed in ballpoint pen. Best Wishes, Julian Lennon. And I have Julian to start at a $55 start. $55 start on the signed Julian Lennon LP. The lot. JSA authenticated. There's the card with it. $55 start on that. Julian Lennon, Volat. If it's like this, you know, if it's straight up and down, you can still see the crease, but if it's in a frame or where you have it displayed, it's actually not that bad, but if you hit it just right on the light, it's a very noticeable crease. $55 start. So $95 on Mick Taylor, $55 on Julian. Okay. $24.99. Everything in this bin is $24.99. If you know records well enough, you probably can go ahead and see some of the tops of them, but don't comment yet because we do it in the order I show them. First is Journey Frontiers. I found a stray copy the other night. We sold out of them in a hurry. This is the newest 40th anniversary of Journey Frontiers, remastered with the 7-inch Journey, $24.99. I've only got one copy this time. Van Halen, self-titled, $24.99. Definitely the first time I've ever marked that down. The Bernie Grundman remaster. Chris Bellman, Bernie Grundman. Sounds great. Van Halen, self-titled. I've only got one. I've only got one of these. I'm going to go check the bin, though, and make sure. Pearl Jam Versus. That's the single LP. $10 off. No reason at all for that to be on sale. We never have trouble selling Pearl Jam Versus, but it is Cyber Monday. Do I have another one over here in the Pearl Jam bin? I don't. So that's my only copy. Could there be another stray one somewhere? Possibly, but right now that's my only one. $24.99 for Pearl Jam. I'm going to show a couple more, and then I'm going to update these auctions and tag these records. Next is Slipknot, the end so far. Limited edition neon yellow vinyl Slipknot, $24.99. Neon yellow vinyl, $24.99. And I've only got 3 copies of this. Reveal, R-E-M, Reveal. 2001 album, new remaster reissue, $24.99 on REM. All right, back up to the top. We have Steve Botsford on Journey. That's sold to Steve Botsford, $24.99. Next is Michael McCullen on the Van Halen. That's sold to Michael McCullen. Paul Brothers, you were second. Grant Peltzer, you were second on Journey. Craig Ruth, you were third on Van Halen. And first to the Pearl Jam is Thomas Hujar, $24.99. Pearl Jam's second album. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. Anthony Gray was second. Joshua, you were third. Brandon Lack gets the Slipknot. That is sold to Brandon Lack, Slipknot. And now the REMs. I've got 3 of them. We've got one for Michael Potts, one for John Wilson. Brandon Lack, you were second on... Actually, no, you got the Slipknot. You just commented again. So REMs, Michael Potts, John Wilson, and Derek Hartman. Derek Hartman. There's all 3 REMs, so those are sold. We have a bid on the Julian Lennon for $55. Going twice, going 3 times, just came in. R.M. Lazelle's at $55 on the autographed Julian Lennon LP. Going twice, going 3 times. Also a final call. I'm about to end this for a buy it now, but final call to lock in a bid. Autographed, Best Wishes, Mick Taylor. Autographed Ronnie Wood album. It's signed by Mick Taylor. Final call. Continuing, $24.99. Cream, Wheels of Fire. $24.99 for Cream, Wheels of Fire. $24.99 classic album, Cream. Eric Clapton, Ginger Baker. Only copy I have of Slipknot, Iowa. There is no reason for me to be discounting this. But now it's my last copy, $24.99. Slipknot, Iowa. ZZ Top, Diguelo, $24.99. Includes cheap sunglasses, not sungrasses, sunglasses. Cut from the original analog master tapes. And by the way, this is an oversized jacket. It's like... It's a jacket sleeve. See how much bigger it is than a normal size jacket? It's a very odd size. ZZ Top. So Cream, Slipknot, ZZ Top. Only 1 copy of Deep Purple, Slaves and Masters. And I'm going to show one more. A fairly recent restock. Pearl Jam, Bridging the Gap. Acoustic broadcast from 1996. I don't know if that's MTV. I don't know really what that is. It says acoustic broadcast from 1996. But I think that's the year they did MTV Unplugged, so it may be just a different... And it kind of looks like he kind of wore that jacket on Unplugged, but you can't really tell. But it doesn't look like he's sitting down either, so I really don't know. That's Pearl Jam, $24.99. Okay, let's go back up to the top. When I get to the bottom, I'm ending both auctions. But first, Clay Moore, you were next on REM. And we got Cream with Darren Davis. And these are all $24.99. Clay Moore got, Darren Davis. Darren Davis got Cream. Sean Mankel on Iowa. That's sold to Sean. Kenny Cates, you were second on Slipknot. Calvin Ward second on Cream. Sam Squatch next on Slipknot. Scotty Hops was first to the ZZ Top. Hiram, you were next on Slipknot. Paul, you were next on ZZ Top. So was Joshua, JK, and Fred. JK, though, first on Deep Purple and first on Pearl Jam. Wow, that's a quick draw. That's on both of them, Deep Purple and Pearl Jam to JK. Jadranko Karvokuka. That's my best attempt. Deep Purple and Pearl Jam. Brent next on Pearl Jam. And Joshua said, never mind on ZZ Top, but I don't think you were first. People throw me off saying never mind. But Joshua, I don't think you were first, were you? No, Scotty Hops was. Scotty Hops got the ZZ Top. Okay, let's go ahead and sell this to Julian Lennon. Julian Lennon, this is sold to Arm Lozelle for $55, and the Mick Taylor is a $95 buy it now. The Mick Taylor is a $95 buy it now. Ronnie Wood album, signed by Mick Taylor, $95 buy it now. $95 buy it now. Mick Taylor signed. That's one of the last just singular signed Mick Taylor albums I have. That's a buy it now. There's an old sleeve to disregard. We have a claim on the Pink Floyd The Wall CD. This is sold to Arm Lozelle. That's sold to Arm Lozelle. I'll put that right here. That's sold to RM. And right now, the only MoFi CD I've shown that hadn't sold is the Adam Hart Mother for $69.99. Adam Hart Mother, $69.99. Arm Lozelle got that for $55. And he got this for sticker price, which was $99.99. Okay, let's run a Rolling Stones bootleg. I'm sure there's some people waiting on the next big one, which is the Mick Taylor, Billy Preston we have. But I'm going to run another Stones bootleg, and I'm going to pull out another autograph that we have not ran yet. And this is Jackson Browne, his self-titled debut album, also autographed by Albert Lee. Very cool. So first, let's do the Rolling Stones bootleg. Paul says this is live at Anaheim, July 24th, 1978. Rolling Stones vintage bootleg. Jagger's playing a Stratocaster. Anaheim, the Rolling Stones, July 24th, 1978. $55 start. 2 LP. The Rolling Stones, 2 LP. Vintage bootleg. And it feels like a gatefold. No, it's just a very heavy jacket. There's Anaheim. 55, 1978. No condition notes on the vinyl. Next is the Jackson Browne Albert Lee signed album. So we got Jackson Browne signing very big and beautiful right across the top in that silver paint pen. If you've bought some of the other or seen some of the other Jackson Browne, when Dale met Jackson Browne, he got him to sign that day in that very nice silver paint pen. And this is also signed by Albert Lee. It says, best wishes. What's that say? Oh, wish to Dale. I thought it said best wishes, but I don't think that says, I don't know what that says now. To Dale, Albert Lee. And it's also signed by Henry Diltz, the very famous, we had that Doors, if y'all remember, we had that Doors signed Morrison Hotel album. Very famous photographer, a very desirable signature, just his by itself, especially when it's on one of his albums. Now, I'm assuming, I don't have the full story, he probably took, let's see if this has photos. That's just some generic. He must have either took this photo or the photo that was used here. I'm not really for sure what his association was, but he probably had something to do with the design of this album. Cover photo, Henry Dill. So it must have been this photo of Jackson Browne that they used. They don't really look like a photo, but that's what it is. So 3 signatures on here. Jackson Browne, the photographer, very famous rock photographer, and Albert Lee. $245 start. Jackson Browne, $245 start. So he actually took this photo. It don't really look like a photo on there, but that's the photo he took. He's also the one that did the James Taylor cover, the Crosby, Stills, and Nash couch cover. He did Morrison Hotel and many others. Some Janis Joplin stuff. $245 start on that. The title of the Rolling Stones boot is Return to Liver. What's that say? Return to Liver. I guess that's what that says. The Rolling Stones. Okay, $245 on this. This already has a bid for $55. Continuing with $24.99. This will be a very quick sale. Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Reading Festival, 1983, $24.99. $24.99. Return to Liver. I was about to say, it makes me want to say Liverpool, but it says Return to Liver, maybe. SRV. I've got 3 copies of Slipknot. All Hope Is Gone, limited edition orange vinyl, Slipknot, $24.99. All Hope Is Gone, $24.99. And we have Chet Baker's last recording as Quartet. Chet Baker, music on vinyl, April 17th, 1988, 35th anniversary edition, 1500 on numbered white vinyl. $20 off. The last copy I have, $24.99. And Beck, Gurlito. Beck, Gurlito, also $20 off, $24.99. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do one more. Steve Earle, Copperhead Road, $24.99. Steve Earle, Copperhead Road. So, Bill Samus was at 55 on the Stones. Final call. If I get to the bottom and no one's bid, I'm going to sell it. And then 245 on Jackson Brown. Same thing. If no one's bid, I'll make it a buy it now. JK on SRV. Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's the first record in the bin. That's sold to JK. $24.99. Liver than you'll ever be. Liver. Okay. Return to Liver. I still don't sound too good, but I'll take it. Debbie was second on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Fred Carnell third on Stevie Ray Vaughan. And now first to Slipknot, we have Brandon Lack. You get a Slipknot. Kevin Crowell gets a Slipknot. We go from Slipknot to Chet Baker. Michael Potts gets the Chet Baker. He was next on the feed. And then Dana Wright, first on the Beck. Gurlito. That's sold to Dana. Anthony Gray, you were second on Beck. And then Fred Carnell on Coppet. And I think he meant Copper for Copperhead Road. So Copperhead Road sold to Fred Carnell for $24.99. Joe Maynard, you were third on Beck. One copy of Slipknot left. All hope is gone. Orange vinyl. No one bid on the Rolling Stones. Sold. Bill Samus, $55. Jackson Brown is a buy it now for $245. Autographed by Jackson Brown, Albert Lee, and then the photographer, Henry Diltz. $245 buy it now on that. $245 buy it now on that. It's 9:30. First thing I'm going to put up, or the next thing I'm going to put up is, to my knowledge, one of the last Mick Taylor, Billy Preston autographs we have. If you saw the last one, it was air horn material. Hopefully this one will be too. I think it's really cool, and I'll show you why. And I'm going to go ahead and put up the last Carl Perkins we have. Once again, to my knowledge, there's a lot of autographs back there. I've been trying to sort them. Like, I finally got all the John Mayalls together. We've already sold one tonight. I've got all the Steve Millers together. There's like 12 more Steve Miller autographs. I think I've got about 10 more Eric Burdens. There's several Joe Cockers, if I hadn't already said that. All kinds of Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship, and the many variations. Because Paul Cantor, Jack Cassidy, and Hot Tuna too, Yorma Kalkonen, he was in a lot of different groups, especially Hot Tuna. We got a lot of different Cassidy, Cantor autographs. So here's the next, and I think for sure the last Carl Perkins autograph. I don't recall seeing any more. Brown-eyed, handsome man. Thanks, Carl Perkins, 1990. $55 start, just like all the other ones. And this is on Harmony. It's a very nice LP and a very nice jacket. Carl Perkins, $55. Carl Perkins, brown-eyed, handsome man. Carl Perkins, that's a $55 start. $55 start. Now, this is very unique. It's signed by Mick Taylor twice. He signed over here, and then he signed over here. It's an original pressing of the Rolling Stones. It's only rock and roll, and it's signed by Billy Preston as well. It's a very clean copy too. Very nice jacket. $375 start. Mick Taylor, and Billy Preston. It's a stereo autograph. He signed it twice. Yep, he signed it over here, and then he signed it over there. It's signed twice by Mick Taylor and Billy Preston. $375 start. One Slipknot left. No one's claimed it. Carl Perkins, 55, 55, 60, and 60. Do you have Jim Morrison? Jim Morrison autograph? I wish. That's a very, very rare autograph. A signed Jim Morrison album, there's only a few known existing. A few known, real, authentic Jim Morrison autographed albums. You're talking tens of thousands of dollars. Pink Floyd Metal. This is $69.99. Pink Floyd Metal MoFi CD, $69.99. Our next Pink Floyd MoFi CD, Metal, Gold Disc, MoFi, 1989, near mint, $69.99. Jim Morrison autograph on the front of an album is extremely rare. Okay, back to $24.99. We have Kings of Leon, $24.99. Come Around Sundown, Kings of Leon, $24.99. $24.99. This is Maroon 5, Songs About Jane. Maroon 5 is $24.99. Songs About Jane and Black Flag, My War, $24.99. Jim Morrison album. You can get a Jim Morrison signature, like cut from a check where he signed this or signed that, but an actual album is very rare. But like right now, you can't, I don't think anywhere you can go on eBay. I don't know if there is a Jim Morrison autograph for sale on there right now. If there is, I'd be very surprised. Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic, remastered, $24.99. Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic, remastered, $24.99. Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic, $24.99. So there's our next 5 albums in this crate. Hope everybody's paying attention. $24.99, Cyber Monday, $24.99. Cyber Monday crate is what we're in the middle of. We've got some awesome autographs up for bid right now. We've got a lot more to show you. I hope you're ready. So Carl Perkins, 55, 55, 60, and 60. Alex Rifles, the high bidder at 60. Larry Smith's at 65. Larry Smith's at 66. We have Thomas Hujar on MMMBF. I'm not for sure what that was for. What was MMMBF? Tooney on Maroon 5. That sold to Tooney for $24.99. Carl Perkins 70. Carl Perkins 70. And he said that was for BF. Black Flag. Right here. Black Flag. So that is sold to Tooney. Thomas Hujar gets Black Flag. And we do have another tie on Carl Perkins for $70.70. So no claim on Kings of Leon. And no claim on Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic, remastered. With Walk This Way and Sweet Emotion. And final call to get a bid in. The last one brought $500. This is a $375 start for the Mick Taylor, Billy Preston signatures. $375. Black Flag, Slip It In. Another Black Flag. $24.99 for Slip It In. And Soundgarden. This was $33.99. Now it's $24.99. Soundgarden, Screamin' Life, FOP. $24.99 for Soundgarden. $24.99. One more Slipknot, We Are Not Your Kind, and it's the only copy I have. Limited edition, light blue vinyl. Slipknot is $24.99. $24.99. Radiohead, Pablo Honey. Radiohead, Pablo Honey, $20 off. Radiohead, $24.99. $24.99. Carl Perkins, 70. 70. Larry Smith bid 85. Fred Carnell's out. Kenny Cates Jr. gets an Aerosmith. That's sold to Kenny Cates Jr., $24.99. Paul Brothers wants a Soundgarden. Toby Grimm gets a Soundgarden. Tony Shore on RH. RH was for Radiohead. That's sold to Tony Shore. Mark Shelton was second. John Wilson was third. Derek Hartman gets the last copy of Aerosmith Toys in the Attic. Joe Maynard, you were next on Radiohead. And Alex Rifles, the high bid on Carl Perkins. And somebody's about to get a deal on Mick Taylor, Billy Preston. $375 buy it now. Mick Taylor and Billy Preston. Signed twice by Mick Taylor and by Billy Preston. Brent gets it for $375. That is sold to Brent Ribley. $375. Joe Maynard, you were the next person on Radiohead. Toby Grimm on Black Flag, and that's Slip It In. That's sold to Toby Grimm. The new high bid on Carl Perkins is Alex Rifle at $90. It says, thanks, Carl Perkins, and that is at $90. That's at $90. Larry Smith's at $95. Joshua wants a Soundgarden. Only 2 copies of Soundgarden left. Only 2 copies of Soundgarden left. Also, 1 Slipknot, 1 Kings of Leon, and then the other Slipknot. That's all that's left. They're still bidding on Carl Perkins. Let me put up a vintage Rolling Stones bootleg or a vintage Rolling Stones record. This one looks very interesting. This is studio outtakes on green splash vinyl, $65 start. What an interesting cover. The Rolling Stones, Lonely at the Top. Studio outtakes on green splash vinyl. Once again, some vintage colored vinyl there. $65. The Rolling Stones, Lonely at the Top. Very cool cover. Studio outtakes, $65 start on that. Cynthia's already in. Now, Alex is out on the Carl Perkins. Larry Smith has that for $95. Brown-eyed, handsome man. Final call for $95. Final call for $95. What era? I have no idea. Let's see what some of the songs are. Home Sweet Chicago, Gangsters Mall. I don't know if they have. It doesn't look like the actual titles are on there. I don't think the actual titles are on there. You might have to look that one up. The Rolling Stones, Lonely at the Top. Derek Hartman wants the Pink Floyd Metal MoFi CD. So that's a buy it now. The Pink Floyd Metal. That just leaves Adam Hartmother. So there's Metal. That is sold to Derek Hartman. And Seth, this is sold to Brent Robley for $375. $375. Okay, continuing with $24.99. The Call, $22 off. The Call Collected, 2 LP, music on vinyl. The Call Collected, which is like a Call greatest hits, $24.99. Pearl Jam Yield, $10 off. New sealed Pearl Jam remastered, $24.99. Pearl Jam Yield, $24.99. There's 4 copies of that. And the newest Queens of the Stone Age album on silver vinyl, gatefold, 2 LP, their newest album, in Times New Roman, $24.99. $24.99. Queens of the Stone Age, $24.99. Okay, so Carl Perkins, I said that very country. So Larry Smith gets the Carl Perkins for $95. That is sold to Larry Smith for $95. I'm going to put that right there on top of Brent's Rolling Stones. Cynthia has the Rolling Stones for $65. That's a final call. If no one else is bid by the time I get to the bottom, it is sold. So Rolling Stones $65. Fred Carnell first on the Call, and Thomas Hujar second on the Call. So they'll both get a copy of the Call Collected. Fred Carnell, Thomas Hujar. John Wilson gets a Pearl Jam. These are all $24.99. Mark Shelton gets a Pearl Jam. Derek Hartman gets a Pearl Jam. Cynthia, you were third on the Call. I only had 2. JK gets a Pearl Jam. And now the new Queens of the Stone Age album. There's one for Dana Wright. There's one for Thomas Hujar. There's one for Ron Duffield. And there's one for Craig Ruth. $24.99. Edwin's at 66 on the Rolling Stones. These are sold. Queens of Stone Age, Dana, Thomas, Ron Duffield, and Craig Ruth. Boone Tar, you were 4th on the Call, it looks like. So there's all the Queens of Stone Age sold. Edwin has bid 66 on the Rolling Stones. Cynthia, you're out. And Jesse Earlywine's going to take those last 2 Slipknots. That's sold to Jesse Earlywine. This is sold to Jesse Earlywine. Also, somebody asked, do we have any more Pink Floyd? So the way, if you're new, here's how our shows work. Do we have Pink Floyd records? Yes. Dozens and dozens, especially on new vinyl. We only show what's in the crate right now. So we're only showing what's in the crate for sale. It's all Cyber Monday, $24.99 off albums, or $24.99 discounted. That's the price. That is what we're doing right now. We're also running auctions. Late tonight, and sometimes we don't even have time for it late at night, we kind of do requests, and I'll try to show you what Pink Floyd albums I have, this or that. But right now, we only really show whatever's right here. Kiefer Sutherland. We have a signed Kiefer Sutherland LP, $65 start. This is autographed by Kiefer Sutherland. It was originally a Barnes & Noble exclusive. It is signed. We had it JSA authenticated. It's a $65 start. $65 start. Cynthia's at 70 on the Rolling Stones. Cynthia's at 70 on the Rolling Stones. We have Edwin out. That's going twice, going 3 times. Going twice, going 3 times. Next is David Lee Roth, Skyscraper. $20 off. Friday Music. David Lee Roth is $24.99. And I've got 2 copies of Steely Dan, Aja. Steely Dan, Aja, $24.99. $12 off. That is the newest remaster of the classic Steely Dan album. And we have wiped out an entire bin almost of $24.99 LPs. Almost wiped them out. There's a few left. I'm going to do a final call. And let's do another MoFi CD for a quick buy now. That Carl Perkins was sold to Larry Smith for... Carl Perkins was sold to Larry Smith for $95. $95. Rush, Signals, 1994 gold disc MoFi CD, $79.99. Boy, I bet that sounds incredible. Rush Signals MoFi CD, $79.99. 1994 gold disc, $79.99. That's our next MoFi. So right now we got Adam Hartmother and Rush Signals. Okay, back up to the top. We had Javi Soto on David. That was David Lee Roth. That's $24.99 to Javi Soto. Fred Carnell got an Aja. Nicholas gets an Aja. So Aja is sold to Fred and Nicholas. Those are sold and sold. Grant Peltzer, you were third. Tony Shore, fourth. Tommy Onowski, you were next on Steely Dan. Tony Shore wants the Rush CD. That's sold to Tony Shore. MoFi CD, Signals, Subdivisions. That is sold to Tony Shore. Got it right here. Now, the Steely Dans went to Fred and Nicholas, and then I had a pass from Grant, but Grant, you didn't get one. Fred and Nicholas got them. And we have Bob Riger getting the Kings of Leon. Now, this should be easy. The only two records left in here is Soundgarden. Yes, the Soundgarden. The Chris Cornell. $24.99. Screaming Life and FOP. $24.99. It's a mini album and the FOP EP. $24.99. There's only two left. I'll do another Soundgarden on sale if we can sell these two. I have 2 or 3 other Soundgarden titles in stock, and I was going to discount them. I'm going to tempt you. There's 2 left. Who doesn't have that in their collection? It's only $24.99. John Lill is going to take one. Now I just need one more claim. Soundgarden. There's one to John Lill. Need one more. Update on these auctions. Actually, we can go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones. This is sold to Cynthia for $70. And I'm going to go ahead and sell Keith or Sutherland too. No one else bid. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Paul Brothers for $65. Those are both sold. I'm selling them right now. And Brian Arrigo gets the other Soundgarden. We have a clean slate. So Paul Brothers got the Keith or Sutherland for $65. Cynthia got the Rolling Stones for $70. And John Lill and Brian Arrigo gets the last 2 Soundgardens. And of course, we still got the Rush CD over here. It's sold to Tony Shore. Okay, let me go grab the next crate of $24.99 new vinyl. The next crate of $24.99 new vinyl. And then after that, I've got 2 $29.99ers and then a $34.99er. I've got a buy it now best offer of high price vinyl, stuff that's like $56.99, $74.99, stuff in that ballpark that's going to be buy it now best offer. I also still have 3, 6, 9 crates of new vintage stuff and 4 crates of auction material. Whew. Seth, it's getting late for you. It's early for me. It's only 9:47. Okay, I think this is really incredible. I'm going to put it up for auction, and I'm going to put up a Rolling Stones record for auction. So let's do this. There's more. We have a whole crate of Rolling Stones bootlegs, a whole crate full of them. The first auction, this has been in a sleeve for a really long time. I'm going to throw it away. It needs a new one. It has almost shrunk around the cover. This is the Beatles' Let It Be, signed by Billy Preston. Now, that's pretty incredible because he actually played on the album. The 5th Beatle, Billy Preston. It is personalized. It says, to Dale, Billy Preston. Signed Beatles, Let It Be. And I hadn't really checked it. It's a Scranton original, or at least definitely has all the indicators to be an original pressing. I hadn't went into the depths on that one. It's signed by Billy Preston, the Beatles' Let It Be, and let me find my cheat sheet for that one. And I have that, because it is personalized, at just $125 start. Billy Preston. To Dale, Billy Preston. Signed the Beatles. Let It Be. $125 start. Very, very cool. That's up for bid. Next is, there's the JSA certification. The Rolling Stones, Sticky Fingers. This is a 1980 Spanish pressing. It's 1980 Spanish import. Very clean. $75 start. Not a bootleg this time. An actual Spanish pressing with the alternate cover for Sticky Fingers. In Spain, they did not allow the crotch cover of Sticky Fingers. They did not allow that in Spain. This is the actual Spanish pressing from 1980. $75 start. Brent Robley's in. Okay, so we're looking for 125 on the Beatles, and we have the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers at $75.85. We have Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix, $29.99. Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix, $29.99. Or excuse me, we're in a crate of, that's not the price. This is all $24.99. $24.99. This is Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix, $24.99. $24.99 on that. And Merciful Fate is $24.99. Merciful Fate, black with wide edge marbled vinyl. So let me recorrect Jimi Hendrix, and let me remind you of what's going on in this crate. These are all on sale for $24.99. I thought there for a minute was in a crate of new arrivals. $24.99, everything in this bin. First, there's Jimi Hendrix, Experience Hendrix. That's a 2LP Greatest Hits by Jimi Hendrix, $24.99. And there's Merciful Fate, self-titled, colored vinyl, black with wide edge marbled vinyl, $24.99. $24.99. 2 copies of Ministry, Psalm 69, $24.99 for Ministry, Psalm 69, $24.99. And Anthrax, this is Anthrax, Fistful of Metal. I have just completely lost my restream feed. Give me 1 second. I've lost my chat. Did you get signed out, Seth? Mine just got signed out somehow. That was weird. Let's see. Select all images with traffic lights. Oh, great. Well, let me try this again. Timeout. Hope the feed don't move too fast. Oh boy. All right. I'm going to have to kill all these apps. That was unfortunate. Let's see. 105 on the Stones, 125, 155. Dana Wright wants a Ministry. Okay, I'm back. I'm back live. I don't know what happened there. All right, so I don't have that on my phone, but on my monitor over here, it says Dana Wright Ministry, $24.99. So that's sold to Dana for $24.99. Now, I hope you don't need anything else over here, because my feed has completely reset. I don't have any of that anymore. But I will say the Rolling Stones is at 160, and the Billy Preston is a final call for $125 start. I'm about to make it a final call. It is a final call, and it's about to be a buy now. Now, everything in this bin is on sale for $24.99. Anthrax, that's on splatter vinyl, Fistful of Metal. I feel like I almost need to restart this bin. Anthrax is a splatter vinyl. It's a gatefold. Also, 1 copy of Ministry left, 2 copies of Merciful Fate, and we still got Experience Hendrix. 3 copies of, actually I got 2 more Merciful Fate albums. This is Merciful Fate Time and Merciful Fate number 9. And they're all on colored vinyl, red smoke vinyl and bone colored vinyl. There's 2 more Merciful Fate albums. So there's 3 different Merciful Fate albums in here. And Pearl Jam's been hot tonight. Backspacer, $24.99 for Pearl Jam Backspacer, $24.99. I've got 3 copies of that. Fairly new repressing of that. The Stones, Alex Rifle, actually, if you can bid that again so it's on my phone. I see it on the monitor. I know you're at 160 on the Rolling Stones. If you could bid that again, that would be great. That would be great. And let me know. Thank you. Now, I'm going to make Billy Preston a buy it now. Billy Preston's $125 buy it now. If anybody wants in on that, I'm going to lay it right over here. To Dale, Billy Preston, $125 buy it now. Next is this is Slayer Divine Intervention. Slayer Divine Intervention, $24.99. $10 off Slayer Divine Intervention, $24.99. John Young gets the Let It Be. I'm very surprised I didn't get more than just the minimum bid. That's sold to John Young for $125, and now the Rolling Stones is at $160 and now $165. Slayer, we got a lot of metal in this crate not selling. I've never seen a discount bin, a blowout bin full of metal not selling. It's happening right now before your eyes. The next one is Defiance. Void Terra Firma, limited edition of 1,000 on red and black marble vinyl, $24.99. Defiance, $24.99, $15 off. The Rolling Stones, $165. The Rolling Stones, $170. Let me do the next Alvin Lee autograph. This is On the Road to Freedom with Alvin Lee and Mylan Lefevre. And this is going to be one of the last Albert Lee autographs we have. JSA authenticated, Albert Lee, $75 start. $75 start. There's our next autograph. The Rolling Stones. We'll put up a new Rolling Stones whenever that one sells. Very quickly, let me show a MoFi CD. This is Muddy Waters, folk singer, 1993 Gold Disc MoFi CD, $49.99. Muddy Waters, folk singer, 1993 Gold Disc, $49.99. That's our next MoFi CD. Okay. Sticky Fingers, Alvin Lee, Rolling Stones at $185. So no one claimed Defiance, no one claimed Slayer, no one claimed Pearl Jam, no one claimed Anthrax or any Merciful Fates, and we still got the Jimi Hendrix. Is everybody awake out there? We'll make sure that I'm not like in the Twilight Zone or something right now. Next LP, Your Turn to Remember, Uriah Heep, the Definite Anthology. That's on yellow vinyl, $24.99. $24.99. Uriah Heep, yellow vinyl, $24.99. David, I can go ahead and send you to bed. There will be no Japanese tonight. But David, behind the counter from Japan, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 huge boxes of Japanese vinyl that we have not unboxed, David. Will we get to them tomorrow? Maybe, but probably not. Will we get to them Wednesday? Maybe, but probably not. So I don't know when the next time we're doing Japanese vinyl. We've got hundreds of autographs, hundreds of bootlegs, and we just bought 2 big collections. I don't know when we're going to do Japanese vinyl. So I'm sure you'll ask every night, and I'll tell you that I don't know. Rolling Stones, new bidder. Alex is out, but Jeff's at $195. Uriah Heep is sold to Darren Wortman. That's $24.99. We're continuing with $24.99 on sale. There's Muddy Waters, folk singer. Darren Wortman got that. Javi second. Fred Carnell first. Henry's Choice next. Boz Skaggs. This is self-titled. Limited edition 750 on turquoise colored vinyl. Boz Skaggs, self-titled. $24.99. Celtic Frost. I've only got 2 copies. Emperor's Return. That's on yellow and black. Swirl vinyl, $24.99. Celtic Frost, only 2 of those. Also, Tool. This is Undertow. Only 1 copy of Tool, $24.99. And we have Automatic, Rick Springfield. Rick Springfield Automatic, $24.99. And 2 copies of DMX. X gonna give it to you. Gold and black splatter vinyl, $24.99 for that. Update on the Rolling Stones. Jeff Williams is at $195. Alex is out. Brent was at $185. Jeff is at $195. We sold Uriah Heep. William Warback, you were 5th on Uriah Heep. Debbie Winstead on BS. And BS was Boz Skaggs, $24.99 to Debbie. Jeffrey Walker on CF. That's Celtic Frost. That's sold to Jeffrey Walker, CF. Travis Wade first on Tool, Undertow. That's sold to Travis Wade, Tool, Undertow. Mark Shelton 2nd. Brian Arrigo 3rd. Scott 4th. Thomas Hujar 5th. Fred Carnell 6th. Carlene Rollins first on Rick Springfield, $24.99. Brent's out on the Rolling Stones. And we have DMX, $24.99. Rodriguez, Code Fact. Rodriguez is $24.99. This is called Cold Fact. Rodriguez, the Sugar Man, $24.99 on that. 2 copies of Tom Waits, Frank's Wild Years, newly remastered, $24.99. All right, I'm going to go ahead and make Alvin Lee a buy it now for $75. Alvin Lee, autographed LP. That's signed for that's a buy it now for $75. Brent's out. Brent's out on the Sticky Fingers. That means we have a final call on the Spanish Sticky Fingers. The high bidder is Jeff Williams at $195, and he's about to get it. Next is Tony Shore on Tom Waits. That is $24.99. Tony Shore got Tom Waits. George Lyle also gets a Tom Waits. And we have Raven album from earlier. If you see my comment about wanting the album. Well, somebody got Raven earlier, Jared. I don't know if it was you or somebody else. That was one of the first crates. I really don't remember. But somebody got it. It wasn't left over. Somebody bought it. If it wasn't you, it was somebody else. Is inside of the jacket insert included with Sticky Fingers. Sticky Fingers has just this generic inner sleeve. I don't know if the 1980 pressing came with an insert. Edward Beck on Rodriguez. Is that our Edward Beck? Is that our very own Ed Beck? Is that Ed? Rodriguez, $24.99. And Rob Scheffler said Raven was me. So Rob Scheffler got the Raven. And when I come back, I'm selling the Stones. Let me grab two more autographs. Let's do the Rolling Stones boot box. Brent, you were reading my mind because that's going to take a chunk out of this crate. And let me put up another autograph. Let's do another Birds. Chris Hillman, Roger McGuinn signed Birds album. Let's do it. That was the only two Tom Waits. This is sold to Jeff Williams for $195. And that was claimed earlier by Tony Shore. This right here, Seth. That's claimed by Tony Shore. Okay. We have the store. Somebody asked earlier. Yes, the store will be open tomorrow. We open at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So we're pretty much closed now on Sundays and Mondays. And we pretty much start closing at 4 this time of year because of the time change. My mom usually works in here 6 days a week. Now I've got it where she's only working 4 days a week, and she can be home usually before it gets dark. So try to get my mom home. She's got about a 40-minute drive from here, probably 45 minutes. Well, knowing her, probably 30 minutes, but at least 40 minutes if she's doing the speed limit. But so I try to get her home by dark. So this time of year, we start closing around 4. So make sure you're here before 4 because the door may be locked. I would want to say if you're coming to Colecco to pick up, I would say try to be here before 3. If my mom's running the store, if we close at 5, that means 4. If it says 4, that means 3. So the Birds, Fifth Dimension. This is signed on the back by Roger McGuinn and Chris Hillman. Roger McGuinn and Chris Hillman. We sold one earlier. This is JSA authenticated, $95 start. And this is a copy of the Birds Fifth Dimension. The Birds Fifth Dimension. It's on the repress label. The actual LP, not bad whatsoever. About a VG cover. The back looks really nice. You can't really see any wear on the back. McGuinn, Hillman. That's now up for bid. Okay, next was Alexandria Vigil on the DMX. These are all on sale. Cyber Monday, $24.99. That's sold to Alexandria. We have the Rolling Stones, past and present, the Mutual Broadcasting System. Let's see what we have here. 12 LPs from Radio Show recorded between September 30th and October 3rd, 1982. Interviews and music, all disc or EX plus near minus except disc 12. Disc 12 of 12 has a pressing defect that causes some pops. Paul's listened to it. He says there's no skips. $155 start. So this is a Rolling Stones 12 LP box set. Comes with a little booklet there. Looks like some press information. Mutual to Broadcast, a 12-hour Rolling Stone special. Wow. 12 hours. If you want to put that on listen to, you could kill a whole day listening to that. $155 start, past and present, the Rolling Stones 12 LP box set, $155 start. Looking for a $95 start on the McGuinn Hillman autographs. Next, $24.99. First time I've ever discounted one of these. Now that's what I call Halloween. It's our only copy left in the store, to my knowledge. $24.99 on the Halloween. And then we have Halloween. I shouldn't have had those back to back. We have Halloween and Halloween. Halloween is the 40th anniversary Keeper of the Seven Keys on blue vinyl. $24.99. And Darkness, Permission to Land. Darkness is $24.99. First time I've discounted this. The other night we sold a few at sticker price. $24.99. That's the 20th anniversary marbled vinyl. I believe in a thing called love. That is $24.99. Cynthia wants the Halloween. That is sold to Cynthia for $24.99. Also, we have the Star Trek Picard soundtrack. $20 off. $24.99. That's on sky blue and white burst colored vinyl. This took us forever to get. It was back ordered and allocated, and we finally got it in for everybody who pre-ordered it. And now we have one I hadn't been able to sell, so it's pretty much half off. $24.99 on that. Chris Frazier gets a Darkness, so does Cynthia, and Craig Ruth gets a Picard. Final call to get a bid in on, actually, let's go ahead and make this a buy it now. The McGuinn and Hillman autograph is a $95 buy it now. If anybody wants the Rolling Stones is a $155 start. Final call. Now, the other night, we had a couple Joan Jetts. Here's another one. It is personalized. It does say to Dale, but it's a really cool autograph and her handwriting that, just like on that other one we had, looks just like her handwriting that was actually printed on the cover. This is signed by Joan Jett, and Joan Jett is a $115 start. It's a very nice copy of Good Music by Joan Jett. This is a $115 start. The actual album is very nice. Actually, someone they kept the hype sticker too. Yes, very nice vinyl. Looks unplayed. Hype sticker still with it. To Dale, Rock Hard, Love, Joan Jett from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. To Dale, Rock Hard, Love, Joan Jett. $115 start on that. JSA authenticated. I may have another copy of the Darkness around here, Scott Smith. Let me see if I can find you a copy of the Darkness. Yep, there's one right here. I thought there was. So there's another copy of the Darkness sold to Scott Smith. And there's one left. And William Warback, you were second on Picard. Finishing up the $24.99, more Merciful Fate in the Shadows, blue smoke vinyl. Merciful Fate, $24.99. And the next Slipknot, this is Slipknot Violet Double Vinyl, Volume 3, the Subliminal Verses. Slipknot's $24.99. Curtis Counts, you get more bounce with Curtis Counts. That's $24.99. Tom Petty, Southern Accents, that's $24.99. And Lifehouse, self-titled, first time on vinyl from Music on Vinyl. Now, I normally would say I'm not going to continue the show unless we sell all these, but there's a lot left out of this discount bin. So let me do a final run through one more time. $24.99. Everything in this bin is $24.99. I just knocked over a stack of crates. Nothing damaged though. I'm trying to clean up my station though. $24.99, and let me move those right there. Get me a little bit better path to my records. All right, let me go ahead and make the Stones a $155 buy it now. $155 buy it now on the Rolling Stones. Go ahead and do that. Derek Hartman wants Curtis Counts, and Pamela Yeager wants Tom Petty. So these are all $24.99. Very, very quickly, here's what's left in this $24.99 bin. Jimi Hendrix, Experience Hendrix. Merciful Fate, self-titled. Ministry, Psalm 69. Anthrax, Fistful of Metal. Merciful Fate, Time. Merciful Fate 9. Pearl Jam, Backspacer. Can't believe that didn't sell. Still got 3 copies. Slayer, Divine Intervention. Defiance, 3 copies left. Avoid Terra Firma. 1 Boz Scaggs left. 1 Celtic Frost left. 1 DMX. 1 Halloween comp. Merciful Fate in the Shadows. Still got 2 Slipknots and Lifehouse. $24.99. Brent Riley's going to get the Rolling Stones box for a $155 buy it now. And if anybody wants Joan Jett is a $115 buy it now. Joan Jett, $115 buy it now. Jaime Ortega wants the Merciful Fate number 9. That's $24.99. That's sold to Hiram Ortega. Darren Davis gets a Pearl Jam backspacer. Chris Bijak is going to get the Jimi Hendrix. And we have Cynthia Herdren is going to take the Joan Jett for a $155 buy it now. 115, my bad. 115. 155 was the Stones box to Brent. And Jeffrey Walker wants Merciful Fate in the Shadows, $24.99. DMX was claimed earlier. We still got one left. And let's put up more Rolling Stones. Rolling Stones, I don't see another smaller boot box. I'm going to put this up for auction because it looks really cool. And let's put up another autograph. And this next one is going to be Al Stewart. Now, I never ever encourage to remove shrink wrap, and especially hop stickers. But this one, if you want to really show off what you have, you're going to have to take off the shrink wrap and the hop sticker. I don't know if you want to do it or not, but it's completely blocking the signature. He actually signed on the cover. Dale was a master at getting the shrink wrap off on his albums. Of course, 30 years ago in the late 80s and early 90s when he was having all this signed, it was probably a lot easier to take off the shrink wrap. It's probably got tighter around the cover over the years. But this is signed by Al Stewart, and it's his classic album, Time Passages. It's in shrink wrap with hop sticker. It is autographed. It has the original inner sleeve, and the vinyl is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. It's JSA authenticated, and I think I've got that for a $55 start. Al Stewart. Let me check my price list. Actually, a $45 start. $45 start. Al Stewart. Classic album. Time Passages and his hit song, Song on the Radio. That's a good one. But yes, he did sign. It's not personalized, just signed Al Stewart right there. Like I said, it's the hop sticker is blocking the signature, unfortunately. So if you want to slide that out, actually, look. Here we go. It's kind of risky. I don't want to. It's kind of just on there loose. Yeah, it's actually on there really loose. There it is if you want a good look at it. Oh, let me slide it off a little bit more. So yeah, very nice signature. So yeah, the shrink's kind of loose down here at the bottom. This is always a risky decision, trying to take off shrink wrap. Sometimes it's, there we go. That's not too bad. So yeah, you might want to slide that off, put it in a jacket, and you got a very nice signed Al Stewart album. $45 start for Time Passages. I have not introduced the Rolling Stones yet. This is Studio Outtakes, rare splatter vinyl, $75 start. The Rolling Stones, the Emotional Rescue Sessions. First time I've ever seen this before. $75 start. $75 start. This is on splatter vinyl. VG Plus. Disc 1 is VG Plus. So Disc 1 is VG Plus, and Disc 2 is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. But man, look how nice that. Very cool vintage splatter vinyl. Emotional Rescue Sessions. The Rolling Stones. Edwin's in at $75, and Alex is in on Al Stewart at $45. Any other album signed by the Byrds? I don't have any more Byrds albums. I do have albums signed by Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, and Roger McGuinn, and I do have other Gene Clark signed albums. Actually, I do have one other Byrds signed album. It's pricey though, like $800 range because Gene Clark's on there. But yes, I do have other Byrds signed albums, but the ones I hadn't shown yet have Gene Clark's signature on them, and those are very pricey. We're done with this crate. I can't believe it's already 10:15, but we have definitely moved some vinyl tonight. I'm going to go ahead and show this deal. I'll probably be showing it a couple more times, but I think Paul discounted the other night. I was actually going to hold off because it's been such a new release and such a big seller for us, but I'm going to do $5 off. And this is, as y'all know, a fairly new release, limited edition blue vinyl, Stone Temple Pilots Greatest Hits. Now $5 off, $34.99. $34.99. This is Stone Temple Pilots. It's called Thank You. Their Greatest Hits on vinyl for the first time ever. $34.99. Blue vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots. $34.99. I've already sold a lot of people a copy of that. But if you don't have one, it's now on sale for $5 off. $34.99 on that. Okay, I have went through a lot of new vinyl. I haven't done a bin of vintage since like 7, probably 8 o'clock, probably in almost 2 hours. I haven't done a bin of vintage. So let me go over here and take a look at some stuff that John and Paul's marked. And let me go ahead and show some new vintage arrivals, okay? Some stuff right over here in this bin. Maybe, let me figure out which bin I want to go through. There's, like I said, 9 other crates of vintage over here. How about we go through some check condition stuff? Always some good titles in the check condition bin. We've went from new sealed discounts to let's do some new check condition titles. New check condition titles. So, update on our auctions right quick. Any more MoFi CDs? Yeah, I've got about 5 more I hadn't shown. Give me a second. I'll start mixing some of those back in. Back up at the top, we had opening bids of 45 and 75 on these. First, the Stones, we were at 75, 78, 80, 85, and we're still at 85. The high bid is with Henry's Choice. He's bidding over on YouTube. He has it for $85, Henry's Choice. The Al Stewart was at 45, and then 47, and then 50, and then 51, and now 55, and now 55, and now 55. And we have Webster J. Vance on Ministry. Now, which album was that, Webster? Because that must have been in a previous bin. Was that the Psalm 69? And we sold a couple STPs. Mark Shelton wants one. Daniel Bouzide wants one. So Mark Shelton gets one, and Daniel Bouzide gets one. $34.99. That's Stone Temple Pilots on blue vinyl. Thank you. $34.99. Seth, those are $34.99. $34.99. That was, I have a whole crate of, actually that's what I was going to do next. I was going to do the $34.99 bin next. I had a whole crate of Stone Temple Pilots, and I have a whole nother crate of other stuff over there. So, let's see here. Al Stewart, 52, 55, and Webster Vance wanted Ministry from that last crate, and that was $24.99. Can I put back Tower of Power? You can, as long as we can figure out who was second, because I think there was 2 or 3 other people on that one. So, Tower of Power, I don't remember who, but there was several people. Who was next on Tower of Power? I definitely don't mind putbacks if we can figure out who was second and third, because there was a couple people on that one. That way we can get it sold. Otherwise, it may be cursed. Webster Vance, there's your Ministry, $24.99. Al Stewart, 56. Rolling Stones, 90. Al Stewart, 57. Rolling Stones, 91. And Anthony Gray, Bum City. I think Anthony may have been next. Anthony, I know, was in there somewhere. Anthony Gray was in there somewhere. So, if you wanted Anthony, it's yours. I don't know who was officially second, but we'll go ahead and change that. And Seth, I guess you can just make a note. Yep, you've got a whole, Seth's got a whole note of, a whole page of waiting list and a whole page of waiting list and notes for tonight. It's usually how it is. Tanner usually keeps up with all that. It's usually by the end of the week, it's a lot of different stuff we got to do here and there. Okay. Anthony says he was second. William Warback, he says he was next. I'm glad y'all are both watching. So actually, William Warback. Okay. New vintage arrivals, check condition. New vintage arrivals. So we found the rightful owner for Tower of Power, from Colin to William. New vintage arrivals. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Tarkus. VG condition, $9.99 for Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Tarkus. VG condition, $9.99. Andre Crouch and the Disciples. Soulfully. This is definitely a Paul crate. VG Plus, $12.99. VG Plus, $12.99. Led Zeppelin 2. Oh my goodness. I get goosebumps every time I hold one. VG condition, $29.99. It's an SRC pressing, $29.99. VG condition, $29.99. Led Zeppelin 2. American Woman, the Guess Who. VG condition, $9.99. American Woman, the Guess Who. VG condition, $9.99. And the Beatles, 62 to 66. This is in VG condition, $19.99. It's an Apple pressing. VG condition, 62 to 66 comp, $19.99. Okay, update on the auctions. We have like 3 or 4 people bidding on the Rolling Stones. This is very cool. The Emotional Rescue Sessions, vintage bootleg, This is on multicolored splatter vinyl, vintage bootleg. It is on multicolored splatter vinyl. We were at 90 with Bobby Moyes, and then we had a 91 with Edwin. Alex was out on the Al Stewart, and Debbie Blair was at 57. So I don't know if anybody else was bidding on Al Stewart, but Debbie has it for 57, and that's a final call. 57 to Debbie. We have Rolling Stones 95, Rolling Stones 105, and now to the bin. Don Alker gets Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Colin Butler wants the Andre Crouch. That's so to Colin Butler. Jeff Williams is at 110 on the Rolling Stones. Christopher Smith, second on Crouch. 112 on the Rolling Stones. Blade Singletary on Led Zeppelin. The Rolling Stones is at 115. Bobby's out on the Rolling Stones, and Brent's at 117. So Jeff's at 115 on the Stones, Brent's at 117, and that means it's time to sell Al Stewart to Debbie Blair for $57. Very, very nice copy there. Time Passages, $57 sold to Debbie. I've got one other Joan Jett signed record. Same price as the other. Very nice jacket. To Dale, Keep Rockin' Hard, Love, Joan Jett. $115 start. $115 start. If you don't mind the personalization on there, if you just want an autograph knowing that Joan Jett physically held this in her hand and signed it, then you're going to get a pretty good bargain at $115 like Cynthia did. Because if it just said that right there, Keep Rockin' Hard, Love Joan Jett, probably could automatically add another $100 to it easily. So Joan Jett and the Blackhearts album. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts album. That's what it's called. It's once again a very nice copy. $115 start. It feels like an import. Let me check the label here. I've actually not even looked at it. Yeah, this is a Holland press. This is a Holland press, JSA authenticated. When you frame it, just put the certification in sideways like that, or yeah, just do that right there when you frame it. Block that off. That is a $115 start. And Rolling Stones is at 120 with Jeff Williams. New vintage check condition. Bee Gees Horizontal. VG condition, $9.99. The Bee Gees Horizontal. VG condition, $9.99. Elvis's Golden Records. VG Plus condition, $9.99. Elvis Golden Records. And that's actually the wrong disc in there. That's why I try to pull a lot of those out and look. That's the wrong LP. One slipped by John. About every 1 in 10,000, he'll miss cleaning it when he's cleaning it, and it'll be the wrong disc. Sugarloaf. This is VG Plus, $19.99 for Sugarloaf. Green-Eyed Lady, a classic. Sugarloaf, VG Plus, $19.99. Band on the Run. Wow. EX condition, $27.99. This is EX condition, $27.99 for Band on the Run. And Understand Your Man, Johnny Cash. That's one I don't see too often. VG, $9.99. Is this a John or Paul crate? I said John. That might have slipped by Paul. Paul, are you watching? Did you price these or did John? Looks like stuff Paul would have marked, but it may be a John crate. I don't know. I can't tell. It's got all kinds of wild stuff in here. England's newest hit makers, the Rolling Stones. Wow, a red label mono, VG condition, $24.99. England's newest hit makers in mono. Not a bad looking jacket at first glance. VG condition, $24.99. Wow. So Jeff was at 120 on the Stones. Debbie, your bid on Al Stewart came in very late. Pamela Yeager on SL Sugarloaf. That's sold to Pamela Yeager. Brent's out on this Stones. Cynthia was first of this Stones. Brent was second. Debbie's bid on Joan Jett. Final call for $115. And let's go ahead and sell this Rolling Stones to Jeff Williams for $120. This is sold to Jeff Williams for $120. $120, the Rolling Stones. And final call on this. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing our next auctions because Debbie has that for $115. Let me show 3 more records right quick. Casey and the Sunshine Band. VG Plus, $12.99. That's one you don't see too often. Kool and the Gang. And that one's called VG Plus, $9.99. This one's called Good Times. by Cool and the Gang. VG Plus, KC, Cool and the Gang, Iron Butterfly Live, VG Condition $9.99, and Kansas, their self-titled debut album, VG cover, VG vinyl, $9.99. All of a sudden, we got new bids on Joan Jett. So let's do a Rolling Stones record. Man, we got some... we're going to have Rolling Stones Part 2 tomorrow night. Wow, we still got a whole crate of very, very cool Rolling Stone stuff. And wow, I have just randomly picked one, and it's another phenomenal splatter vinyl. I'm not picking these in any order either. I'm just grabbing them by what I see on the front cover, and I have grabbed what looks like another gem. The Rolling Stones Vintage Bootleg Philadelphia Special. Philadelphia Special, live at the Spectrum in Philadelphia on red, black, and white splatter vinyl. Look at that. $95 start. Paul has a note. Rare splatter vinyl, live at the Spectrum in Philly, July 21st, 1972. Rare splatter vinyl, $95 start. I believe that's a 2 LP gatefold. It's 2 LPs, isn't it? Why is it so heavy? Yeah, it's 2 LPs. I was about to say, 2 LPs on that one, live at the Spectrum. Gatefold. Wow, this is a very well done bootleg. Very nice jacket. Very cool photographs. There's Keith with a few of his favorite beverages. And a really cool, and there's Keith passed out after a few of his favorite beverages. That is now up for bid. So Joan Jett was at $115. I was about to make it a buy it now. Debbie's bid, so is Greg Rogers. We're at $115, $120. Colin Butler wants Cool in the Gang. That's sold to Colin Butler. Joan Jett $122. Joan Jett $125. Joan Jett $127. Now the Rolling Stones $95, $95, $95. Rolling Stones $105. Rolling Stones $125. Rolling Stones $109 and $115. So the Rolling Stones $125. And where are we on Joan Jett? Greg, you're out. Debbie Blair has it for $127. Greg, just let me know if you want to bid again. Next, in the vintage bin, Crowded House. Crowded House is VG minus $9.99. VG minus. Crowded House self-titled. I've never seen that one before, though. $9.99. That might be a nice filler copy. We have Faithful by Todd Rundgren. Faithful's in VG condition, $9.99. And Buffalo Springfield, again, VG $14.99. You know what I hadn't done in a while? I hadn't shown any MoFi CDs, so let me show 3 at the same time. We still got Pink Floyd and Muddy Waters, but let me show this one. Let me show this one and this one all at the same time. So here's 3 MoFi CDs very quickly, and then I got to get a bottle of water. We have the Yes album. This is a MoFi CD, a 2010 gold disc, $49.99. They make this look just like the little mini jackets. Gold disc, MoFi, $49.99. The Yes album, that's a MoFi CD. The ultimate buying experience. The ultimate listening experience. When I make ads for our shows on here, I put the ultimate buying experience. MoFi calls their records the ultimate listening experience. I call CollectCo Live the ultimate record buying experience. Little Feat, Waiting for Columbus. This is sealed, unopened. $69.99. $69.99. And we have Jeff Beck Truth, and this is $49.99. Jeff Beck Truth, $49.99. Another MoFi CD. Jeff Beck Truth, $49.99. The Yes album, Little Feat, and Jeff Beck Truth. There's our next 3 MoFi CDs. Still got Muddy Waters and Pink Floyd, Adam Hart Mother. Okay, so back up to the top. That's got the wrong disc in it now. Not sold. Debbie Blair. Debbie Blair, you was at 127 on Joan Jett. That's the only Debbie I see bidding. And then Greg Rogers has bid again at 131. Cynthia bid 150 on the Rolling Stones. Mike Kennedy on CH, Crowded House. So Mike Kennedy was first to Crowded House. Jeff bid 175 on the Rolling Stones. Dana was second on Crowded House. Don bid 155 on the Rolling Stones. Jeff was already in at 175. William Warback on Iron Butterfly, but this time Iron Butterfly Live. First-time bidders on the Stones. Everybody that's been on the Stones is a verified bidder. They have shopped with us before. Don Alker, Edwin, Cynthia, yourself, all are verified bidders, yes. Brent Robley on Little Feet and Brent Robley on the Jeff Beck MoFi CDs. Those are sticker price, of course, on the back. Sold to Brent Robley and Brent Robley MoFi CDs. Debbie bid 132 on Joan Jett. The Rolling Stones at 205. Cynthia's at 205 on the Rolling Stones. So 205 on the Stones, now 215, and Debbie's at 132 on Joan Jett. Greg Rogers, you're out. Back to the vintage stuff. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. That's Neil Young and Crazy Horse. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. New Riders of the Purple Sage. This is VG condition, $9.99. New Riders of the Purple Sage. VG condition, $9.99. And the Bee Gees, Life in a Tin Can. The Bee Gees, and that's in VG condition, $9.99. And the Bee Gees Idea, back-to-back Bee Gees album, Idea is VG, $9.99. Joan Jett. Actually, Greg put LL. I think he missed the keyboard. JJ, LL, aren't those pretty close to each other? Greg's at 135 on Joan Jett. And Jeff is at 220 on the Rolling Stones, but Cynthia was already in at 235. We still got like 5 active bidders on the Rolling Stones. No one said out. I'm in desperate need of some water, so give me about a 20-second timeout. My lips are like chapped, and I hadn't took a drink of something in 3 hours, I guess. Yeah, it's been a while. Well, I just drank 10 ounces of water. Half of this bottle's gone. And my chapstick is on my counter. No, where's it at? The chapstick I need right now is in my living room next to the couch on the side table. I could really use it right now. All right. Joan Jett 137. Debbie, you were first to the Bee Gees. Let me know if you want Idea or Life in a Tin Can. Idea or Life in a Tin Can. You get first dibs. Cynthia has the Rolling Stones at 235. Philadelphia. Splatter Vinyl, Rare. Final call. And Greg, you're back out on Joan Jett. Continuing. Riot on Sunset Strip. Very cool. VG minus $9.99. The music by the Standales, the Mugwumps, the Chocolate Watch Band, and Mom's Boys. VG minus condition, though, $9.99. Riot on Sunset Strip. Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain. VG plus condition, $16.99. Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain. VG plus $16.99. And Moby Grape. You can see his middle finger. Usually it's airbrushed out. Moby Grape is in VG condition, $29.99. Zach did write his name on the cover. VG condition, that is $29.99. $29.99. Rolling Stones, $240. The Rolling Stones, $250. Debbie's going to still let us know which of the Bee Gees albums she wants. Life in a Tin Can or Idea. Brent at first thought he wanted Ride on Sunset Strip, but he's going to pass. Greg's out on Joan Jett, and Anthony Gray gets Charlie Daniels Band. Cynthia's backing on the Rolling Stones at $275. John Lennon, Double Fantasy. Somebody wrote their name on the cover. BJJ, maybe? But it's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Some great songs on here, like Beautiful Boy and Watching the Wheels. VG Plus, $14.99. And the greatest hits of Eric Burdon and the Animals, VG condition, $9.99. So Joan Jett is now sold to Debbie Blair for $137. To Dale, Keep Rocking Hard, Love Joan Jett, sold to Debbie Blair, $137. Debbie's also going to get Eric Burdon and the Animals. Now, I've been working out of a crate all night of autographs that we've never shown before. A lot of people we hadn't put up either, including this one. Sparks. I think their last name is pronounced Mail. The Mail brothers, Robert and Bobby, I think. This is actually an autographed Sparks album. Very cool. First time, and it's the only album we have signed by the Mail brothers from Sparks. And I have this tag to start at $65. This is called Sparks Interior Design. $65 start. JSA has authenticated. It says, to Bobby, thanks for all the support. And there's one signature, and then there's the other signature. And there they are, the Mail brothers. So very cool. Right here, Ron Mail and Russell Mail. And there's their signatures. Interior design, $65 start. And I think the actual album itself, which we hardly ever get Sparks albums. Yeah, wow, that's really cool. One of the labels is Mona Lisa. $65 start. Sparks Interior Designs. Yeah, 1988. Album we don't get as often. Looking for a $65 start on it. Yes, unfortunately. Now, I will say this is a glossy cover, and that's like paint pen. That might rub off. I don't know if you want to try it, whoever gets it, or you could probably send it to professional, but this is kind of like a glossy cover, and that's a paint pen. It may come off, but you'd have to do some, might have to do some professional work on that one, but $65 start. Final call on the Rolling Stones. No one has said out, but Cynthia has that for $275. Continuing with the new vintage arrivals. Ray Charles, Genius and Soul equal Jazz. VG condition, $14.99. Ray Charles, Genius and Soul equal Jazz. That's VG, $14.99. The Blues Project, VG condition, $9.99. That's on the Elektra label. The Blues Project. Dave Van Rock, John Corner, Jeff Moldar, Dave Ray, Danny Cobb, Ian Buchanan, and Mark Spolstra, Eric Von Schmidt. That's VG, $9.99. The Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams, VG condition, $9.99. Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams. The Who, Sellout, a 67 white label promo. VG condition, $74.99. A white label promo of The Who Sellout. VG condition, $74.99. The Who Sellout, a white label promo, $74.99. And Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen, VG condition, $19.99. The Rolling Stones, let's take a good look at it since we just crossed the $300 mark. Cynthia's at $305. It is made by, this is an entire, on the back it says this is the entire recording of the Philadelphia 72 performance presented in never available before excellent stereo quality. I think based on what Paul was saying with sold prices, this is a high quality recording. I don't see any label on it. It has custom Stones labels with Richards and Jagger. I don't know if, let's see. In the dead wax, it says, We Love You, RSGL 72-B. So, I don't know if it is on a label. I think it's, let me check the spine. RSGL 72. Anything inside the jacket? Nope, that's an inner sleeve. That's inner sleeve. I don't see any company markings unless RSGL stands for something. I'm assuming Rolling Stones, and then GL could be, I don't know, because it's called Philadelphia Special. So it's very nice. It's a very nice LP. Okay, where did we get to? We had Christopher Morris said Who, but then he needed to cancel it. And then Steve Miller. Debbie, Steve Miller's VG $9.99. Also, Debbie, I never did get which Bee Gees albums you wanted. You never did let me know if you want Life in a Tin Can or Idea, unless I missed it. If so, let me know again. Rolling Stones at $310. Few more albums left in here. Aretha, Almighty Fire, VG $9.99. The Story of Star Wars, VG $19.99. And this is Layla and Other Sorted Love Songs by Derek and the Dominoes, VG Condition. VG condition, $16.99. VG condition, $16.99. Rolling Stones 310, Rolling Stones 350. Cynthia's going to be tough to beat on this one. And Jeff also bid $350. She says, I wanted the Bee Gees. Yes, but which one? There's two of them here. There's the Bee Gees Idea and the Bee Gees Life in a Tin Can. There's two different Bee Gees albums. They're both by the Bee Gees. I need to know which one you want. Or you can take both of them. Let's go ahead and do a buy it now on the Sparks LP. $65 buy it now on the Sparks LP. $65 buy it now if anybody wants that. $65 buy it now on that. That's the Sparks Interior Design, JSA authenticated. Rolling Stones is at $375. She says, I wanted, and Steve both. Okay. I think she wants both Bee Gees and the Steve Miller Band. That's what I'm getting from that comment. So we'll give her all three of those. Rolling Stones is at $405. Michael Hickson, I think you're second on Steve Miller Band. Okay, so one of the last Billy Prestons that I have not shown is this one. It's an autographed copy of Plastic Ono Band. 2 Dale, Billy Preston, JSA authenticated. Now, earlier we sold a copy of Let It Be for $125. Obviously, very cool. A signed Beatles album by somebody who played on it that was not Paul, George, John, or Ringo. Billy Preston played on this John Lennon Plastic Ono Band. His T is a little smudged, so I'm only going to start this at $95. I'm going to start this at $95. 2 Dale, Billy Preston. Let's take a look at the album. I hadn't even looked at it yet. There's the original inner sleeve. Klaus Vorman on bass. We sold his signature last week. It's got a noticeable scuff right here, a non-feeler. Looks like the vinyl is EX. Wouldn't that be actually cool if John Lennon actually wrote that on there? 2 Dale, Billy Preston. And this is a $95 start. $95 start. Okay. Jeff's out on the Rolling Stones. So now it's between Cynthia and Jeff. Jeff's at $420. So this was a crate of new vintage arrivals. Here's what's left. I'm just going to read titles. If you want prices, let me know. We have American Woman, a classic by the Guess Who. Also, No Times on here. No Sugar Tonight. VG Condition, $9.99. The Beatles, 62 to 66. The Bee Gees, Horizontal. There's another Bee Gees album, Horizontal. Band on the Run. That's an essential. Paul McCartney. Johnny Cash. Casey and the Sunshine Band. Kansas. Todd Rundgren, Faithful. Buffalo Springfield. Neil Young, another classic. Cinnamon Girl. Cowgirl in the Sand. New Riders of the Purple Sage. Ride on the Sunset Strip. The reason I emphasized earlier the Chocolate Watch Band, the Chocolate Watch Band is a very great psych rock group, and their actual albums that's on Tower Records are very expensive. Hundreds of dollars, especially in high grade. I don't think we've ever had one. Maybe one of their later, or maybe not one of their later, but maybe not the Inner Mystique. I think that's the name of it. The Inner Mystique of the Chocolate Watch Band. That is very rare. That's like 13th Floor Elevators rare. Never have had one. It's on my watch list, but we've never had one come through. Debbie gets the Bee Gees ever out of the billions of records we've had. Never had that album. That tells you the scarcity of it. Moby Grape. That is VG Condition, $29.99. Blade Singletary will take the Riot on the Sunset Strip. John Lennon Double Fantasy, Ray Charles, The Blues Project, and The Who. Now, earlier, John Young, I didn't ignore you. The jacket on this is very bad. It is probably poor condition. The spine is completely busted. It has a seam split on the bottom. It has a seam split on the top. And the vinyl's in VG condition. That's a white label promo, though. I'd say it's pretty scarce. And that is $74.99. That is a white label promo. The jacket, though, is in poor condition. Pamela wants the Blues Project. That is right here to Pamela Yeager. Next is Joe Cocker, Aretha Franklin. The Story of Star Wars didn't get claimed. Star Wars, VG condition, $19.99 from the original soundtrack. That's rare for a Star Wars record to be left behind. And the classic Layla, VG, $19.99. Final call. Jeff, I was just waiting on you. Cynthia has this for $460. I have to sell that. Somebody claimed Star Wars. Let me make sure I didn't, or I didn't miss it. Or make sure, did I miss Star Wars? Let's look for an SW. I don't see it in here. I don't see an SW. If so, it didn't pop up earlier. Pamela on Moby Grape, I hadn't pulled that yet. That's sold to Pamela. And now Eddie Liao gets the Star Wars. Craig Ruth was second, and Eddie got the Star Wars. Okay, well, he just got it again. That's sold to Eddie. It must not come through the last time. And then Craig Ruth, you were second. Jeff's back in on the Stones at $485. I'm going to make Billy Preston a $95 buy it now. Another Billy Preston. Blues Project was sold to... I could have swore I saw somebody claim that. Bee Gees, maybe I am...
No, I tagged out.
I thought I saw... am I crazy? I could have swore somebody commented Blues Project. Who canceled? Make sure I'm not missing a batch of comments somewhere. Steve Miller Band. Bee Gees, right. Nobody did claim Blues Project. Okay. But Eddie now got Star Wars. Clay Moore, Neil Price. The Neil Young was in VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Pamela says you gave me the Blues. Okay, so instead of Moby Grape earlier, I gave her Blues Project. She got Moby Grape now. Brian Arrigo needs to put back the Soundgarden. He already has it. Jeff's out on the Rolling Stones. We have officially we got our second air horn of the night on the Rolling Stones. Before we wrap that one up, because Jeff's out, let me introduce our next autograph, which is signed by Ginger Baker. This is the Supergroups. It is a JSA certified. It's a Atlantic, one of those really cool Atlantic compilations. And there is a Cream song on here. And the Cream song, I Feel Fine, right here on the cover. Ginger Baker signed. Ginger Baker, the drummer, of course, for Cream. And these are awesome compilations. If you don't have this already, these collections, they're really cool. But Cream, signed by Ginger Baker. $115 start. JSA authenticated, one of the original members of Cream, Ginger Baker, $115 start. So let's do a final call on the Rolling Stones. Cynthia Herdren has this for $525. 2LP red splatter vinyl, the Philadelphia Special, the Rolling Stones, complete stereo broadcast recording from 1972. Final call for $525. Clay Morris that's sold on Neil Young. So, Blues Project, Layla, Aretha, Joe Cocker, The Who, Ray Charles, John Lennon, New Riders of the Purple Sage, Buffalo Springfield, Todd Rundgren, Kansas, KC and the Sunshine Band, Johnny Cash, Paul McCartney, the Beatles, and the Guess Who. I think what I'm going to go ahead and do, because tomorrow we will have even more new vinyl on sale, I'm going to go ahead and show another bin of on sale new vinyl. So if you're on late tonight, you're going to get first look at it. If we sell everything, that's great, but I'd say tomorrow we may have to go through these again anyway. But I'm going to go ahead and go through this next bin of $34.99 on sale new vinyl, which is some really, really good titles for $34.99. And while we're going through those, we're going to continue with auctions. But in the meantime, I'm going to swap out crates. So I'm going to jump back over to the new vinyl we've been doing, Cyber Monday. That's the whole reason for tonight's sale. I may call it Cyber Tuesday too. It's going to be a lot of stuff on sale for a long time here on CollectCo. So we're trying to I know we have a store. I've said this before, but this place may look pretty empty by the end of the year. It usually does. I mean, in retail, kind of the goal is to reduce inventory. And we have a lot of inventory. So you're going to be seeing a lot of stuff marked down and sold. If you are a buyer, these are your favorite months because you're going to see stuff on sale that's usually never on sale. And once a lot of this is gone, it's a lot of stuff that I may not ever restock. And if I do, it probably won't be these prices. We have our second air horn of the night. Seth, you can go ahead and plug your ears. This is sold to Cynthia Herdron, a very rare and unique Rolling Stones bootleg. Must be from a concert both Cynthia and Jeff are very familiar with because it was a battle for it. Sold. Second air horn of the night, $525. Thank you, Cynthia. And this thing's getting low again already. That was a little weak at first. I'm going to have to buy another air horn. We've been using a lot since I brought out these bootlegs and autographs lately. So, first air horn. Welcome to the Air Horn Club. That's sold for $525. Ginger Baker is a final call. We've sold a lot of Ginger Bakers. This one is a $115 start. Final call before I make it a buy it now. Let me put up another Rolling Stones record. We've got plenty. We may roll these over until tomorrow too, but we still got a lot of time tonight. This one intrigues me because it looks like this is a newer concert, a newer bootleg. Very cool looking. The Rolling Stones Club Gig 2012. Live at Le Trabendo in Paris. Le Trabendo, maybe. October 25th, 2012. Blue vinyl, limited to 150 copies. And this is a $35 start. This is live in Le Trabendo, Paris. October 25th, 2012. Blue vinyl, limited to 150 copies. And this is a $35 start. The Rolling Stones. Let's go ahead and make Ginger Baker a buy it now for $115. Ginger Baker is a buy it now for $115. I'm going to borrow some of these sleeves because I'm about to do a recap of some of the auctions that have not sold tonight because I've got quite the stack over here of no bids. I'm going to start with Ginger Baker. And before we get to this next crate of on-sale new vinyl, I'm going to show you all the auctions that's still available for tonight. Most of them are autographs. This is Ginger Baker, $115 buy it now. And I have been selling some of these on eBay, so it's not like you might see these again. I've kind of been rolling them right over to eBay after we don't sell them here because we have so many, and I'm trying to really get them moved before the end of the year. So Ginger Baker, $115. We have Billy Preston, $95 buy it now. To Dale, Billy Preston. John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band. That was autograph number 2. Brian Arrigo, by the way, is at 35 on the Rolling Stones. 35 on the Rolling Stones. Going once, going twice. 75 for Gatton. Let me get to it and I'll take a look at it, Craig. So there is the Sparks. It is personalized to Bobby, but autographed by the Mail Brothers. $65 buy it now on that. We had the Roger McGuinn and Chris Hillman. Roger McGuinn and Chris Hillman. That was a $95 buy it now. Sparks was $65. The McGuinn Hillman autographed Fifth Dimension, autographed on the back, not personalized. That was a $95 buy it now. McGuinn and Hillman, members of the Byrds. One of the last, if not the last, Alvin Lee autograph I have. Alvin Lee, $75 buy it now. On the Road to Freedom with Mylan Lefevre. Alvin Lee, that is $75. Very big one here, probably one of the more pricier ones we have left. Jackson Brown, Alvin Lee, and Henry Diltz, $245. Jackson Brown, Albert Lee, and Henry Diltz. That's $245. Really cool autographs. All these are JSA authenticated. We had over 600 autographs authenticated at one time. And there was 1,000 more that's probably authenticated, literally, that's not authenticated, but they're real, that we've been also selling. Mick Taylor, just $95. An autographed Ronnie Wood album, Mick Taylor from the Rolling Stones, just a $95 buy it now on that one, still available. Steve Cropper, $45 buy it now. Steve Cropper, Night After Night, famous session guitarist, $45 buy it now on that. Steve Cropper. This is the Danny Gatton signature. I sold one for $85. Here's the last one left, and I'm going to sell that to Craig for $75. Sell that to Craig Thomas for $75. That was his offer on it. One of the first two, these were the first two auctions of the night, and they didn't sell. Mind Games by John Lennon, autographed by the drummer, Jim Keltner. That's a $45 buy it now. Autographed by the drummer, Jim Keltner. Session drummer for John Lennon on these albums and lots of other people. And this is signed by Nils Lofgren. It's Decade. The triple LP, Neil Young, Decade compilation. It's signed by Nils Lofgren. And yes, I also have one signed by Neil Young. It will be for sale sometime next month. But I can promise you it's not going to be $45. It's probably going to be like $850 or $1,450. So just prepare yourself if you're going to be wanting a Neil Young autograph. So we've got enough for several people. We've got like 28 of them, but none of them are cheap. They are very pricey autographs, Neil Young. So looking forward to selling those, though. We're going to have a lot of air horns when we start selling those. Nils Lofgren, $45, autographed copy of Decade. Jim Keltner, autographed copy of Mind Games, $45 buy it now. Steve Cropper, $45 buy it now. The Mick Taylor is on the Ronnie Wood album, Now Look, signed by Mick Taylor, $95. Jackson Brown, Albert Lee, and Henry Diltz, $245. Alvin Lee, $75. McGuinn and Hillman, Roger McGuinn and Chris Hillman of the Byrds, $95. The Mill Brothers from Sparks, $65. Billy Preston, autographed John Lennon, $95. And Ginger Baker, $115. Those are all JSA authenticated autographs. That's what's left over from tonight. The Rolling Stones, while I've been doing all that, we've been having a battle for this. 35, 37, 40, 43, 45, and 48. This is called the Rolling Stones Club Gig 2012. Blue vinyl, only 150 pressed. October 25th, 2012 in Paris. Let me grab a new auction. This is Todd Rundgren. To Dale, best always, Todd Rundgren. And this is going to be I've got on my sheet to start Todd Rundgren at a $45 start. Nas, it's an autographed copy of Nas 3, $45 start. Once again, actually a very nice record itself. It's an original SGC pressing of Nas 3. Todd Rundgren, To Dale, best always, $45 start on that. All right, the Rolling Stones is at $49 and now $50. We have Edwin Blom out on the Rolling Stones. Brian Arrigo's at $50. Brian Arrigo's at $50. Okay, so I have not shown one record in here yet. Everything in here is $34.99. $34.99, and that's a discount bin. So there's going to be some really good titles in here or some severe markdowns. The first one is an introduction to Syd Barrett. An introduction to Syd Barrett, $34.99. This was originally $60. This is a compilation of Syd Barrett music, including Pink Floyd tracks, $34.99. Major discount on that. Sell it to Thomas Hujar, Syd Barrett. So Seth, these are all $34.99. Thomas Hujar strikes first, Syd Barrett. One copy, Macho Man, Randy Savage, orange vinyl, $34.99. $34.99. That was originally $44.99. $10 off, Macho Man, Randy Savage. I actually got two more of them right over here. And that is $34.99. I shouldn't have had any, but these were either cancellations or no payments. And that's why I have some left over. That's how we end up sometimes having a discount new vinyl. Most of it's stuff that people cancel on me or they don't pay for it. That's why we usually have so much new vinyl left over. These huge pre-orders, so many people cancel, which really hurts us because we end up having to sell it and discount it later, usually at cost or like this, probably below cost. So please, if you pre-order something in the group, don't cancel it. Especially if I've already replied to your comment, because I've ordered these specifically to quantities, and months later, we end up with a lot of overstock, and it gets very costly. As I told y'all before, if we're selling a new LP, even if it is a $100 one, there's not a lot of margin on them. Kiss. For some reason, we have a bunch of these left. I'm going to discount them $10 off. Kiss Alive 3. This should not be on sale. $34.99 for Kiss Alive 3. $34.99, $10 off. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 copies of Kiss Alive 3. $34.99. The Rolling Stones. Jeff Williams has it for $55. Nick's out. Edwin's out. Jeff has it for $55. Final call. Alex Rifles at $45 on Todd Rundgren. Final call for $45. Scotty Hops wants a Kiss. $34.99. Alex Rifle wants a Kiss. $34.99. Like I said, if you're watching late, it's already 11 o'clock. It's late for a normal night. We're going through this stuff. When we show this again tomorrow, these hopefully will get wiped out. There's a good chance they will. So, a Perfect Circle. This is $34.99. $12 off. Mer de Noms. That was just like recently came in. $34.99. It's my only copy. Also, the Cult Sonic Temple green vinyl 2LP. I showed these the other night. I was like, I really don't want to discount them, but I'll do $5 off. We sold out. I have found one more stray copy. I think it was a putback or a non-payment. The Cult Sonic Temple green vinyl $34.99. 2 copies. This is a fairly new release of Tom Petty's Mojo. Red vinyl, ruby red vinyl, Tom Petty, Mojo, $34.99. Now a buy it now. Bill Samus is in on the Stones at $60. So Jeff Williams, you're out. And I will wait for your word if you want to bid again. Hiram Ortega on Kiss Alive 3, $34.99. And Craig Ruth gets the Cult. Craig Ruth gets the Cult, $34.99. Bill Samus, you were second, only had 1. Let's go ahead and sell Alex Rifle, the Todd Rundgren, for $45. Todd Rundgren, $45. That's sold to Alex Rifle. Jeff, you're out on the Rolling Stones. Let me see what's next in my autograph bin. Now, I don't think I have sold one Warren Zevon yet. I'm going to try another one, though. This is Warren Zevon. Actually, you know what? I think we did. Yeah, we sold one. We sold Excitable Boy, I think. We didn't sell Werewolves of London. No, I can't remember now. We did sell one. I take that back. This one is the same as all the others, a $155 start. It is personalized. It says to Dale, Rock and Roll, Warren Zevon. $155 start. It's actually called Wanted Dead or Alive. It's a Pickwick record, which I don't think I've ever seen before. Zevon, Wanted Dead or Alive. To Dale, Rock and Roll, Warren Zevon. Very nice jacket. And Warren Zevon must have personalized a lot of autographs. He must have always asked, who do I make it out to? Because in my research, there was a lot of personalized Warren Zevon autographs. Very hard to find one just singular, signed with a signature. Warren Zevon, $155 start. Now up for bid. The Rolling Stones, all of a sudden, has taken off again. 60, 65, 70, and now 80 with Jeff Williams. Continuing, $34.99 discounted records. This should not be on sale. Tool, Lateralis, $34.99. Tool, Lateralis, $34.99. And Wilco, Sky Blue Sky, 2LP, half speed, Wilco, $34.99. 1 copy of 311 Music, $10 off. Record Store Day Essential, expanded and remastered orange vinyl, $34.99. And only 1 copy of Neil Young, Harvest Moon. That's the newest clear vinyl, 2LP, $34.99. Neil Young, Harvest. The Rolling Stones, 80, now 85 with Bill Samus. Joshua wants a Tool. Scott Van Neck wants a Tool. These are $34.99, Tool and Tool. Warren Zevon, to Dale, Rock and Roll, Warren Zevon. Very nice signature. Very strong. Very nice jacket as well. Looking for a $155 start on that. Thomas Hujark gets Wilco. Craig Ruth wants 311 Music. And Davey Winstead gets Neil Young. Those are all sold. Jeff, you're back out on the Rolling Stones. Testament. Never ever discount this. Souls of Black, $10 off. $34.99 for Testament, Souls of Black. And that is $10 off, $34.99 on Testament. 2 copies of the new Extreme album, Extreme 6, red vinyl, $34.99. Red vinyl, Extreme 6, 2 LPs, $34.99. That is the indie exclusive. The Rolling Stones is at $90 with Jeff Williams. Bill Samus, You're Back Out. Nirvana Unplugged. This is the 2 LP edition. 2 LP Nirvana Unplugged, $34.99, $5 off. First time I've discounted that to my knowledge. Quiet Riot Metal Health, music on vinyl, $5 off, $34.99. And I've got 2 copies of The Cure, The Show, a 30th anniversary 2 LP, $10 off, $34.99 for The Cure. And Iron Maiden, I repeat, Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier, $10 off, $34.99. Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier. That's a 2 LP gatefold, $34.99. Warren Zevon is a buy it now for $155. If anybody wants Warren Zevon, BIN, $155. I'm going to try another George Carlin. The other one that didn't get a bid, it's active on eBay right now. It's got some activity. It's actually unusually has a lot of watchers and no bids yet, but I think it's going to sell. And I've got it on there, I think, for almost $300. This one is actually personalized. It's personalized, but it's pretty unique. The other George Carlin we had was not personalized, so I'm going to start this one at just $155. The other one I was looking for closer, like $300. But over here it says F.U. David, and yes, he actually spelt it out, F-U-C-K, and it's signed George Carlin. $155 start, Indecent Exposure, some of the best of George Carlin. That's the name of the album. $155 start, F.U. David, George Carlin. $155 start on that. $155. And we still do have that copy. It's active on eBay right now. That's not personalized, but it's on there for sale. Okay, Rush, A Show of Hands, $34.99. These are all discounted to $34.99. Janis Joplin, In Concert, $10 off, $34.99. And Boingo. Actually, they don't give this one the Oingo part in it. It's just Boingo. Music on vinyl, $12 off, $34.99. They are still battling over the Rolling Stones. They are in a steel cage death match. 90, 100, 110, 120. It's between Jeff and Bill Samus. Sean Fairweather wants Testament. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. Testament. Testament is sold to Sean Fairweather, and that's still $34.99. So, one more time, here's what's left for $34.99. $34.99. Here's what's left in this bin. Everything is $34.99. Be a Man, Macho Man, Randy Savage, Kiss Alive 3. If I were to post that in the group, it would sell out immediately, the Kiss Alive 3. A Perfect Circle, Tom Petty Mojo, red vinyl, 1 Testament left, 2 Extremes left, Nirvana, Quiet Riot, Metal Health, The Cure, Iron Maiden, sold to Kenny Cates Jr., $34.99. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more of those left. Rush, great live album, Show of Hands. Got the Janis Joplin In Concert. That's a limited numbered music on vinyl, colored vinyl, 2 LP, and Oingo Boingo. Track listing. Insanity, Hey, Mary, Can't See, Useless, Pedestrian Wolves, Lost Like This, Spider, War Again, I Am the Walrus, Tender Lumpings, and Change. And that is $34.99. Jeff Williams, you're outbid on the Rolling Stones. Let me know if you want back in. He has already spoken. He's at $130. $130. Stephen A. Young is going to take one of the Janis Joplins for $34.99. I'm going to go ahead and make George Carlin a buy it now. I'm trying to go through all these records at least once tonight. George Carlin is a $155 buy it now. F.U. David, George Carlin, $155. JSA authenticated. I don't know if Dale got this somewhere else, or when George Carlin made it out to him, he misunderstood and he said he wrote David instead of Dale. And let me put a sleeve in Warren Zevon. Warren Zevon is a 155. So I think both of those were 155, right? George Carlin. Yeah, Carlin and Zevon, both 155. 155, 155. Okay. There's those. And Debbie gets to Janis Joplin. The last Janis Joplin. Bill's out on the Rolling Stones. Let's sell this to Jeff Williams for $130. That's sold to Jeff Williams for $130. Poof, and it's gone. Let's do another Rolling Stones record. Don't worry, we're still going to run a few more. This one looks very interesting. Usually you can tell from the cover if it's something pretty desirable, unique, and this one for sure fits all those. Actually, I was about to put this up for auction, but I have found another autograph on the back, and I don't think I see why. Yep, I don't think JSA noted that one. So I found they authenticated a ton of autographs from us, and some of these are pretty hidden, and I don't know if they denoted this one. I was about to sell this Stu Cook, and look on the back it says to Dale, best wishes, John Fogerty. I need to look that one up. I'll either do it right now or I'll probably need to do it after the show because I have others to show. So let me see here. Did I make a note for this one? Okay, I've sold this artist before, and like I said, there's not a lot of comps right now. There's actually just a couple active Levon Helm autographs for sale. And I actually know the person who has the drumhead for sale. That's on eBay for $1,500. So there's a drumhead on there for $1,500. This is Levon Helm. It's a signed album of the RCO All-Stars, Levon Helm and the RCO All-Stars. It's also signed by Jim. He played on this album. He also played with the band in the 90s. Let's see if I can get some track listing. It's signed by Levon Helm, of course. And where's he at? Maybe he did play on the album. Maybe he just signed it. It's not Fred Carter Jr. It's not Booker T. Jones. It's not Mac Ribonac. It's not Paul Butterfield or Steve Cropper. It's a J. Yeah, I should have wrote it down. It's the only one I didn't write down tonight, and I can't remember it. But JSA did notify Jim W. Somebody can help me out with that one. Levon Helm. He signed Levon Helm, Pittsburgh, 86. That's when, obviously, he met Dale and had this signed. There's another signature, which obviously, Jim Wilder. Thank you, Bill. And it doesn't look like he played on the album, though. Doesn't look like he played on the album. If this is the lineup, unless maybe there's some kind of obscure credit to him down here at the bottom. Well, see, here's Robbie Robinson, noted, and he didn't play. I bet he played on something. He's just not in this lineup here. I'm not for sure, but he signed it. I'm sure he played on it. Just maybe one track unnoted. Jim Wilder, thank you. $145 start. Levon Helm, and like I said, not a lot of comps of his. We have other Levon Helm autographs with other members of the band who signed it, and those are actually kind of going to get a letter of authenticity because they were pricey enough where JSA required a letter of authenticity. So that tells you a lot, but just because Levon Helm signed this one, we didn't have to get a letter. It only has 2 signatures on it. Still not a cheap autograph. Looking at active comps, $145 start on that. And here's the next Rolling Stones boot. This is called Sonic Barbecue. The Rolling Stones Sonic Barbecue. This is a live compilation from 5 shows between 71 and 73. EX and then EX plus near minus $65 start. Alex has already been on the Levon Helm for $145. This is I've messed up again. A $65 start. $65 start on the Levon Helm. EX, disc 1 is EX. Disc 2 is EX plus near mint minus. and this is a $65 start. That's called the Rolling Stone Sonic Barbecue. We have bids with Bill, and we have bids with Alex. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next crate of new vinyl, which is going to be Buy It Now Best Offer. I will say we're getting on the tail end of the show. It's already 11:15. We still got 123 people watching. We have a lot of stuff to show. We're obviously not going to get through everything tonight. I still got 2 crates of on-sale new vinyl. 2 crates of on-sale new vinyl, discounted, that are $29.99. I don't know if I'll show those or not. This crate right here, I'm going to go back through again tomorrow. So you'll probably see some more of these tomorrow. But if you want anything right now, you might want to let me know. And the next crate is actually going to be Buy It Now Best Offer new vinyl. I had some higher priced new vinyl. So let me show that. But right now, I'm going to update everybody on our auctions. The Levon Helm is at $145, and that's going once, going twice, and we got multiple bidders on the stones already. These are all $34.99. I'm going to keep them right over here. I'm going to keep them right over here. We still got several things left in this $24.99 crate. I think all the $19.99 stuff is gone, though, except for 2 records. All the $19.99 stuff got wiped out that we did early. But let me go grab this higher-end price new vinyl bin. I'm going to do this higher-end price new vinyl bin. All Buy It Now Best Offer. Let me make sure I got everything in here that I want in here. It's just a few records, and I'm going to grab probably another one or something else Buy It Now Best Offer. But all this week, we're going to have great autographs. I've still got like 4 entire crates of autographs that's already tagged, like stickered, that we are good to sell. A lot of them we're waiting for letters to come back in the mail from JSA, but a lot that are already just tagged and ready to sell. We've got like 4 more entire crates of autographs that have never been shown, and we're going to try to do them all this week. And then probably by the time we get done this week, the letters from JSA should start getting back, and then we're going to have some really incredible ones to auction. So we got a Stones bootleg, we got an autograph, so I'll keep those running. This crate is going to be Buy It Now Best Offer. I'm about to sell Levon Helm. Alex Rifle has that for $145, and I think that's a deal. $145 on that. And we have a lot of bids on the Rolling Stone. 65, 65, 70, 70, 75, 80, 80, 90, 100, and 110. This is all new vinyl. Buy it now or best offer, which means you can go ahead and claim it, or you can make an offer on it. This is the Dave Matthews Band live at the Hollywood Bowl, September 10th, 2018. These are ones that are a little bit higher priced. It was originally $139.99. So I didn't really have a crate to put it in far as a set price. So I'll let you set the price. It's Buy It Now Best Offer. Dave Matthews Band, Hollywood Bowl, $139.99. Also, the Black Crowes, Crowology, 10th anniversary on gold vinyl. Do not hesitate to make offers. It's Cyber Monday for the next 43 minutes. And then Cyber Monday's gone for the year. $74.99 for the Crows, Crowology. Tool, Fear, Inoculum. I'm actually thinking about keeping this if no one buys it tonight. Me and Paul was talking about Tool albums tonight before he left, and I actually don't have a copy of this. I have that box set, the Cursed box set, but I haven't opened mine yet, to the one that we so cursed with. Cody Jinks, this is The Wanting, $59.99. Cody Jinks, The Wanting, the biggest indie country band on the planet. Cody Jinks, $59.99. And we have Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust. Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust, $68.99. $68.99, Diesel and Dust. And Def Leppard, Hysteria, $46.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell Levon Helm. Levon Helm is sold for $145, Seth, to Alex Rifle. $145 on Levon Helm. I'm going to put that right there. And then the Rolling Stones, the last I said was $120, and then Bill Samus is at $130. Anthony said $50 on Dave Matthews Band. I can't do that. Probably, let's see here. The Dave Matthews Band would be $115. That's probably my best price on that, $115. So we may be too far apart on that one. Michael Harrell. No, these are all buy it now best offer. So if you don't want Tool, then it's sold to Jeff McMaster. These are buy it now best offer. Tool is $76.99, Fear Inoculum. So if you're passing on that, then I think Jeff McMaster wants it. This is buy it now best offer. So I'll make sure I was clear on that because Michael claimed it and then Jeff. Sherry Darnell wants Cody Jinks. That's $59.99. That was whatever the sticker is. So yeah, you can just tag that for Sherry for sticker. Jeff also said never mind. Yeah, these are buy it now best offer. So Dave Matthews Band, Black Crows, Midnight Oil, Def Leppard, and Tool. My best price on Def Leppard is $40. $40 on Def Leppard, $7 off. Usually that is, I can't believe like that's still for sale here. Like no one's already bought it. And then high bid on the Stones is with Bill Samus at $150. Jeff Williams, you're out. So 30. No, I can't do that. I'll tell you my best price on Tool, $65. That's my best price on Tool, $65. Best price on Def Leppard's $40. I'll do somebody a heck of a deal. If you want Midnight Oil, it's $68.99. I'll do it for $49.99. The reason it's so pricey is because it's an import only. This has not been pressed in the United States in quite some time. That's an import, which means pricey, but it's $68.99. I'll do $49.99 on it. I have no 45 RPM Palace. We sold out of those the other night. I do have 33 1/3. Jeff Williams is backing on the Rolling Stones at 160. Okay, now I'm going to get to a whole new crate of autographs. We have went through a whole crate tonight showing all those. I'm going to get to a whole new crate now of autographs that I've never shown before. And first, we're going to do a Graham Nash, an unadvertised, first time showing it, Graham Nash Wild Tales, $95 start. $95 start. This is JSA authenticated. And I have one MoFi CD left that I have not shown. This is a 24 karat gold compact disc, $99.99. Steve Miller Band's greatest hits. $99.99. Steve Miller Band's greatest hits. This is I'm trying to figure out how this works. You lift it up and it pops in there, I guess, like that. There we go. Steve Miller Band. All right. Graham Nash is a sign, not personalized, by Graham Nash. That is a $95 start, Graham Nash. I wonder if Mark Fallon's watching because he bought the last one and no one knows until right now that I had another. Graham Nash, Wild Tales, $95 start. Rolling Stones, $160. Which Black Crows? Crowology, $65. Jeff Williams, this is the Black Crows Crowology 10th anniversary on gold vinyl. If you don't want it for $65, I'm going to sell it to Bill Samus. So that's either sold to Jeff Williams if he wants it. If not, it's sold to Bill Samus. Speaking of, Jeff Williams and Bill Samus are battling over the Rolling Stones. And Jeff Williams, you're outbid. Bill Samus has this for $170. Bill Samus has that Rolling Stone Sonic Barbecue for $170. Final call. By best price on the Adam Hart Mother. So the MoFi CDs I have left are as follows. I have Muddy Waters Folk Singer, $49.99. Adam Hart Mother. Do you have... sorry, I was reading comments and trying to talk at the same time. This is Adam Hart Mother. I will do that for $60, Derek, since you bought several others tonight. I will do the Adam Hart Mother for $60. I also got Steve Miller Band for $99.99, and I've got the Yes album for $49.99. Do you happen to have Driving and Crying, Fly Me Courageous? I do not have that. First time I've heard of such. Jeff's out on the Rolling Stones. This is sold to Bill Samus for $170. And if anybody wants the Graham Nash, it's a $95 buy it now. $95 buy it now on Graham Nash. Jeff Williams, let me know if you want the Black Crows. Please let me know if you want this. If not, it's sold to Bill Samus for $65. This is sold to Derek Wortman for $60, the Pink Floyd CD. And this Rolling Stones auction was sold to Bill Samus for $170. Mark Lent wants the Muddy Waters CD. Debbie, you were first, but let me make sure you want it for sticker price, which is $49.99. If you don't want it, Debbie, for $49.99, then I'm going to sell it to Mark Lent. So we got two pending sales right there, the Black Crows and Muddy Waters. Okay, continuing. I got some Now yearbooks. Now yearbook 73. I'm going to go ahead and tell you my best price on these. Now yearbook 73, fairly new, $10 off, $49.99. $10 off, $49.99. Now yearbook 73. Soundgarden. I don't know on this one. It's the only copy. I just recently restocked this. $44.99, $5 off. Super Unknown, Soundgarden, $44.99. Debbie passes on the Muddy Waters, so that is sold to Mark Lynn as sticker. That's sold for $60. And we have Soundgarden for $44.99 to Evan. And Thomas, let me see if I have another. That one I found in a random bin. And I don't have another. Nope. I never did get around to showing the other Soundgardens. Let me go ahead and sort all these right quick. I thought I saw another one of those around here. I guess not. So yeah, that's the only copy I have right now. Thomas, if I run across another one, I will hopefully remember that you want it. But that's the only one I have right now. Jeff passes on the Black Crows. So that is sold to Bill Samus for $65. Okay, now 80s Alternative. I'll do that one for $49.99. Now Yearbook 78, $49.99. And now Millennium, I'll do that one for $39.99. That was $54.99. So now Millennium 2000, 2001. Now Yearbook 78. Now 80s Alternative. Now Yearbook 73. Midnight Oil, $50. Fear Inoculum, $65. Def Leppard, $40. And Dave Matthews Band, $115. $115 on that. Okay. Let's make this officially our last. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I got 21 more Rolling Stones auctions. 21. We would be here until 3 a.m. So let me do one last one tonight. This is the Rolling Stones Bigger Bang. This is going to be our last Rolling Stones auction of the night. This is an original pressing of a Bigger Bang, guaranteed to be a 2005 Euro import, original, $85 start. It has one tear in the shrink wrap right here, right in the center. Other than that, very nice. And that is an original 2005 Rolling Stones Bigger Bang, $85 start. A Bigger Bang. That's an original. But on the Rolling Stones, that would be incredible. That would be multiple air horns. And I have not shown this before. I'm going to show it right now. I have a signed Dave Mason. It's Like You Never Left. This is signed by Dave Mason. This is a $65 start. Now, Debbie put DM85. Did that just pop up for Dave Mason, or was that already for the Rolling Stones? Did you mean RS for Rolling Stones? This is a very tight sleeve. Wow. There it is. Y'all can see it. I'm going to get it out of the sleeve. These have been on these records, some of these probably for 30 years. Dave Matthews, 85. The Dave Matthews is 115. Wow, this is... some of these I have to cut off. I might have to rip this one open. I do this quite often, actually. That's why we put everything in new sleeves. This is like shrink wrap almost. There we go. Dave Mason is a 65. Any box sets on sale? I ran through them the other night. I can read off what I have, and I probably have the prices memorized by now. I've got Rush, The Doors, Led Zeppelin Presents. Let me be very specific. The Doors Live at the Matrix, Rush Moving Pictures, Dio Studio Album Collection, Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon book, Buffalo Springfield, Rat, Signals, Rush, Wasp, Winger, Green Day Dookie, The Zombies, Rush and Rio, Rush Clockwork Angels, Smashing Pumpkins Melancholy, Soundgarden, Red Hot Chili Pepper Stadium Arcadium, Green Day Dookie, if I didn't already say that, and I have multiple analog productions. I've got multiple analog productions, so let's see here. By the way, these are the final two. I was going to go through another crate, but these auctions may be done before I even get to them. Let's see here. Somebody asked my best price on the Doors. The Doors Live at the Matrix is $134.99. If I do 25% off, which is what I was doing for some of those, $134.99. 25% off would make it $101.24. How about we make it an even $99.99? That would make that $35 off. That's the Matrix, 1967, $99.99. Smashing Pumpkins is pretty easy. It's my best price ever. They were $139.99, which was a great price. I've been selling the last ones we have for $89.99. That's Melancholy. Sean Fairweather, If You Don't Want the Doors, John Lill does. So that's either sold to Sean or John Lill for $99.99. The Analog Productions, we have the White Stripes, and then I think we have 3 different Steely Dans. They're all, I'll do any of them for 25% off. They're all 25% off. Boy, here's a whole nother crate of autographs over here I forgot about. Yeah, we got like 4 in the back and 3 up here. So actually we got like 7 more crates of probably autographs. Also got the Crosby, Stills, and Nash One Step. Crosby, Stills, and Nash One Step. John Lill. So John Lill does get the Matrix for $99.99. So these are all 25% off. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, $199.99. Then 25% off. So these are just the sticker price. Pretzel Logic, $199.99. Then 25% off. Countdown to Ecstasy, $164.99. Then 25% off. There's another Countdown to Ecstasy. And here's the White Stripes, $154.99. Wow, if I do that 25% off, that is well below my cost for sure. That's the newest white. That was the only extra I had, the White Stripes Elephant. $154.99, 25% off. So if you need me to bring out my calculator, I can tell you the price. So White Stripes, Steely Dan. I need to post these in that Analog Productions group I'm in. Sealed. 25% off. Okay, let's make these a buy it now. The Rolling Stones is an $85 buy it now. The Rolling Stones, $85 buy it now for a bigger bang. And if anybody wants the Dave Mason signature, Dave Mason autograph is a $65 buy it now. $65 buy it now. Scott Van Eyck needs to put back Lateralis. He already has it. All righty. And then the Dave Mason autograph, $65 buy it now. Let's see. Brent Robley gets the Rolling Stones for $85, and there's Dave Mason, one of his very popular albums, JSA authenticated. The White Stripes, 25% of $155. Let me put that in the calculator just to be accurate. 155 times 0.75 is $116.25. $116.25. $116.25. All right, there's the Lateralis that was put back. If anybody wants it for $34.99. $34.99 for Lateralis. Graham Nash, Dave Mason, no bids. And let me just punch in the numbers for all these right quick. So 25% off. We have Can't Buy a Thrill at $199.99. If you take 25% off of that, it gives you $150. That's 1/4 off of $200, which is $50, which makes this $150. So Can't Buy a Thrill is $150. Pretzel Logic is actually that's $150 as well. And then Countdown to Ecstasy, I think these were different prices. Yeah, these were $164. So $164, 25% off. That's $123.74 for Countdown. So those are $150. Countdown is $123.74. And Debbie wants the white stripes. And I told her $154.99. I told her the white stripes would be $116.24. That's owed to Debbie Winstead. Greg Rogers says he'll take the Tool for $34.99. And the Zombies is their complete studio album box set. It's their complete studio album box set. And the on-sale price on this is every track the Zombies ever recorded. And the on-sale price is $125. It has She's Not There, Tell Her No, I Love You, Odyssey and Oracle, R.I.P., and Oddities and Extras. The complete studio recordings. That is every song the Zombies recorded. $125. I don't have Asia. Brent will take Thrill and Countdown. So Countdown, $164.99. Seth, this is $123.74 on Countdown, $123.74. And he wants, so that leaves Pretzel Logic, and then Can't Buy a Thrill was $149.99. And Debbie Blair asked about the Zombies. If she doesn't want it for $125, it's sold to Brent. Yeah, so if she doesn't want it for $125, it's sold to Brent. I only have one copy of Elephant, yes. Doug still has his in the back. No, they're... Steely Dan was $149.99. $149.99. So that leaves Pretzel Logic. The only other audiophile stuff I have on the box shelf, on the box set shelf, is Crosby, Stills and Nash and Alan Parsons Project, which I might as well grab those too. Wow, we've knocked out, between last week and this week, we have knocked out some box sets. It used to be on like 4 shelves. Now, after tonight, it'll be on about a shelf and a half. I think this is the last audiophile stuff I have over here, though. Although a lot of this stuff, it sounds so good, it might as well be, quote, audiophile. A couple of these came from collections. So, this is this Alan Parsons Project. So it was $74.99, and that was priced based on like from a collection, not like the new retail price. But if I do it 25% off, it will be $56.24. $56.24 for iRobot. That's a 1-step. And then the very, very, very cool and nice, amazing Crosby, Stills and Nash. Wow. 1-step, $144.99 at 25% off. Makes that just $108.74. Derek Hartman, did you see my request for White Stripes and Countdown? I didn't, actually. I didn't see those. We have a correction on the Steely Dan. So, actually, no. Who asked first about White Stripes? Debbie asked first on the White Stripes, Derek. So, she asked what would the White Stripes be, and then you claimed them. So, Debbie has dibs on the White Stripes. But, actually, you want a Countdown. So, you get this one. Okay, I was making sure it wasn't one of the ones I tagged for Brent. So Countdown to Ecstasy, $164.99. This is sold to Derek Hartman for $123.74. Derek, I got you. Countdown to Ecstasy, $123.74. And then Greg Rogers got the Tool. Brent got Thrill and Countdown. Luckily, I had 2 copies of Countdown, and he got Can't Buy Thrill. The Zombies box set is going to go to Brent Robley for $125, and that leaves only one UHQR Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. Man, so if y'all don't know what these are, you got to have. This is not something you play on a total rig of $50. If you need to have equipment, and if you're already buying very nice and expensive records from Colectco, you probably need to have a decent system to begin with. This is top of the line UHQR from Analog Productions. This is cut from the original Analog Masters on very high quality vinyl. They go through rigorous testing, pressings to get these where they sound absolutely perfect. They're pressed at QRP in Salina, Kansas. Chad Kassem is an amazing company. They do an amazing job on these records. So just a quick note, I hope already y'all have a decent amount of money invested in your cartridge and your arm and your equipment. I find out later that people are buying MoFi records from us and they're playing them on a Crosley, which no disrespect to someone having a Crosley, but the worst thing about it is it's actually damaging your records and you don't even realize it. You got to make sure you have a very good tone arm and a very good cartridge. Otherwise, it's what we call a vinyl plow, meaning the arm on that Crosley is very weighted and it's literally just plowing up the grooves of your vinyl and you don't even realize it. So that is, you got to make sure you have a high quality system, because I'll see people that buy records from us and I have had to message some people and be like, well, please let me sell you you buy $500 worth of vinyl from us every week and you're playing it on a $50 turntable. Unless you got a good deal on a vintage turntable or something somewhere for $50. If you're buying something new for $50, then it's probably destroying your vinyl. And plus, you're not getting the ultimate listening experience. You got to have the right speakers, amp, cartridge, arm. It's got to be the complete thing. So I've told some people, just don't buy any records for about 3 weeks or a month and buy you a great stereo, and then it's going to like rejuvenate your entire collection when you listen to it again. So Evan needs to put back Soundgarden, so give that to Thomas Hujar. That's the one that Thomas Hujar was second on, that I don't know if I had it or not. Make me a super deal on Pretzel Logic. Well, 25% off I thought was a pretty super deal. That is the retail price at $199.99 for us. $149. I will do another $10 off, so $139.99. $139.99. And yes, iRobot Dale, $74.99. iRobot is $56.24. Yep. I can't believe no one got this. This is one of the best albums ever. And it's in the bed. It sounds incredible too. I have 2 of them. I had one that I opened, and I got one for way down the road in case I ever need another one, in case something happens to mine. So Dale gets iRobot. That's $56.24. And maybe Derek Hartman will say sold on that. I hope so. That will wipe me out of, except for Crosby, Stills, and Nash, which I'm in no hurry to sell. And then there's the only 2 audiophile CDs I have. Steely Dan and the Yes album. Alex Rifle says he'll take the Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That's $144.99. 25% off makes that $108.74. $108.74 on that. I've already went through all the autographs that didn't sell. Tomorrow night, we're probably going to finish the Rolling Stones records, and I'll have more. Paul had a whole nother crate of auction stuff over here, and I did too, that we didn't get to. I've only went through new vinyl once. I only went through the 3 crates of new vintage stuff once, and I hadn't really recapped anything left over. We've just constantly showed new stuff for almost 5 hours tonight. So we're going to do it again tomorrow. Ed will be here tomorrow tagging records. Ed will be here tomorrow. He hadn't been here at a live sale in a long time, ever since he started working days, helping with shipping and logistics. So Derek Hartman is going to get the last sale of the night. The Steely Dan Pretzel Logic, that's sold to Derek for $139.99. $139.99. And big thanks to Seth. He stuck it out. He even stayed past 11 o'clock, everybody. It's 1:45 midnight. I can tell he's getting antsy over here. Are you already packed, Seth? Seth says it's time to go home. I'm going to be here. I told Paul he's leaving for Ohio at 5:30 in the morning, and I said I'll be here whenever you leave. So it's time to call tonight. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. New vinyl sales will continue tomorrow. Hope everybody gets on early because we're going to start with those $29.99 crates, which are great titles, just like the $34.99 crates. I'm going to go back through the $34.99 crate tomorrow. New Rolling Stones auctions, new autographs. I'll probably get to some other bootlegs. And we'll have new stuff from these collections popping up pretty soon. So thanks, everybody, for watching. I'm in the stream, turning off my mic. Going to get something to eat. And I'm going to start working on tomorrow night's sales. So thanks for watching. See y'all tomorrow at 7 o'clock Central Time here on Facebook. We will see y'all then. Thank you and good night. 7 o'clock tomorrow Central Time. 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central. 7 o'clock Central is when we go live every night. Every night. Every night. See you then.